used to think a lot of stupid things, and I decided not to do that anymore.
Yes.
You know, and this idea of like, yeah, you change your mind is, I think. So again, he just expresses it such an uncouth but like perfect way.
Yeah.
This is what it's about.
He will always take the truth and the heart of the matter over what people expect of him, what sort of the pattern might be, what corner they want to put him in, right?
He could have said, well, it's complicated, here's why, or actually I didn't change my, like the politician who does the somersaults to be like, well, they're not actually flip-flopping. He's like, I was dumb before, I'm not dumb anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it boils down to an honesty and not, not trying to pretend that things are different than they are. And and there's such a straightforwardness in that. I mean, I think other anecdotes that I really like a lot are in this same vein where people take Diogenes to task for drinking a glass of wine or for eating like a certain type of food that he's supposed to abstain from, right?
Yeah.
And, for instance, someone sees him in a bar and he's like, I saw you drinking a glass of wine in a bar. And then Diogenes says, well, if I'm at the barber's, I get my hair cut, right? If I'm at a bar, I'm going to drink a glass of wine, right? And it comes down to that same notion of, yes, in general, I don't drink wine because I don't need it and it's superfluous. But if I'm in a bar and somebody offers me a glass of wine, then there's no reason why not.
And he's not always the hero in the stories. Like one of my favorite ones is the exchange between him and Plato, where he goes to Plato's house and, he's notorious for rejecting fancy things, and he gets to Plato's house and he sees Plato has lots of fancy things, and he begins to stamp on his carpets, and he says, I am stamping on Plato's vanity. And Plato gets the better of him when he says, how vain you are when you stamp on other people's vanity. Basically, there is a kind of like immaturity and egotism to Diogenes. He's better than everyone, smarter than everyone, less attached than everyone. And it must have also been pretty insufferable.
For sure. Yeah. And also, and this is where Plato is so right in that moment, that Diogenes needs an audience.
Yes.
And that is...
He's like a punk performance artist.
Exactly. People need to see him, right? He needs to be seen for his message to come across. And that is the fundamental impurity of his thought, right? That he cannot fully live out his independence unless somebody sees it, right? The fact that he embraces that impurity, right? That he does not try to reason it away or deny it, or sort of, find a loophole to make sense of it. I find really disarming, right? And I think that there's something so important about that impurity, right? Because I think it's precisely sort of the search for watertight, complete philosophical systems.
He's not the Dalai Lama or the Pope. He's not infallible, perfect. He's not this like holy figure. He's this flawed human being who, in challenging the conventions as aggressively as he does, often finds wisdom and truth. And sometimes you go, well, I'm glad you tested that hypothesis for us, but I don't think I want to live in a jar.
Right. And it's also like the way that he is living is the way in which he interprets what it means to live in accordance with nature.
Yes.
And he is offering that to us as a performance that we can then interpret. But if we think about the course of antiquity, and if we think about what people in the past did with Diogenes and how they responded to him, they didn't copy his behavior exactly, but they were still very inspired by it, right? And sort of a good example of this is in a later period in time, Dio Chrysostom and Julian, right? These are people who live a few centuries later, try to make sense of Diogenes defecating in public in the marketplace, right?
And worse things.
And worse things.
More inappropriate things.
Yes, exactly. And for Dio Chrysostom, there's this sort of real emphasis on Diogenes' shamelessness, and that he is not threatened by people trying to destroy his reputation, right? And for Dio Chrysostom, this is really important because he is being exiled by Emperor Domitian and is having his honor removed. He can no longer be an upstanding member of the polity, and he's trying to come to terms with that. And he sees and hears this story about Diogenes in his mind's eye, and he thinks, well, Diogenes was not ashamed in that moment. Diogenes was not ashamed in that act. So I'm not going to be ashamed about being chased out of Rome, right? And I think sort of that, the fact that he can take that moment and take something out of it that's useful for him, and that he can sort of understand Diogenes' behavior in his way instead of making fun of it or sort of like, being horrified or being disgusted, right? But actually take something from it that's not a carbon copy, right? He doesn't go around pretending to be Diogenes, but he still gets so much out of it.
Yeah, in a way, he's a performance artist and a philosopher. So he's kind of like a Marina Abramovic kind of character where you're like, okay, the message of the artist is present is not that you have to sit at a table for 30 consecutive days. It's like, can you do it for 5 minutes? It's a statement about how society is missing a thing or how hard a thing actually is, and should it be hard, and what does it mean that it's hard? And so, a lot of the extremeness that his stunts go to, like an artist, are designed to shock and catch your attention, and then when that wears off, make you question some underlying convention or status quo or your own participation in that world. You're not supposed to sell all your things and move in to a barrel. He already did that.
Right.
And then you can fall somewhere along that spectrum after you've derived the lessons from that.
Yeah. And I think that if Diogenes were alive today and if it was possible to talk with him, I do think he would keep pressing us, right? I do think that like every step of the way, he would say, well, do you think you have done enough? And do you really think that this is the best, most just way that you think you can live, right? He always turns it back to us.
Right.
So he would keep asking the questions, but he's not expecting anyone to become exactly him. Like that would horrify him, right? that like runs totally counter to the way that he thinks and the way that he is.
So for people who aren't familiar with him at all, let's start where he starts. How does he end up as a philosopher in Athens? He's in exile, right?
Yes, that's right. Diogenes is born in probably a pretty well-to-do family in a town that's called Sinope, and it's on the coast of the Black Sea, and today it's in Turkey. And he grows up there with his family, and at a certain point, either just him or him and his father get exiled from Sinope. So they have to leave. They cannot live there anymore, most likely because there was some problem with the coinage, with the mint. So Diogenes' dad was in charge of the mint, and there was some irregularity that led to them having to leave.
He could have been a counterfeiter. He could have been stealing in some way.
Yes. Yeah. There's a Greek word that's used to describe it that can mean both making false coins or damaging coins that have already been made.
Yeah.
So that's sort of where the ambiguity is. Then, the amazing thing is that there are some coins that have Diogenes' dad's name on it, and there's also some damaged coins, so there's some corroboration, but it's, it still doesn't get us quite to knowing exactly what happened. But
that's insane. Just like the level that the level of detail would still survive to this day, that you can verify some tiny claim in one ancient philosopher's text.
Especially for Diogenes, because about him, like, people are always ready to say, oh, it's just sensationalism. Oh, it's just made up, right? So when for Diogenes you find like a snippet like that in the material record, that's just amazing.
It's remarkable.
It's just insane.
Yeah.
In any case, Diogenes can't stay in Sinope, and he goes first to Athens, which at the time really is the intellectual center of the world. So I should say Sinope, where he's from, is not a backwater either. It's an important trading city, and it's sort of very interestingly on the border between the Greek and Persian spheres of influence, and it sort of changes hands a couple of times in Diogenes' lifetime. So that's an important city too. But he gets exiled, which means he loses his citizen rights in that place, and ends up in Athens, which to him ends up being really exciting. Right? A few times he says well, the Sinopeans might have convicted me to exile, but they have convicted themselves to staying in Sinope, so not all that bad. In Athens, he meets Antisthenes, who was a student of Socrates and who sort of sets him most likely on the path of philosophy, even though in Sinope already he might have sort of picked up on some of his ideas from influences from the north in Scythia and influences from the east in India. It's really in Athens that he comes into his own, and also people get to know about him. That's the nice thing about being at the intellectual center of your time, that people also get to know about your ideas.
And this is right after the death of Socrates?
Yes. Yeah. So a few decades after the death of Socrates, which is still, very reverberating for people, and Socrates.
And this philosophy thing is kind of new. Obviously, we go, there's the pre-Socratics and then the post-Socratic, but it's still up for grabs what this philosophy thing is going to be and mean to the Western world, because it's all being figured out just then.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very vibrant time for it. And if we think about ancient wisdom and people trying to figure out how the world works, if there are gods, what they are like, I mean, this is something that people have been doing for at least 2 centuries already at this point. But at this time, 4th century BCE in Athens, there is a very vibrant competition over what philosophy should be, what it should be like, what kind of questions should be pursued, and in what way they should be pursued. So in that sense, it is a perfect time for Diogenes to show up there.
And I think we sometimes think of the kind of classical Athens as this, people walking around in togas, the statues are shiny, or the marble is shiny, the statues are painted. It's this beautiful kind of, it's oh, this is before it turned into ruins, which it was, but it was also in quite a lot of flux, and Socrates lives through a great power conflict, there's wars, and then Diogenes is right there in the middle of the reign of Alexander the Great, who's in the middle of gobbling up the world, not he's exactly comparable, but not unlike a Napoleon or a Hitler, where just one guy is just remaking the world violently in his image.
And this is something that people don't know and can't know at the time, but when Diogenes is born, there's still sort of notional independence for the Greek city-states, and by the time he dies, there is not, and it's never really going to come back. So in that sense, he lives through this pivotal time, and it's also this sort of really deep irony that sort of the most anti-authoritarian, anti-autocratic philosopher lives through the advent of Philip and then Alexander taking over in the Greek-speaking world, who are autocrats, and ultimately with some twists and turns still will pave the way for Rome to take over, which ultimately also devolves into autocracy. So it is sort of this really strange moment to think that Diogenes still had both feet in these two worlds.
Well, and that's why I think their philosophy is so relevant throughout history, is that it wasn't they had all the same problems that we have now. And they had demagogues and disruption. And they lived in an uncertain future. They did not know they lived in classical antiquity.
Absolutely.
It was all topsy-turvy, scary. Yeah. What's happening today? Here's the latest news from, the distant lands of they were experiencing most of the same feelings that we're experiencing today.
Yeah. And I also really like what you said about when we think about ancient Athens, we think about opulence, shiny temples, people having their lovely dinner parties, and Obviously, that was going on. People were wealthy and were sort of engaging in these amazing building projects. But people were also trying to scrape by and sort of make a living and sort of have this hard knock life on, on the margins of society. And there again, Diogenes is such an interesting figure because he interacts with both worlds. He is invited to Plato's house to a dinner party and can trample on his carpet. But he does live with the poorest of the poorest and a jar on the streets. He's also sort of experiencing both sides of that.
And at least according to the legend, interacts with Alexander the Great directly.
Yes.
So you have the intersection. There's a couple of these examples in antiquity of like a powerless person, a powerless philosopher interacting with a incredibly powerful emperor type.
The story of Alexander and Diogenes, especially because, as you say, it conforms to this type, right? There are quite a few people who will say, it's too good to be true. As a story, it's too good to be true, and it probably didn't happen. And what I did in doing my research was, well, I'm really interested in finding out when people first started to say that it didn't happen.
Sure.
Right. So I sort of like went back in time in the research and sort of like tracing people's footnotes and who refers to whom and how does this get started. And then what I found was sort of that this suspicion of the meeting actually happening starts with this French scholar who himself does not doubt the meeting at all.
Oh.
He just says that some of the sources about the meeting are questionable. So this guy's name is Pierre Bayle, and what he starts to do is he takes all of these narratives about the ancient philosophers and sort of starts to subject them to criticism. Like, do we think this actually happened? Right? Which is a fairly revolutionary thing.
Does
at
Chrysippus
the time.
actually laugh himself to death?
Exactly.
Probably not.
Right. Yeah.
But these things were presented unquestioned by the ancients, like in book after book after book.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah. I mean, even in antiquity, some people will say, some people believe this, some people don't, right? Even in antiquity,
you'll get this happened and this happened, but clearly only one of them could have happened.
Right, exactly.
But it's more like, no, my job was just to list to you all the things that people have said happened.
Yeah,
it's a different understanding of history, not the singular narrative. But the multitude.
Yeah, the multitude, and the importance of passing down these multiple versions so that at a later moment in time people can make up their own minds, right? But I would say that before this guy, Pierre Bayle, comes along, there is a little bit of a sense of like, well, let's just go with the best story. Right? And let's just go with the stories that we have. And then he starts to be much more critical. But when it comes to the meeting of Diogenes and Alexander, Pierre Bayle, like, he actually does believe it happened. Wow. He just thinks that Seneca's version of it, in particular, contains some problems in the sense that in that version, Alexander is already presented as being godlike and ruler of the world. And the reason why that is a problem is because Alexander and Diogenes, they actually meet before Alexander goes on his Eastern campaigns, and then Alexander famously never comes back to Greece.
He
right?
does,
yeah, exactly. So the language that's used in that description of the meeting can't be right because it causes a chronological problem.
Sure.
At the same time, there are other accounts of the meeting, right?
Yeah.
That don't have that problem at all.
Right.
And this is why Bayle himself says, well, Seneca's version is not great, but it did happen, and then there's these other versions. But sort of then later scholars only take Seneca's version cannot be right, right? And they run with that, right?
Yeah,
and then,
Seneca's like 500 years after this happened. 400 years after this happened.
And then very quickly it becomes the meeting of Alexander and Diogenes, which has been roundly dismissed so many times, we don't even have to think about it anymore, right? When I sort of went back down this chain of transmission, I was really dissatisfied with the case that people were making for the meeting not happening. And I end up saying in my book that I think, as far as we can know anything for sure about antiquity, I think it's very likely that it did happen. They were in the same place at the same time. Alexander could very easily have known about Diogenes from Aristotle and from this other guy, Onesicritus, who they knew in common. Alexander has an interest in philosophy, and we have sort of good reasons for why the meeting would have been reported on, namely by this guy that they know in common, Onesicritus. So for me, it seems like sort of this whole notion of, it's too good a story to be true, right? And then one of the other lines of argument is like, well, why would Alexander have wanted to meet Diogenes? Which sort of, goes to the heart of Diogenes' reputation problem and this idea of Alexander, being sort of this very elevated, regal, royal figure who would not go and talk to essentially a homeless person. For me, those arguments against just weren't good enough anymore,
I don't think so.
Precisely because we have this connection for how the story might have gotten to be recorded and some of the Greek texts that we can still read about it, that for me is like, you know what? I think this actually happened.
Well, if it didn't, we would have to invent it happening because it's so perfect, right? The most powerful man in the world and this powerless person, and ultimately one is more powerful than the other, right? Like, one conquers the world, the other conquers the need to conquer the world, and that's so the symmetry of it is beautiful.
Yeah.
Are we sure that Diogenes exists? Like, I know with Socrates, it's like, how do we know? Or Jesus, how do we know that there's not so much evidence. Where does he fit on that spectrum? Like, are we absolutely positive that it's not all a literary invention?
I think that the coin that has his father's name on it, right, is a really, really powerful sort of point in his favor of existing. And then there's also a papyrus text that describes an anecdote which features Diogenes, which is not as famous as some of the other texts because the papyrus scrap itself was discovered relatively late, so it sort of doesn't become part of the stories that we tell about Diogenes. But this papyrus text is sort of dated as having been written within, let's say, 60, 70 years after Diogenes' lifetime. So I think
there was a guy named Diogenes.
Exactly.
It would be,
Fascinating. Yeah.
So let's talk the difference between the Stoics and the Cynics, because the Stoics sort of directly descend from the Cynics. I mean, Zeno's teacher is Crates, the Cynic. So how does this happen, and what do you see as the major differences between them?
This is a great question. Big one. So, I mean, essentially, what happens is that Zeno founds his own school, right, and comes to be known as the Stoics after the place where they meet, as is all well known. So I would say there's sort of a big philosophical difference between the two, and then there is, shall we say, a historical difference between the two, right? Where the Stoics were quite invested in distinguishing themselves from the Cynics and saying, like, we are doing our own thing. We are doing something different, right? This is important to them precisely because the Cynics were the guys who lived in the street, right? So that's where that comes from. At the same time...
Like, we're not the sexual perverts like them.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, the Stoics cannot really deny their connection to the Cynics because then they cut their own tie to Socrates. And sort of Socrates as the important forefather of living a contemplative life of philosophy is a forebear that the Stoics do want, which means that they have to accept the genealogy from Socrates to Antisthenes to Diogenes to Crates to Zeno.
Got it.
Right? So they are in this bind, right, where they're both wanting to underplay the connection, but they can't completely deny it. So in a historical sense, it's clear that
one descends from the other.
Exactly. And that Crates himself in person was a student of Diogenes. They lived at the same time, and that Zeno then lives at the same time as Crates and is a student of Crates. So that all sort of works just fine from a historical perspective. Then, in addition to sort of needing this distance, there's also pretty fundamental differences philosophically. I think the sort of the most impactful difference ultimately is that for the Stoics there is a divine organizing principle that is at the heart of everything. And that means that the world is ultimately well organized, right? So to put it a little bit in a banal way, right? But for the Stoics, ultimately, there is the understanding that the world is well organized, such as it is.
Yeah.
And the thing to do is to understand this organization and then to bring your inner self in line with this organization, simply put. Now, for the Cynics, there is no such overarching organizing principle, right? There is no divine organizing principle that ties everything together. And for the Cynics, that also means that the status quo, the world that we live in, such as it is today, is not necessarily the best of all outcomes, right? And Diogenes and the Cynics, they definitely love the world, right? They think that the human body is an awesome thing in terms of everything that it can do. They admire the natural world. They admire the fact that the sun warms us, that we can drink water from the river, that animals are able to take care of themselves and find food just like that. And if we are a little bit more like that, then we can live a good life with what nature has
Living
given us.
Living in accordance with nature.
Yeah, exactly. But beyond that, there's nothing about this world that's necessary, right? So when it comes to the social structures, the city that we live in, sort of the societal institutions, for the Cynics, these are not necessary. Precisely because, for instance, animals seem to be able to do without them quite well, right? And that has a lot of downstream consequences in terms of how Diogenes thinks about kingship and how he thinks about rulership, right? Whereas for the Stoics, it makes a lot of sense to live in an autocracy because ultimately there is one divine organizing principle in the cosmos. So why would there not be an emperor on Earth?
It's like one believes in order and systems and logic, and the other is a little bit more random and anarchic. That like, hey, this is all made up. And you can choose to believe in the made-upness, but you don't have to. It doesn't mean anything. This is just how things are. God didn't make them this way, and they don't have to remain this way.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the society that we live in, the status quo, is not God-given. It's not
That's not
divine.
part of nature.
Exactly. It's not part of nature. And anything that's not part of nature for the Cynics is open to questioning.
Right.
And is is not necessary.
And this would include things like the moral order, like, hey, this is why you can't masturbate in public. People are like, you can't do it. And Diogenes is like, why not? You know that Margaret Thatcher thing where she says, there's no such thing as society. There's just individuals and their families, right?
Yeah.
Although she's obviously coming at it from a very, but Diogenes is saying like, this is all made up. You can do whatever you want. And the Stoics are like, no, there's a reason for all of this. And probably whether there is a reason or not, probably have some fundamental fear of the anarchy that comes if you question it. So it's like, even if there is no reason, this is better than the alternative. So there's a conservatism to Stoicism that maybe isn't, lowercase conservatism to Stoicism that is not there in Diogenes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sort of when you said earlier about masturbating in the market square as a moral question, I think Diogenes would say it's a question of etiquette. Right? It's not a moral question, right?
Right.
Like moral questions are about justice.
Yes.
Right? And
sure.
and about and about.
And he's saying etiquette is stupid and it doesn't matter. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And the Stoics are like, but etiquette is we'll all descend into apes killing each other if there's no etiquette, and is morality just another version of etiquette. A more extreme version of etiquette.
Yeah. And ultimately for the Stoics, it's about understanding and making sense of society such as it is, right? In order to adjust to it and in order to sort of lead the most virtuous and dutiful life within that context, within your station, within the city that you live in. Whereas for Cynics, we're questioning it to see if maybe there might be a better way to live.
Is that the fundamental flaw of Diogenes, though, which is like he can do it because everyone else buys into the other system, and he is able to exist not as a parasite, but as an exception to the rule. But if that was the rule, everyone would starve, there would be anarchy, or there would be just a lot less people would be able to live, right? Like you need, for the world that we have it then and now, you need people who go to work every day.
So I agree with you that if we had a society that consisted solely of Diogeneses, right, that there would be sort of a lack of constructiveness in a sense, right? There would be a lack of coherence and constructiveness, and this would be a problem. But a society without Diogeneses is extremely dangerous.
Yes, it's Sparta or something.
Yeah. Because if you have a society without any Diogeneses, then there is no pushback, there is no questioning, there is no sort of bringing things back to the human measure and sort of deciding, well, but how does this affect me in my everyday life? And do we really need to be doing this? Is this really the best of all possible outcomes? And so, and I mean, this is, this sort of again goes to the heart of this, philosophical impurity or ambiguity in Diogenes, in the sense that he does live on the fringes of society and he lives on alms, and in order for him to,
someone has to be making the money to give to Diogenes.
Exactly, right?
Somebody made the jar that he lives in.
Right.
He's not an off-the-grid survivalist who can do anything for himself. That's what's so interesting about him, right? He's not going off into the woods and living off the land.
No.
He is living off the refuse of society.
Yeah, because
that he thinks is stupid.
Yeah, but exactly. But at the same time, he does think, he does still appreciate his fellow humans just enough that he thinks that they are worthy of what he has to say.
That's true. He's not an antisocial, he's not a hermit in that sense either. No. He's just like, why are you going to that job, man?
Right. Exactly. Like, do you like, is this a good job? Do you believe in this job? Right. Does this job align with your ideas of justice? And if it doesn't, you should stop going to that job, because you don't actually need that money. You don't actually need that car.
You can always live in a jar.
Yeah. Exactly. So, and this is ultimately what Diogenes means by freedom, right? Is the freedom to be able to make those choices and those decisions, because you are not afraid of being a beggar, and you have taught yourself to be able to live on the street and to live on very little. And because you have boiled down life to its essence in that way, you are able to be happy with your handful of beans and your, stale bread, right? And that knowledge, that preparation then allows you to be independent and to say to Alexander, no, I don't need anything from you. Just get out of my sunlight. That's all I need.
Well, Diogenes is able to say that to Alexander in a way that Seneca is not able to say that to Nero. And so you go, who's actually gets it right?
Yeah.
It's interesting, too, how much this boils down to that expression about the narcissism of small differences. Like, the Epicureans and the Stoics, way more in common than difference.
Yeah.
The Cynics and the Stoics, way more in common than difference, especially because, it's not like the Stoics were like the man and then Diogenes is not the man. First off, because they're obviously, Zeno is literally training under one.
Yeah.
But the Stoics are questioning so many of the assumptions that also believe you should live in accordance with nature. I think is it Juvenal who says between the Stoics and the Cynics, they have only a shirt between them. And it's like one is wearing clothes and the other's like, we don't even need clothes. And so it's just like the degree to the extremes with which you're willing to take it. Like the Stoics are like, we love all the philosophy stuff, but somebody has to serve in the army and somebody has to clean the streets and somebody has to do this stuff. And Diogenes is saying not us, and then I think the Stoics are saying, if we don't do it, either nobody's going to do it or someone worse is going to do it.
Right.
And that's, I think one is making this kind of pragmatic, you could say responsible choice.
Yeah.
And it's not that the other is irresponsible, but there is something I think both in the Epicureans and in the Cynics that's well, we don't want to be bothered with that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to retreat to the garden or we're going to just ask her questions. But somebody else makes sure that the soldiers are manning the city walls.
Yeah, so this is where cynicism and
I've received a lot of comments asking but are having trouble defeating your opponents. You can skip the 3 stars rating for now, upgrade your combat power first, and come back later. If you are not a Darkrai user, better to use Dark Void plus Nasty Regis. There are a total of 6 Regis that spawn before final stretch, if you defeat them in time. At 8-minute mark, Regidrago will spawn. Get ready to the center area before Regidrago spawns and watch out for Gengar because he usually comes to steal. After defeating Regidrago, focus on getting a full stack before top and bottom Regis spawn. This is the hardest part because you have to be there on time and land the last hit. After getting the second Regi, you should head straight to the other one, but if you're late, you'll still have a chance at the next 3 Regis. You should always keep your eye on the minimap and head straight to where Regi is.
And Epicureanism have a lot in common in the sense that they withdraw from political life in a way that the Stoics very much did not. At the same time, it's this kind of pragmatism, right?
Yeah.
Well, if I don't do this thing that I have an inkling might be wrong, a worse person will do it, right? I mean, these are the kinds of decisions that totalitarian regimes are built on, right?
Sure.
So
but also functioning democracies, right?
Like both of them.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the case of a functioning democracy, right, to be able to say, I will do this job, right, even though I don't feel like it today, right? I would rather sleep in, right? I would say that's what a functioning democracy is built on. I know it's an unjust task that I'm contributing to, right? Because if I don't do it, someone else would do it, right? That's like I don't think that's part of a functioning democratic regime, and I think that's precisely why Diogenes' thinking is so important, is so powerful, because it forces you to ask that question every day. You're absolutely right. They have so much in common, right? The Stoics and the Cynics have so much in common, and there's so much that the Stoics learned and took from Diogenes and from Crates, and this has all to do with, precisely the notion that we should not be afraid of death, the notion that we should actually sort of think about our lives and like spend time thinking about how to live our lives well. That we should not get lost in luxury goods that we really don't need all that much to be happy.
Right.
These are all things that they share.
Cultivating that kind of resilience. Like one of my favorite stories about Diogenes is he's seen begging a statue.
Right. Exactly.
And they go, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm practicing being rejected."
Exactly.
And you just go, "Oh yeah, there's this idea that like." Exposure therapy, basically.
Absolutely.
Like doing hard, uncomfortable thing. Like Diogenes, you go always a homeless person, but like that's a difficult existence. I mean, it's cold there in the winter, it's hot in the summer, and he is exposed over the years to the elements. He has a toughness that you're not typically associating with the philosopher,
right?
But he's kind of like it. In the way that Marina Abramovich is effectively an athlete, he's an athlete in terms of inhabiting the human body and finding out what it's capable of.
Yeah, exactly. This is what the Stoics and the Cynics share, this notion that by preparation, whether that's mental preparation or whether it's bodily preparation, you can prepare yourself and therefore be more free and be less afraid because you know that you have that resilience and you know that you're capable of these things. And, this is why for Diogenes it's really important to know that he can live without nice food and live without wine, but once he's trained his body, it's fine to have a glass of wine because he knows he can do without it.
And he can reject Alexander the Great because other than death, there's nothing Alexander can do to him.
Right.
And there's nothing Alexander can take from him.
Exactly.
And he realizes in that moment that makes him more powerful than Alexander. Or it frees him to speak truth to power that Aristotle cannot.
Yeah.
Because Aristotle doesn't want to lose his job.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And Diogenes doesn't have a job.
Right.
And so he's like, you suck. The powerlessness creates an empowerment.
Exactly. And that's why this anecdote is so important, and that's why we all love it so much, is because it says so much about power, that power only exists when you let the other person wield power over you in that way. And if you are Diogenes, you don't need anything from Alexander, and you are not afraid of him. And that means that even though he's Alexander, his power goes up in smoke. And Alexander realizes that in that moment. And that's why he's so impressed with Diogenes. And this is what he takes with him for the rest of his life. And I mean, I think we haven't talked about this yet, but I think sort of one of the places where you really see the difference between the Stoics and the Cynics is when it comes to the question of slavery.
Yes.
And also the difference between Aristotle and Plato and the Cynics and the Stoics, because this is something that was so ingrained in ancient society, was so much a part of everyday life, that for the Stoics, it is wallpaper, right?
Yeah.
It's part of society, and it's something that they do not venture to think outside of, right? And
even Epictetus the slave doesn't seem to go like, this isn't right. It's more like, it's happening to me. I wish it wasn't happening to me, but the idea that the institution itself is an injustice.
Right.
It's remarkable how many centuries it takes us to get around to that.
Exactly. And sort of for Epictetus, for him, he comes to terms with his condition of enslavement by going within and seeking freedom inside of him. And ultimately, this leads the Stoics to really not think about slavery all that much, right? Because they have sort of gone within and decided that inner mental freedom sort of obviates real life slavery in the world. But Diogenes does not make this step, right? And I think this is sort of the most powerful moment where you see that Diogenes is able to think outside of the status quo, and precisely because the world is not necessarily as it should be. There's no reason why the status quo should be good. You don't have to revere it, right? You don't have to try to make sense of it as it is. You can say, no, actually, this is ridiculous. And that is what Diogenes does do centuries before anyone else, and more clearly and more in a much more principled way, to say that this notion of one human being owning another human being is completely absurd. And the Stoics, as much as they take from Diogenes, they don't take that.
Yeah, it's like society needs the sort of freaks and hippies and artists and weirdos who question everything, a lot of which not shouldn't be questioned, but there are good answers to why. And then there's the handful of things that it actually turns out the reasons are pretty spurious.
Yes.
And Diogenes, by effectively rejecting everything, is able to be right about this thing that... What's interesting, too, is like, I feel like the earlier Stoics are more cynical, in more of the Cynics school. And then by the time we get to Rome, now you have so many additional centuries of the status quo being the status quo that it's harder for them to question those things. Like Cato thinks Rome is a republic. By the time it gets to Seneca, there's been so many bad emperors and so much civil war that he's just like, let's just go with the most stable of the people, you know? And by the time it gets to Marcus Aurelius, he's not like the idea in Gladiator that he would give it up is so like, no, like there is that lowercase c conservatism to the Stoics that the more transgressive, radical early Stoics would not have conceived of.
Yeah. And I mean, sort of a more socio-historical way of thinking about that is that sort of like as Stoicism becomes institutionalized and as Stoicism sort of seeps into the upper regions of society, the Stoics start to become people who have much more to lose.
Yes.
And at that point, it becomes much more difficult for them to sort of be as critical and as principled and as questioning as the cynics are.
Upton Sinclair says it's very hard to get someone to understand something that their salary depends on them not understanding.
Right.
It's like the feature and the bug. The Epicureans and the cynics are always on the outside, so they can see things clearly. The Stoics slowly but surely get absorbed to not just be the inside, but kind of the dominant view of the elites in Rome. And so they have not just the sort of fear of change, but they also have, in some cases, good reasons.
Right.
Or not good, but they just go, do you understand the cost? Not like the literal cost, but it's like, that's easy for you to say. You don't have to make said decision. Or you don't have, that's easy for you to say, let me tell you all the reasons why, and that is that's just they evolve further and further from each other to the point of being probably incomprehensible to each other.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, Stoics become so invested. They are insiders in a way. And from the inside, it can be really difficult to see. And if you are no longer communicating with people who are on the outside, then sort of you've lost that opportunity.
Yeah. I also thought the other one where I think the cynics are more right than the Stoics, or it takes a while, is Zeno is not just taught by Crates, but by Crates' wife. And there is an equality of the sexes to us. I mean, there's some misogynistic comments from Diogenes, but there was a kind of equality in the lowliness of cynicism that it takes a while. Takes maybe until Musonius Rufus, who also has these interesting essays on whether women should be taught philosophy, and he says yes, but like as Stoicism gets absorbed into the social hierarchy of Rome, certain questions are no longer asked and certain radical notions of equality go away.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this to me is that Diogenes himself does not explicitly really have an awful lot to say about women other than some off-color remarks, for sure. But it is then with the next generation, with Crates and his wife Hipparchia, that it becomes clear that there's nothing about cynicism that precludes women from participating in it.
Right.
And then it is Hipparchia who sort of takes up, seizes that opportunity. And then it becomes a feature of cynicism, precisely because to be a philosopher and to ask these questions, you do not have to have wealth. You do not have to be sort of a ruling member of your polity, because philosophy has become this much more basic day-to-day thing as it is for Diogenes. And there is virtue in not having anything. And there's virtue in not participating in the polis as a political actor. So all of these things that sort of would preclude a woman from being a serious philosophical actor before are gone in Diogenes' thinking. And then Hipparchia and Crates sort of draw the natural conclusion from it, which was there already at the start. It just wasn't realized in Diogenes' lifetime. And then
he just personally didn't seem to care that much about it.
Right. Exactly. And then once Hipparchia sort of joins the ranks of Cynic philosophy, she becomes a figure who's quite popular in imperial cynicism and featured a lot in the Cynic letters, and sort of her ownership of philosophy becomes important. And I do wonder if that does not also influence Musonius Rufus, who is a little bit of an outlier among the Stoics.
He's not a Roman senator in the way that these other Roman Stoics all seem to come from the best families and inherit power and status.
Yeah. And then Musonius sort of continues to think about this question, why shouldn't women be studying philosophy?
Virtue is virtue. What does it have to do with your genitals?
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing. Yeah. And then also, here he is teaching probably the most Cynic adjacent of the Stoics, right? Epictetus is the closest, I think, because also he sees Rome from the outside and isn't part of the elite. So he is more radical, and he is more indifferent to the things that, Marcus Aurelius is sleeping on a hard mattress by choice.
Right.
Seneca is practicing poverty one day a month. And Epictetus is like, no, this isn't a game.
Right.
This is life.
Yeah. And also, I think when you're reading Epictetus, you hear Diogenes a little bit more than a lot of the other Stoic writing. There's something about Epictetus's insistence, sharpness, wit, and also very much sort of the active, ongoing educational situation that you see in his writings, that he's always in conversation with someone.
Yes.
That sort of
also not a writer, unlike Seneca or Marcus or these others.
Exactly. That feels close to Diogenes.
And then we get the mirror of Alexander and Diogenes when Hadrian, who's obsessed with Greece, stops in and attends Epictetus's lectures.
Right.
And you're just like, again, some people are like, did it happen? Did it not? And it's like, it probably did happen, and it would make sense. And there's something that they probably both would have appreciated in the moment, the irony and the contrast between master and student. It's just a remarkable little scene.
Yeah. And I think for Hadrian, like all of Greek culture, all of the Greek world, was entirely where his heart was. And he was sort of invested in it from head to toe.
There's an element of it where it's like you find out like Paul Ryan's a Rage Against the Machine fan, and you're like, you like it, but you obviously don't fucking get it.
Right.
You know, like Marcus really seems to have sincerely liked the philosophy. Hadrian seems to have really been a student of it, but like effectively puts zero of it into practice. It's like he likes like the images and the symbols, but not any of the ideas.
Yeah. And I mean, I think also that for Marcus Aurelius, the fact that we can read the meditations, but they are not written as public-facing documents, right? I mean, we are really seeing him there in his private moments. So we see him struggling with these things in an honest way that I think is believable and makes sense for a ruler. But in terms of, would Diogenes say, "You've really understood me, Marcus Aurelius," maybe in some moments in the meditations, but not in his actions.
And he would have stamped on his carpets.
Right, yeah, exactly. And, Marcus Aurelius went on being Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah.
And, no matter sort of what he understood, as did Alexander,
Why do you think the three words have been done such an injustice in the English language? Is it as true in other languages like Stoic, Epicurean, Cynic? It's like they're not even in the ballpark of what they meant as philosophies.
Yeah.
When and how does that happen?
So I can speak specifically for Cynics, and I agree with you that all three words have sort of really suffered, but perhaps Cynic the worst, I would say, because it's such a negative word, right? It's like almost exclusively a negative word, cynic with a lowercase c. So when this happens, is in the 18th, 19th century, like late 18th, early 19th century. So up until that time, the word cynic in the vernacular European languages only means a cynic philosopher in the spirit of Diogenes.
Got it.
Okay.
Like it means the philosopher, not an attribute of a person adjacent to the thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Like that latter word does not yet exist.
The uppercase becomes the lowercase.
Exactly. So at this time, the lowercase is introduced. And the lowercase is introduced with reference to Rousseau. And what's really interesting about this is that Rousseau himself aligns himself to some extent with Diogenes, and Diogenes was a very popular figure in the French Enlightenment in general because he places such an emphasis on the human use of reason and is sort of so anti-authoritarian and anti sort of the traditional divisions in society, which is all very much at home in the French Enlightenment. So Diogenes is a popular figure. Uppercase cynic is a positive term. It's about intellectual independence. Then the problem with Rousseau becomes that there is sort of a big mismatch between his philosophy and the way he lives his life.
Yeah, he's a shitty person.
Yes. And he's not ashamed about being a shitty person.
Right. For people that know, he has like 5 kids and he just one after another gives them up for adoption, just doesn't want them.
Yes, yeah. And,
among other things.
And he's very open about this. He's not embarrassed about this at all.
Do you think he's a sociopath or something? What do you think it is?
Oh, I really don't know. I mean, I think what it is, maybe, like when I think about Rousseau and sort of this problem is where Diogenes would say, yes, I've changed my mind, or yes, this is not entirely consistent with me, right? I think Rousseau was trying to make it all fit, right? And sort of that's where he becomes a hypocrite and somewhat crazy, right?
Because I was thinking about this. Rousseau is like if Camus actually had murdered someone.
Right.
You know what? Like if The Stranger wasn't a novel,
right,
and he just murdered someone just to see what it was like.
Right.
Rousseau has elements of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is in reference to Rousseau that this lowercase cynic word is invented, right? And sort of then comes to mean hypocritical or living your life as if there is no difference between good and bad, as if there are no
cynic becomes nihilist.
Exactly.
Basically.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. And sort of the notion that there are no standards of justice and that it doesn't matter, right? It's a very pessimistic worldview, which is the absolute opposite of what Diogenes thinks, right? Diogenes thinks that it is possible to be a good person and to live a good life, and he thinks that this is something that everybody can do, and he wants to teach everybody about this.
Well, he's an idealist in a weird way. You know, they say like a cynic is a spurned idealist. He's not spurned.
Right.
He just believes it, and he believes it to these preposterous extremes, which he, for the most part, puts into practice.
Yeah, it is the fact that he really believes this, right? That to my mind makes that he's absolutely not a lowercase cynic.
Yes.
But I think he is sort of able to be an idealist because he does not pretend to be flawless, right? And there's this other anecdote which I really love, where he says, I'm sort of like a choir director, and I sort of give the pitch to the chorus, but I give it a little bit higher because I know that they will not quite be able to hit the tone. So if they are sort of striving for what I'm singing for them, they will get very far in the right direction. So there is sort of this understanding that, you know, what he is doing is not systematic, is not perfect, right? He is setting a tone for us that we can sort of go towards. And I think it is precisely because of this acceptance of this impurity that you're protected against becoming a spurned idealist, right? Because you were never an absolutist idealist anyway, right? And being an absolutist idealist is so dangerous, because it is impossible, right? And then once you get knocked down, once you sort of fall into the abyss, then what are you going to do, right? Then you're sort of in this place where it's like, well, it's not possible to do the right thing anyway, so why even bother? And none of it matters. That's when you become a lowercase cynic.
Yeah, if Diogenes was a cynic, he wouldn't, in that sense, he wouldn't have spent all this time trying to teach people.
Oh, absolutely.
He would have given up on them. He doesn't like some of the people in Athens, but he seems like he likes the people of Athens more than Socrates does. Do you know
why would you say that?
I just mean well, first off, he manages to be transgressive and different and provocative, and nobody kills him.
Right.
I think in a way, Diogenes has better social skills than Socrates. I can't get over the fact that Socrates goes on trial and 51% of the jurors vote to convict him. And then when he gives his speech at sentencing, 55% vote to convict him to death. He's so obnoxious. They say art is getting away with it. Diogenes, for the most part, gets away with it in a way that Socrates doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think just to go against this idea of being cynical and nasty and antisocial, I think the people of Athens humor Diogenes. Yeah. There is more fondness than you might presume, or it wouldn't have allowed to go on.
Right. Yeah. No, and I think that Diogenes' shamelessness and his give and take, as it were, right, are what sort of there's just something about the moment that allows you to, when you're in an exchange with Diogenes, right? Somebody comes up to him and says, "Did you know that movement is not possible?" Right? And he's trying to sort of open this very theoretical, complex, philosophical dilemma that people were excited about at the time.
Yeah.
And Diogenes just gets up and walks a circle around him.
Yeah. Here's your featherless biped.
Right, exactly. And these moments are so absurd and disarming that they allow you to look at yourself and look at the world differently in that moment, in like a sort of a very performative, direct way. Yeah. Whereas if you're in a conversation with Socrates, and I first fell in love with ancient philosophy because of Socrates, because of Plato, right? These were my first people, my first authors. But often when you read a Platonic dialogue where Socrates is questioning someone, it's like such a slow
Just say
burn.
What you fucking mean, dude.
He makes you think that you're doing so well. He makes you think that you're like onto something, and he's like, oh really? Oh really? Well, let's go to the next step. And then only at the very, very end is like, oh, wait a second. Everything of what I just said is nonsense. And we're only finding out now. Right?
Well, I think there's, in a way, this is an extreme position, but there's something kind of intellectually dishonest about the Socratic method, right? Like, he knows what he thinks, but he never has to say it. He just relentlessly questions you until you question what you thought, and then his implication hangs there. Yeah. Right? Yeah. And I think there's something refreshing about Diogenes, who just says what he means in a clever, straightforward way. Yeah. From the jump.
Yeah, exactly. It's very direct and transparent and quick. It's a performance. It's a
like
moment.
A punk song.
Yeah, it's a moment. It's a punk song that you can share. Yeah. And then you are altered. And I see. I'm going to be like very nuanced here. Like, I think that the Socratic method is amazing, precisely because it takes you through your own arguments, and sort of you go step by step, and you sort of get there yourself, right? And I do think that that's beautiful, and that's really important. It's just that when we
being interrogated by Socrates, though, is different.
Oh, exactly, exactly. And also, like, when we read Plato's account of these interrogations, which of course are written after the fact and are scripted in a certain way, it's just so clear, and it just makes the interlocutor look so bad, and it makes and I agree with you that there are many moments where it does feel like Socrates is being dishonest. Like, you clearly know where this is going. Why does it have to be like this?
Yeah, I think it was Macaulay who said, the more I read about Socrates, the more I understand why they killed him. And Diogenes gets away with it, and that's an impressive feat, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, I think the book is amazing, and I think more people should know who he is, so thank you for writing it.
Thank you so much for talking with me about it.
You want to check out some books real fast?
Yeah, let's do that.
His whole point was that meaning is everything. That if you don't know the meaning of your life, there is no reason for life. And that's one of the three pillars of happiness. There is enjoyment, there is satisfaction, but meaning is absolutely the most important. And that's, of course, the one that is most absent today.
Arthur Brooks, the New York Times best-selling author,
Harvard professor and social scientist who teaches the science of happiness.
You're not alive. That's the glory of God if you're actually not having a full range of human experiences.
Give me something from Aristotle.
Change isn't a distraction from reality. It is reality. That's a big deal.
When his point that virtue is something not that you have as an essence, but is something you are doing and getting better at doing.
That has been super, super influential in my own work. A man can bear any what as long as he has a why. His whole point was that meaning is everything. The human brain, the prefrontal cortex, is designed for you to time travel retrospectively, prospectively, and mindfully. Those are the three time zones that are actually in your head all the time. Mm-hmm. Most people spend the least amount of their time here now. Yeah. That they don't spend their time mindfully. So the great trick, the great Stoic trick, the great Christian trick, the great trick of life is not just to start each day and say, I'm grateful for the things I'm going to enjoy this day. Is to say,
nice to see you.
It's good to see you too. I think you've been on the most out of basically anyone.
It's my third time.
Is that right? Maybe 4.
maybe.
I think you did one remote too. Or I don't know.
That's right. We did a remote one during COVID.
Yes.
That's right. We did COVID remote. And you're on today on my show.
I know. Someone just messaged me.
Yeah. It's a really good interview.
Well, thank you. Well, so here's what I thought we should do. What I'm noticing about your columns, tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you are going through the philosophical schools one by one and saying, like, here's something from each one, which I think people don't do enough, right? Because people are like, I'm a Buddhist, I'm a Stoic, I'm a Christian, and you kind of just stay in your lane.
Right.
And obviously there's something about going really deep into one school of philosophy, but what I like about the ancients is how familiar they were with all the other ancient schools. So I thought maybe we'd just kind of go through them and talk about what they can. One of my favorite lines from Seneca is he says he'll quote a bad author if the line is good.
Yeah.
And he quotes Epicurus more than he quotes any of the Stoics, which I always thought was really interesting.
Right.
That he was not just familiar with his quote unquote opponents, but he really liked their ideas and he could engage in them. So
there's a lot to take from all different ways of thinking.
Yes.
And when it comes to philosophy, but by the way, it's the same thing with behavioral science. You need to, and I can talk about the whole approach that I've taken to the study of happiness for the past 7 years.
Yeah.
I started off by figuring out what was wrong with it. And then I rebuilt it in a particular way that required that I have more than passing familiarity across a bunch of different disciplines and then within the different disciplines as well.
Do you find that they're all saying really similar things, though? Like at the core, when they boil down that there are some essential truths that all the schools have?
No doubt. I mean, no doubt that there is something behind it. There's a basic physics behind it.
Yeah.
But it's funny. It's kind of like that's what Schopenhauer calls Wille, which means will in English. And what that means is that's the ultimate truth that you can't actually see. And so you can get at it.
Yeah.
You can get at it. That's the shadows on the cave wall for Plato, of course. That's also what Hegel would call Geist. You know, that's the ultimate truth behind, which means ghost. And for him, that was kind of God in its way. But you can only get it through a glass darkly, as St. Paul put it.
Yeah.
And so this is this whole thing, right?
You just did it. You just gave me like
there you go.
five people saying the same things.
And we could look at Husserl or any of those guys or, any of those subjectivists who would say that actually there isn't that. But that the reality comes to exist at the moment and at the point of your perception.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right. I think there is an underlying objective reality, but you only get it by coming at it from many different perspectives because when you're sitting only in your home, it's through a glass too darkly.
Well, I've kind of likened it to convergent evolution where like different animals have similar adaptations. So you go, oh, it must have descended from a common ancestor.
Right.
And it's like, actually the common ancestor is just the need. Like it's helpful to have an opposable thumb, or flying is a great way to escape from things that are trying to eat you. And so different species, bats and birds and, apes and different animals have similar things, but you can't actually trace it back to like so one animal, one person figured it out, and then everyone's a branch. What's that line about where it's all table scraps from the feast of Plato or whatever? So, sometimes it's that.
Right.
But a lot of times, like, we actually don't have much evidence of the Buddhists and the Western philosophers overlapping, at least when the ideas were being formed. Later, you're like, wow, it's very similar, and that's kind of the point.
That's the point. So you just gave the biological metaphor of the philosophical, and then there's, of course, the market metaphor. And the market metaphor is what Hayek talked about, which is called emergent order. Emergent order says you need lots and lots of people doing lots of different things in different ways in different places for different reasons. And then what will emerge is a wisdom.
Yes.
The wisdom emerges from the micro decisions of people all over the place.
Yeah.
The truth emerges as you see the similarities between different philosophers coming at it from different angles. The biology will actually produce certain phenomena on the basis of congruent need.
Yeah.
And so it's the same basic idea.
Sure.
And that's why you have to be looking outside your tiny little worldview.
Yeah, they're trying to navigate ships at sea, and they're figuring out different ways of doing it, but there's only so many ways to do it, and it turns out they come up with kind of similar
That's right.
Innovations.
And that's why academics are often so radically wrong while so unbelievably smart, is because we are trained when we get our PhDs not to do that. precisely to not do that. And so you can be just like as great as you could possibly be to try to be right, but going in the wrong direction. You're getting better and better and better at walking 180 degrees off truth.
Sure.
But
you're a specialist in X. Yeah. And so that's the fullness of your domain. You're not going, well, what if there's something totally the opposite of X, or in a totally different discipline or domain? You have tunnel vision.
Exactly. That's why I started my career over on the basis of not doing that 7 years ago.
Okay, so let's start with some schools. Like, what do you think? Should we start with Socrates, who brings the wisdom down from the heavens? What do you think Socrates has to teach your average person about life? Where do we start?
So the average person can learn from Socrates the basic idea of humility, that your knowledge, that your enlightenment will come when you're not blocking that truth with yourself.
Yeah.
When you're not standing in the way with your own shadow of the truth. That's the Socratic idea, that the only thing I know is that I don't know anything. That concept.
Yeah.
And which is, of course, a contradiction in terms, but it's a beautiful contradiction in terms, because when you basically say, I don't know, man, then what you can do, what you're actually doing. So what Socrates would say, if you bring it forward to what a modern, semi-modern psychologist would say, William James, the father of modern psychology, is that Socrates helps us go from the me self to the I self. The me self is that which I'm thinking about myself and my rightness. The I self is that in which I'm just looking at the world and learning.
Right.
And that's humility. The
Socrates
I self
is going around asking questions, not making statements.
He's actually not reflecting on his own brilliance and rightness.
Yeah.
It's sort of a non-defensive understanding of the world. It's an openness to the rest of the world. It's a beautiful kind of outward focus on actually trying to learn things.
One of the things I've been taking pains to point out about Socrates, though, is it's easy to see him as this intellectual figure. Like, he's your academic. He's living off the largesse of the success of Athens. He's, walking around in his toga. Life must have been simpler and easier then. But I think you point out, no, he's in the middle of a great power conflict. He serves in a war.
Right.
He lives through the time of the 30 tyrants. Like, not everyone likes him. Like, he lives in Athens as Athens is going through incredible turmoil, and like, we think of it as classical antiquity.
Right.
To him, it was the most advanced time in human history.
Right.
And it was scary and uncertain and not the past.
Yeah. After any one of these phenomena, we have what's called, what you have in your own life, what we all have, is something that psychologists call fading affect bias. Fading affect bias is that which you look back on prior times, strip out the discomfort from those times, and only enjoy the learning that one got.
Yes.
And so fading affect bias in your own life is, for everybody watching us right now, is that they went to college when they were 18 years old, and they were incredibly lonely and unhappy, and calling mom every single day. Come pick me up. I hate it. And then they go back for their 10-year reunion and 20-year reunion for college, and they're seeing their friends that they met in their first semester of college.
Best years of my life.
Best years of my life. That's fading affect bias.
Yes.
Because they learned a lot and made great relationships, and the discomfort of the moment wasn't there. The discomfort that was Socrates' own life is stripped away and is completely irrelevant, even though it was the most important thing to him.
He had a shitty marriage.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of the things you hear him talk about all the time. And everyone knew. It's like, Socrates did not make a great marriage choice. They did not get along.
Yeah.
And he saw that, though, as a kind of philosophical practice.
Right. And indeed, there are things that each of us deal with all the time. We have children, and soon enough you're going to have teenagers, and let me tell you, it's super fun.
Yeah.
And these are difficult things that occupy most of your brain space.
Yeah.
The current difficulties and, it's a mess.
Yes.
Your life is an actual mess.
Mm-hmm.
But the things that you're doing that will be passed on are not the current mess. It's the salient truth that you'll be able to uncover from time to time. And that's what people remember about Ryan Holiday. And that's a lot about what you'll remember about these years for yourself as well.
Yes. Okay, so Plato comes from Socrates.
Right.
What do you think Plato's main teaching for people is?
There's so much.
Sure.
I mean, there's so much.
Yeah.
For me, this is where as we were talking about a little bit earlier, this is the first time that we start to see there's a truth. There's a transcendent truth.
Yeah.
You can't see it, but we're changing all the time. The changes are kind of a distraction from the ultimate truth.
Yeah.
But there's an ultimate truth that underlies all of this stuff. And a lot of people, by the way, are true Platonists. They're true Platonists because they believe that change is extraneous and the unchanging is actually the reality. And that's a very, very Platonic ideal of what's going on. And that's the whole idea that came to all the way up to the 19th century existentialist philosophers and even absurdists who said there's an underlying truth. I mean, Hegel, Schopenhauer, etc. They believed that too, and they were highly Platonist in this way.
You mentioned the cave. I think the allegory of the cave is one of Plato's most interesting concepts, which is the idea that there is this truth, but most of us are looking at shadows. We're chained in a cave, he said, and we can sort of see out on the outer parts of the cave, light being reflected, and we see these shadows. We don't know what they are.
There is a reality, and all we get is the shadows, and we have to do the best that we can with the shadows to figure out what's going on.
Yes.
Right.
And then we escape from the cave.
Exactly right. But there is this truth, unchanging truth.
Yes.
And all the dynamics and things of it are what confuse us, and we have to sort of triangulate across the images as best we can.
Yeah, and we discover what this truth is having left the cave. So Plato says you escape from the cave, you get some sense that, oh, what I was looking at before are only shadows.
Right.
And as I understand it, he believes that then the role of the philosopher, the human being, is you're obligated to try to come back and communicate to the other people in the cave what those shadows were.
Right. Your obligation is, once you actually have greater enlightenment, is to share that particular enlightenment.
Yes.
Which goes forward into all sorts of schools that people aren't even aware of.
Well, Buddha wrestles with this exact thing.
Well, this is super important. And so, I've worked with the Dalai Lama for the last 12 years. And the Dalai Lama says that you can't actually benefit from meditation until you stop trying to get the benefit from meditation. I say, ooh. He says, this is why I tell Westerners not to become Buddhists, because they're doing it for the wrong reason. I said, what's the wrong reason, Your Holiness? And he says, you want to meditate so you feel better. You need to meditate so the whole world will feel better. That's an incredibly Platonic idea.
Yes.
Right? The whole idea for you to find enlightenment is so that you can bring it to others.
Yes. And Buddha wrestles with, should I just continue to pursue my own enlightenment, or should I teach enlightenment? Should I take on students? And there is this kind of obligation, and I think you could trace it to this idea in Plato, but in all the schools of thought, that with insight and understanding and wisdom comes responsibility.
Right. And so the whole concept is, what does the monastic life mean?
Yeah.
Under the circumstances. And that's a really interesting medieval Christian idea, actually from the time of St. Benedict in the 6th, 7th, 8th centuries, early on. But then into the Middle Ages of the scholastics, what are you supposed to do if you're actually monastic? And the whole idea is teach other people, like St. Thomas Aquinas, or are you supposed to actually just pray for other people? Or are you just supposed to be a pure contemplative?
Right.
What is the right approach to that? And Plato would have a strong view.
Well, and the Stoics and the Epicureans have this debate too. Should we participate in public life or not?
Right.
And
what does it mean to participate in public life? Of course, there's another wrinkle on that.
Yes, of course. We'll get to them in a second.
Because you are. Yeah. Even though presumably you're not going to run for public office.
Yeah, I do think the ancients had a much more limited definition of public life because there were only so many ways to contribute. Running an enormous company that employs thousands of people might be making a far bigger difference than being a senator. And also
and yet you're a lot more in public life like Plato. You personally. You're doing the public intellectual gig. It's just that you have the means to disseminate these ideas way, way, way beyond anything he could have imagined.
Yes. And although the irony is, I had James Rahman here, and he wrote this book, Plato and the Tyrant, where Plato's forays into politics are a cautionary tale against thought leaders and intellectuals sometimes participating in public life because he was an easy mark, which is interesting.
Easy mark for?
Dionysus? The tyrant. He goes and he advises a king who is making pretensions about wanting to be a philosopher king, but really wants to be a tyrant with the propaganda and the reputation. Yeah, exactly. And Plato is complicit in it in the way that, a generation or two later, many generations later, Seneca and Nero fall into the same.
And in other words, intellectuals are easy to roll.
Yes, because you don't have the experience and you don't necessarily even understand what you represent to the people in power and how you can be a tool for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about the Cynics? I find the Cynics to be fascinating, Diogenes being the most famous of them. But I feel like they have a lot to teach us in today's very materialistic world.
To begin with, we don't understand them.
Yeah.
Because we cast aspersions to people who are cynical.
Yes.
I mean, the whole idea of the skeptics and the cynics, different schools, of course.
Yes.
That there's something that's kind of suspect about the character. You don't want to be a cynical person because you're just negative all the time, and that's exactly getting it wrong.
Yes.
How do you characterize the school of cynicism?
I say they're like the punk rockers of the philosopher world. They are transgressive and radical by taking it too far, actually providing us insights about sort of a moderate middle ground. If everyone lived as Diogenes lived, the world would be a horrible place.
Yeah.
But if everyone lived according to ambition and trying to, make as much money and get as much power and valued all the wrong things, you also get a really bad society.
Right.
And he's not the court gesture, because that's almost too dismissive, but he's like the hippie sort of going, none of this matters, man. And in so doing, gets us to
not even
reconsider
saying none of it matters. He's saying this is stupid.
Yes.
So it's worse than whatevs.
Yeah. Right. He's making fun of your suit and your tie and your fancy car.
Right.
I mean, the famous story about Diogenes that I love is he has very few possessions, but he walks up to the well, and he gets a cup of water, and a young boy runs up and gets water with his hands. And Diogenes realizes that even here, having reduced what he thought his needs were to nothing, actually has one more that he can get rid of, and he smashes his cup on the ground.
What a piece of work. Imagine me marry that guy.
Yes, I don't think you want to. Although, so Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, his philosophy teacher was named Crates, and I'm forgetting Crates' wife's name, but she was a famous Cynic philosopher too. So we tend to think of it as this primarily male world, but there were fascinating cynical philosophers in marriages, which, if they were totally abstaining and rejecting all convention, they would have rejected even that. And then the skeptics
who just knew nothing.
Yeah.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
Who just, they banked on knowing nothing. Mm-hmm. So no matter what, they say, I don't know.
And sometimes the extreme cases tell us something. Like, it's not that is it's not exactly a defensible position or a scalable position, but in the extremeness of it, gives us color and another angle to understand ourselves.
Right. And there's a humility to it.
Yeah.
There's a real humility to it. So there's a kind of a pose with the cynics, and there's an anti-pose with the skeptics. And so they're quite different in this particular way. The cynics are interesting because what they do is they can make you realize that life is hilarious.
Yeah.
And by the way, you go fast forward in history and you find that a lot in Nietzsche.
Yep.
So the whole competitive set of ideas between what the Greeks were doing, which is that essence precedes existence, and then what the existentialists were doing in the 19th and 20th centuries, which is that existence precedes essence. In other words, meaning either comes before you're born, or you're born and then you find your meaning. That's the big conflict between ancient philosophy and Christian philosophy and all the things that you and I are stock and trade, and what the modern existentialists do. And Nietzsche's like, no. There is no essence. There is no meaning. It's like, so how am I supposed to live? Just to have a good laugh, man.
Yeah.
Just have a good laugh.
Well, the humor of the philosophers is not something I think your average person is clued in on.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because philosophy seems dry, philosophy seems academic, philosophy seems confusing, and then
It's all of the above in many cases.
But you read Diogenes the Cynic, and you're like, oh, this dude's fucking hilarious.
Yes. Yeah,
and he's a badass. Like, he goes up to Alexander the Great comes up to him as he's sunbathing, and Alexander the Great says, I'm the most powerful man in the world. What can I do for you? And Diogenes looks at him, having reduced his needs to nothing, and says, you can stop blocking the sun. Get out of my way. And, that's not just funny, but it's badass.
Yeah, and Nietzsche is hilarious too, by the way, and probably the best writer of all the 19th century absurdists and existentialists.
Yeah,
he's a beautiful writer, incredible writer. It's really, really worth reading Nietzsche, even in English.
Well, let's flash forward. What do you think Nietzsche has to teach your people? Where would you go?
To truly question your understanding of essence and existence.
Okay.
And it's really, really worth understanding, because the biggest problem philosophically, and by the way, scientifically, and in terms of almost everything that we do, is an inability or unwillingness, or just an ignorance about our own assumptions going in.
Yeah.
that's a huge problem because it's garbage in, garbage out, effectively. But that doesn't mean that your assumptions are garbage. But if you don't question them, it's very, very hard to grow because you're constrained to the philosophical outline that you've been given based on your assumptions. And a lot of what Nietzsche is talking about is questioning this fundamental algorithm of life, which is, did your life have meaning before you were born? Or were you born and have to go find your life's meaning? And he breaks it all apart like, smashing his cup.
And he has a lot more to question. Like Socrates has, a couple hundred years of philosophy to question.
Right.
Nietzsche has 2,500 years and 2,500 years of, Christian teachings too.
Right.
He's kind of inherited a stabler world.
Sort of, although I strongly suspect that Socrates was relying on a lot that simply wasn't written down.
Yeah,
in oral traditions. Yeah, the priests, and who were very sophisticated, but we don't know.
Yeah.
And what Nietzsche had was a lot of stuff that had been written down.
Yeah.
And so the Socratic tradition was writing stuff down that had been preserved in the oral tradition.
Yeah.
And who knows what's a bigger library?
That's true.
Right?
That is the interesting thing about, the ancient world is we tend to compress it down into this period.
Yeah.
We go Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, they're all kind of around the same time. Diogenes is in there. And you're like, Zeno to Marcus Aurelius is like 600 years, or
it's like 300 BC to 300 AD or something like that.
Yeah, it's a huge swath of time. Like the Roman philosophers would have come to Greece as tourists. Right. And said, look at these ancient ruins.
I know.
And
it's like going and looking at the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia or something.
Yeah. But much older in many cases, right? Like it would have gone through, it would have been built and rebuilt and then destroyed by an earthquake and then ravaged by the Persians and then rebuilt. They would have just seen generation after generation and generation. They would have experienced it differently. They would have been still polished and shiny in some cases, but like they would have come and gone. The smartest people who ever lived centuries ago walked where I'm walking.
Right.
And it's like we're all tourists going back to this period is kind of a beautiful idea.
It is. And the thing, however, I think it's always worth remembering is that no doubt in the time of Socrates, he was looking back to philosophies that have been that he could chart back to the ancient Egyptians.
Yes.
And that was that. So Socrates was as far ago from us as the Egyptians were to him. Mm-hmm. And that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
And if we move over to India, for example, I mean, the Hinduism is a 6,000-year-old religion. Lord Krishna lived in Mathura in the Hindi heartland.
Yeah.
6,000 years ago. And there's a little bit written, but the whole point is that the idea has reached us. And for us to say knowledge is limited to what's been written down in books is like for our kids to say knowledge is limited to what's on the internet.
Yeah.
It's the same basic idea. And that's actually obviously not true for all sorts of reasons.
Yeah, that this is a thing that goes way back. And sometimes we read something from Socrates or you read something in Meditations and you go, that's a beautiful idea. And you don't realize that is them riffing on things. Like what I love is when you there's this play by Joseph Addison called Cato that was popular in the 18th century. And once you read it, you go, oh, like 80% of what the founders were saying was just them quoting this play like we might say immigrants to get the job done or like you quote The Godfather or something.
Right.
It was
a cultural
so long,
touchstone at the time.
We lose the illusions that they're riffing on. And in some cases, if you really go in, you go, oh, actually, okay, the footnote is telling me this comes from a play from a line from a play by Euripides or whatever. But if most of it was oral, we wouldn't know.
There's no way.
That actually Socrates is a recycler.
Yeah. Of course he's a recycler. That's the point. And that's exactly the whole point of what we're discussing here. You're not going to be doing good work unless you're mostly recycling. So the body of knowledge, when it's actually useful, is like sourdough bread, right?
Sure.
And that means it has this old thing in it.
Yeah, the starter.
And the starter is the most important thing in sourdough.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. And it can be really old. Or, the yeast in bread can go back, literally the ancient Egyptians is what it comes down to. And if you don't have it, you don't have bread. and the truth is that, I mean, it's probably, as you know, you and I, we do a lot of talks on the outside. It's kind of what we do for a living. And, 20% has got to be some old stuff that you've been working on and the jokes that that work and the big ideas. And that's the spine of your talk, of your new talk.
Yes.
If it's 100% new, it sucks.
Yeah, because you're doing it by trial and error with a new audience.
And this is a profoundly conservative worldview, by the way. But I think it has the virtue of being largely correct, is that when somebody comes out of left field with a completely new way of seeing human nature, it's always wrong. And it's actually destructive and dangerous.
Well, it hasn't been tested in actual human experience yet. And it hasn't been through boom times and depressions, wars, and if you came up with some totally new philosophy, it might sound really great, it might work great in a TikTok, but does it have 1,000 years of human
That's just the problem with utopianism. That's the problem with utopianisms all throughout history. Is that they've always been a failure and led to large-scale destruction, death, and suffering, precisely because they're not sourdough.
Old wine in new skins, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is that of course, is from the Gospels, and it says that old wine in new skins breaks the new skins.
Okay, so let's go to the epic. Well, we skipped Aristotle. Give me something from Aristotle.
So, of course, Aristotle was almost forgotten until the Middle Ages and considered, and also ran to Plato, because everybody was a Neoplatonist in the Middle Ages. So by the time you get to the 12th and 13th centuries, you have Averroes and you have Maimonides and, of course, Thomas Aquinas from the three great Southern European Abrahamic traditions. And they were all Platonists. But especially Aquinas, he rediscovered Aristotle and brought Aristotle to what at the time was a modern audience.
Yeah.
And he said, this is the guy. This is the guy. I mean, Plato's okay, but Aristotle, he's the guy. Why? Because he was a full spectrum scientist. But there was also this one weird thing that he did that Plato didn't do. He said that change isn't a distraction from reality. It is reality. That's a big deal. That's the whole idea that dynamism is the essence of reality itself. And so you as a person are different than who you were and who you're going to be. And that change, that first derivative of Ryan-ness, is the essence of Ryan-ness. And that's a pretty big deal when you think about it, because that's just the dynamic understanding of oneself, and to be celebrating the change. And that has a lot to do with how we understand modern behavioral science. The underlying unchanging essence of ourselves is not very interesting to us. What we want to make is progress.
Yeah.
We're just like, progress. That's the essence of what a good life is really all about.
When his point that virtue is something not that you have as an essence, but is something you are doing and getting better at doing.
That has been super, super influential in my own work.
Yeah.
Which is this 1/3 philosophy, 1/3 neuroscience, 1/3 behavioral science is kind of the three parts of the pie, as I'm putting it in there. That I started off doing this work years ago saying, I want to find the secret to happiness. And it's wrong, because you can't be happy. What you can be is happier.
Yes.
Which is, there's the Aristotelian notion as opposed to a Platonic notion.
Yeah.
You can get happier. And the goal is putting your life on a jagged, messy path toward happierness.
And his definition of happiness, eudaimonia, maybe give us that definition. Because it's not, I think when people think happy, they think grinning from ear to ear, living your best life, and it's not quite that.
Well, it's not that at all, actually. So the biggest mistake that the moderns make is thinking that happiness is an emotion. Happiness is a feeling. It's not. It's not even one of the basic emotions, according to behaviorists who do work on emotions, the basic emotions researchers. Happiness has feelings associated with it, like Thanksgiving dinner has a smell. So feelings are evidence of happiness, which is really, really important thing to keep in mind, because if you're actually looking for the feeling per se, that you're searching for a vapor, you're going to be about as nourished as if you were trying to get the ultimate smell experience on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
Happiness is enjoyment and satisfaction and meaning. That's what happiness is all about. And that experience of going from pleasure to enjoyment, which is what it means to grow up and be a responsible person, but also to be a happier person, to derive satisfaction, which is joy that comes from accomplishment after struggle, and meaning, finding the meaning of your life, the why of your existence. There's tons of suffering in that.
Yes.
Tons of suffering in all three of those bins, which is, and that's very Aristotelian. Eudaimonia means a good life well lived. There's not an adequate translation. I mean, we all struggle with actually what does eudaimonia mean. It's the good life.
Yeah.
And the good life has lots of suffering in it. And so therefore the modern eliminationist strategy which is to say that if you're feeling sad and anxious, you're broken and you need therapy.
Yeah.
That is profoundly anti-Aristotelian, but it's also an exercise in futility, because you can't get enjoyment, satisfaction, and meaning unless you're like suffering.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah. It's
which is Stoic, by the way.
Of course. Yeah. He's saying that you have to be doing the things that humans were meant to do.
Right.
And specifically, what were you meant to do? So it's a lot of like, when people talk, I got to find my purpose. Like that's what Aristotle's saying. When you get there, you're a lot closer to happiness than anything else.
Which is why, Aristotle was a great theorist, and the Stoics are very practical.
Yeah.
I mean, they're working out eudaimonia. That's the Stoic philosophy is like, how do we do this thing? How do we get this eudaimonia? And a lot of it is like, get the hell out of bed.
Yeah.
Which is this, and is extremely Aristotelian in its way.
Yeah, I think this is more Stoic than Aristotelian, but it's like, what are the things that I'm glad I did after that I hated while I was doing it? Like going for a run, you feel great after.
Right.
It's not that fun while you're doing it. Jumping in a cold plunge. You don't love the period of jumping in. You don't love as you come up for it, but you love 20 minutes after.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Do you love writing books or having written books?
Well, they said that's the joke, that painters like painting and writers like having written.
Yeah.
I try to make a distinction between writing and publishing. Writing is in my control. Publishing is not.
Yeah.
So like, sure. Am I done? Am I glad to be done with a book? And is there something about that? Because books involve suffering, and as all projects do. So I get that. I do make a distinction though. Like I actually try to work on enjoying doing the thing. Yeah. Because it's the only part of it that's up to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a really important thing to keep in mind, because there is a lot of suffering. But in the dynamics of the whole thing, if there's nothing good for you in the journey, then you'll fall prey. Sure as we're sitting here to the arrival fallacy, a very well-known phenomenon that says, when I get to the end, then I will feel pure bliss.
Yes.
Which is, it's axiomatically wrong.
If the whole thing is suffering, then you need external results to make it worth the suffering.
Right.
You have to figure out how actually you enjoy practice.
Right.
Like you enjoy the doing of the thing.
And then the question becomes, which is a very Stoic and both Aristotelian, kind of a Stoic.
Yeah. Yeah.
He set the ships in motion, I guess.
Yes.
Is how much did you enjoy the suffering?
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. People are like, they try to dichotomize. And they say the process should have enjoyment, but it also has a lot of suffering. And if you only suffer so you can get to the enjoyment at the end, the arrival fallacy will hunt you down and kill you like a dog.
Right.
Which means you'll win the Olympic gold and be depressed for 6 months because you feel like your life is over. The real trick here, the real Stoic trick, is enjoying the suffering.
Yes.
Do you enjoy the suffering?
I do. I've had to work at it. I don't think you're just naturally there, because there's this part of you that wants to avert and avoid suffering wherever possible. But then I try to go, this is actually like a dream. Like I get to do this. This is my job. I'm very lucky. And I try to enjoy it and then try not to rush through it also.
And this is probably the most profound Aristotelian point of all, which is because he was a good biologist as well as a philosopher. And he asserted in many, many places in the writings that human beings have kind of two spaces that they can live in. There's animal impulse and there's moral aspiration.
Yeah.
Animal impulse and moral aspiration. And now we know why. The reason that we actually have a choice of living in one of these two spaces is because we have a prefrontal cortex that's astonishing in its complexity, beyond any supercomputer that exists or will exist. I mean, it's 1/3 of our brain by weight. And, your dog's prefrontal cortex is wafer thin, which is why it has only animal impulse.
Yeah.
But if you follow what Mother Nature is telling you, what your urges are, all you'll do is the things that will immediately slightly raise your odds of survival and passing on your genes.
Yeah.
Aristotle points out, as do all the good philosophers and religious traditions, that you can actually choose to stand up to Mother Nature, to stand up to your animal impulses and live in your moral aspirations. And when you're making that choice, the suffering is sweet.
Yeah.
That's the point. This is a key point of Aristotle and everybody else, by the way.
Okay. All right. So I think we can skip the Stoics to get enough of that here. Tell me about
They can't get enough here. They can't get enough.
Tell me about Epicurus.
Epicurus, well, of course, who is way before Epictetus.
Yes.
I mean, it's 250 years before?
Greek, Roman.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Epicurus predates a lot of this stuff. And Epicurus, who is completely misunderstood today.
Yes.
Because it's the whole idea of eudaimonia versus hedonia.
Yeah.
Right? And hedonia, which is hedonist and hedonic, and all these words come from it, as if it's the pursuit of unbridled pleasure. That's actually not right in a bunch of different ways. Pleasure is a limbic phenomenon that occurs in the limbic system, an ancient console of tissue that's up to 40 million years old, predates Homo sapiens. That's what produces your emotions, negative and positive, which you need to survive and thrive, to be sure. If you hit the lever of pleasure over and over and over again, you're tapping the limbic system, and you're being managed by those pleasures. That's the reason that, your friends from high school that wanted to feel good all the time are still living in their mom's basements because they couldn't make anything of their lives because they were being managed by their limbic systems.
Delayed gratification is that other part.
Yeah, well, it's among other things. I mean, the whole idea that we're talking about here is the other part.
Yeah.
So that's how we think of hedonism. That's not Epicurus. Epicurus talked about enjoyment, not pleasure.
Right.
Pleasure and enjoyment are related, but pleasure is a component part of enjoyment. Enjoyment is pleasure plus people plus memory. And it moves the experience into the prefrontal cortex, the executive centers of the brain, where you can manage your pleasures and you can make permanent memories. And in so doing, that's why it's a component part of happiness, enjoyment. And so if you're doing something that's addictive and you're doing it alone, you're probably doing it wrong.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea. And that's really important to Epicurus, because Epicurus is all about enjoyment, which means he's surrounding himself with people. And they were talking about pleasant, non-conflictive, big ideas and living an extremely deep moral existence. This was not like a constant drunken orgy that was going on.
And I do think the best Stoics had a strong Epicurean streak.
Right. And the first person Epictetus trashed Epicurus, right?
Yes.
And just, it was a complete, it had nothing to do with it was just using him as a foil.
When I think, Epictetus having such a life filled with profound suffering, like the first 30 years of his life, he's a slave.
Yeah.
I think there's probably something about him just at a human level that's like, fuck that guy.
That rich guy. That rich guy in his commune with his weird cult.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything. Nobody broke his leg for sadistic pleasure.
Yeah.
Epicurus never had to see Nero's court.
Right.
He probably looked at Epicurus the way some of us look at an academic philosopher or a guru or something. So you don't live in the real world.
Or Mar-a-Lago.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
there's something where you're like, really?
Yes.
And so for sure, but that's not what Epicurus was all about.
Right.
Epicurus, it was it's libertines, the Berkeley generation of 68, they couldn't have lived with Epicurus.
No.
They wouldn't be able to put up with the rules. Because Epicurus's whole idea is if you're actually going to live in a state of semi-permanent enjoyment, you better not reduce it to pleasure.
Yeah.
You better not reduce it to pleasure. And that's a really important distinction. And so what we can learn from him today is about this pillar of happiness.
Yeah.
Is Epicurean enjoyment, as opposed to Epicurean pleasure, is one of the best ways that you can become happier. It's incomplete.
Yeah.
Indeed, it's incomplete. That's why the Stoics are better on the meaning pillar of happiness. Mm-hmm. The moderns are better on the satisfaction part. And the Epicureans are really, really good on the enjoyment part.
No, and that's why I say you fuse them together and you get something really powerful. Because there's actually something pretty Spartan about Epicurus, right?
Yeah.
He's like, there's a joke about the Spartans that hunger is the best flavor.
Yeah.
And there's something about, for him, he reduces his needs down pretty low. And then he's like, this is great. Everything's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't have to reach for anything. I don't have to go without anything.
Right.
It's all very accessible and practical and realistic. Mm-hmm. He's not saying pleasure is flying in a new Gulfstream to have lunch in Paris. He's saying, this small pot of cheese is miraculous if you think about how it was made and if you savor every bite of it.
That's right. And the whole idea is, on the satisfaction pillar, your animal impulse tells you that it's about what you have and having more, which is the Gulfstream, et cetera, which leads to ruin, absolute personal ruin. Talking about anything else, just personal ruin, because you can never have enough. It's actually better described as what you have divided by what you want.
Yeah.
And the denominator is more important, because a very efficient way to get greater satisfaction in your life is by decreasing the denominator, by wanting less. And so this Epicurean notion of wanting less, wanting less, wanting less, wanting less, and watching your satisfaction rise and rise and rise, or enjoyment in this particular case. But of course, asymptotically, it doesn't work.
Right.
You can't go to wanting nothing.
Yeah.
Because if you want nothing, well, I mean, wanting for nothing, I suppose, that's a heaven, I guess.
Right.
Which is not what he was trying to create.
I think about his garden and the simplicity and the beauty and the long evenings in it. It's a pretty simple thing.
What it is really in modern thinking and in Buddhist thinking, but really in modern thinking, it's really a lot about mindfulness.
Yeah.
And that mindfulness is a very hard thing to do because the human brain, the prefrontal cortex, is designed for you to time travel.
Yeah.
Retrospectively, prospectively, and mindfully. Those are the 3 time zones that are actually in your head all the time. Mm-hmm. Most people spend the least amount of their time here now.
Yeah.
That they don't spend their time mindfully. So Marty Seligman, my great mentor in positive psychology, business of happiness, he says that we shouldn't be called Homo sapiens. We should be called Homo prospectus, because we live in the future.
Yeah.
20 to 50% of your cycles, on average, are living in the future. If you're an entrepreneur or a striver, like the whole audience for this show, it's more like 80% of your time is spent, and you're missing your life. Is the whole, as Epicurus's point is, don't miss your life.
He's saying actually this is better than the vacation that you are pining for. This present moment.
Don't build castles in the sky.
Yeah.
Don't do that. And don't be wishing that you could go backwards in time. Don't be enjoying your memories and don't be enjoying your fantasies. Enjoy this now.
Yeah.
And that's super hard to do. As a matter of fact, there's all kinds of evidence that our brain isn't even designed to do that very well. You know, when you put people in fMRI machines and you say, think about nothing, then you turn on the default mode network, a set of structures in your brain, you'll start thinking about the future automatically.
Well, there's a famous letter that Epicurus writes where he goes like, on this, the happiest day of my life, the day of my death. And that's what the letter opens with. Like, he's trying to, he's saying, and again, for people who think that Epicureanism is hedonism, he's trying to say you can be happy on the day that you die.
Right.
So it's definitely not related to what you have. And it's not because he has some delicious last meal or something. He's just saying, this is the day that I have now, so it's the happiest day of my life.
I'm alive right now.
Yeah.
And being alive right now is awesome.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. And good. We should all try to do that more. I'm not very good at that. Are you?
No. All right, so you mentioned the Buddhists. Maybe
we're going back in time a little bit because Buddha was a contemporary of Socrates.
Yes.
So that was about 500 BC. And this is, of course, a notion that this came out of the Vedic and Hindu traditions. And so Gautama, Prince Gautama, Siddhartha, Hindu prince, completely sheltered from ordinary life, very, very rich. Wonder what's outside the walls of my castle. He goes outside and he sees all this suffering for the very first time in his life and questions everything that he's ever been taught. This is, approximately 500 BC. Decides to, figure it out on his own, becomes a complete ascetic, right? Just like the mendicant ascetics, everything. It doesn't eat anything, is starving, miserable, the whole thing. And he realizes that in itself is a form of attachment.
Yeah.
That asceticism is a form of attachment. And under the Bodhi tree, where he's sitting, which is still, famous metaphor for all kinds of enlightenment that we would get, he figures out the eightfold path of Buddhism. But fundamentally, that philosophy is based on these 4 noble truths. The first is that this is dukkha in Sanskrit. Life is suffering. That's actually not a good translation. It should be, and you'll appreciate this as a Stoic, life is dissatisfaction. That's what it really should be, because it is. It's not satisfying.
It's not the way you want it to be.
And there's a reason for that. We're aspirational creatures, which is why we're so unhappy and we're so successful.
Yeah.
Because we're in the hunt. Okay, so this is animal impulse versus moral aspiration. Okay, the second noble truth is that the source of our dissatisfaction is attachment to worldly things.
Yeah.
The third noble truth is that the secret to actually breaking free from this dissatisfaction is detachment from these things. Mm-hmm. And the fourth, and you're like, okay. And then the fourth noble truth is the eightfold path of Buddhism, which is the rest of your life and a whole bunch of other lives.
Yeah.
It's like, is what it comes down to, which is why Buddhism is hard.
Yeah.
It's a really, really hard thing. But this sets in motion this whole idea that, and it's a fundamentally non-theistic religion, whereas Hinduism that it sprang from is profoundly theistic.
Yeah.
And at its core, and what people don't really understand about Hinduism, it's not a thing. It's a family of related religions in the Indian largely in the Indian subcontinent, with a few other outposts like Bali, that that where they're related, but there are very non-trivial differences between the variants of it. Fundamentally, at its most esoteric forms, it's profoundly monotheistic. And it's very much like Christianity insofar as that you have Brahman, which is the Godhead, has Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, which are the three manifestations, 3 in 1, kind of a trinity, and then a whole bunch of other avatars and manifestations of God. The Buddhists are real different than that. Yeah. Really come out of a very different tradition than that. And that's why Christianity is much closer to Hinduism than it is to Buddhism. We think of the karmic religions as kind of all the same. Yeah. Big differences, as it turns out. And Buddhism took over almost the whole subcontinent for hundreds of years. Right. And then there's a Reconquista where Hinduism came back. And the reason that this Indian subcontinent is largely Hindu today is because of the claim, the argument based on sort of evangelists that were going through the countryside saying, don't you want God? Yeah. You want God, don't you? Don't you want to have a relationship with God who loves you, God who created you? And people are like, yeah, I want that. I want
Again, that convergent evolution, that there is some part of the human condition that wants that. Yes. Needs it.
Yeah, and anthropologists have studied this whole and again, for those who are Hindus who are like, throwing stuff at the laptop right now, sorry, I mean, this is
this is the religious studies interpretation.
Yeah, well, this is a Catholic who spent the last 12 years studying with the Dalai Lama. Okay, so which is I plead appropriate humility, on this. But this is a really interesting thing because today we lump the karmic religions together and the Abrahamic religions together. But in this case, Buddhism is super different than the Abrahamic religions, and especially different than Christianity. The goal of which is to live forever. Yeah. The Buddhist goal in its essence is to break out of the cycle of birth and rebirth, which because life is suffering, and stay dead, man.
Yeah, to embrace the impermanence of it all. So the Bhagavad Gita is a Hindu.
It's one of the Hindu holy books, and that's the epic adventure of Lord Krishna, who's an avatar of Vishnu, the god Vishnu.
What is it? What do you think that teaches us?
So a lot, because it's this huge.
It's like the Odyssey.
It's like the Odyssey, basically. Yeah. And what it is that it's supposed to teach you about life itself. Mm-hmm. It's the experiences of this guy who is an avatar, who has got heavenly side. It's sort of kind of the homeostatic union of metaphysical and physical in this guy, in this Lord Krishna. And fundamentally, it's about him living this earthly existence, but with a heavenly will. Yeah. And the way I read it, and again, with appropriate humility, is that this is an opportunity for everybody to understand that they're spiritual beings living a physical existence, that you are too. Yeah. You would say in Christianity, there's a Christ-likeness to Ryan. And that when to understand the metaphysical essence of who you are, not to be Gnostic, not to say that the body falls away because it's unimportant. On the contrary, it's the fusing of these two things. That's the essence of life itself. And that you can have a profoundly metaphysical, spiritual, transcendent existence in your ordinary life of like going into battle and marrying a girl and having your kids and paying your bills and all that.
Each one of us is kind of a microcosm of this larger spiritual.
Yeah, and so people see themselves in Lord Krishna. Yeah, that's they kind of they see themselves in Ulysses. Yeah, they see themselves. That's the whole point of a lot of these great epic.
It's the hero's journey, but from India.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, and that's because there's nothing new under the sun. Sure. But back to the point that you were making a minute ago, though, that anthropologists have found that there are no civilizations ever found that are not religious. What that suggests is that humans are built to worship. Humans are built to. It doesn't mean every single person is religious, because there's a ton of different experiences and just physical differences between people, to be sure. And the psychology being the biology, you might not have a very, strong religious tendency. You might or might not. Yeah. And different people do. But the whole point is, in the main, humans are made to worship. That's a very, very strong hypothesis supported by the data.
It's interesting how easy it is to do the kind of religious studies interpretation of all the religions but your own. You can be like, this is what they taught, this is where they lived, this is how it evolved, this is what it meant, this is the technology in it, like this is the way it worked. But it was fascinating to me in Athens this summer. You're standing at the painted porch, the Stoicophile, where Stoicism comes, and you go, wait, so St. Paul came here, met with the Stoics, and then they walked up together next to the Acropolis, and he gave the one of the most famous speeches in all of Christianity. Right. And when you just read the Christian version, you're like, this is the Christian. You're not thinking that all these faiths and ideas are are intermixing with each other and walking the earth. Like Jesus and Seneca are alive in the same time in the Roman Empire.
Right,
and
for sure.
They're both teaching philosophical teachings. One we come to call a religion, and the other stays philosophy. But what do you think philosophically the broad strokes Christian tradition can teach us?
And that's harder for me because I'm in the middle of
That's
it.
what I mean.
So that's something like I go to mass literally every day, and so so that's and so for me that's you're a Stoic. I'm a Catholic.
Yeah,
and
I also grew up Catholic. So.
Yeah. So you've got some of that wiring, but
I think that's why Stoicism lands with me, because they have the same cardinal virtues.
Well, yeah, for sure. But also, it's worth pointing out that one of the reasons, Catholicism, Christianity is unbelievably imperialistic.
Yes,
it just give me that. That's good. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
You mean imperialistic in that they just take from
totally.
anything and then absorb it, and they go, we invented this.
It's sort of the America of religions.
Yes, they like to Columbus things.
It's a melting pot, and which is not to say that it's not true. On the contrary, I actually believe, I really, really believe it as a person. But I recognize that the best way for you to understand it, even from the inside, is by understanding the influences from the outside.
Yes.
That's a really important thing to do. And even in the ancient world, by the way, there was a lot of Eastern philosophy that was worming its way into it, because there were a lot of people coming from all over the place. I mean, you look at what in the Acts of the Apostles, what was going on in early Christianity, and they talk about people meeting from all over the world.
Sure.
And so the idea that somehow, because of the internet, we're able to see what's going on, no, them too.
Yeah, we think of the Romans as being like blonde with blue eyes or something, and it's like
Denmark or something, right?
Yeah, it's like, no, there's profoundly influenced by Carthage and Turkey and, the Romans land in China during Marcus Aurelius's reign.
Right.
And so you're like, they're all intermingling.
Right.
But anyways, what's the main Christian philosophical truth that we need?
The Christian philosophical truth, the advance, as far as I see it. And again, this is where my humility has to hit its apogee, because I'll be learning this for the rest of my life. And my wife's a theologian, by the way, so I'm getting it, mainlining it at home all the time. So Christianity is purely about the space of moral aspiration. Right? It doesn't deny that there is animal impulse. It doesn't say that animal impulse is evil, but it's all about getting as far into being the person that you're meant to be, which is in the image of God, as you possibly can. And it's a worked out version of the entire method of actually how to do that. And so often, people ask, okay, so what at its essence, what is it? Your animal impulse for you to live the best possible life is sort of three principles.
Yeah.
And the three principles are love things, use people, and worship yourself. That's animal impulse. And the reason is because stuff out there is just like, I want a bigger cave. I want more animal skins. I want more buffalo jerky. I want
more
use
camels.
People. In the ancient environment, we lived in bands of 30 to 50 individuals.
We owned slaves and conquered.
But even before that, I mean, in our environment. And so even in the time of, the ancient philosophers, they were still, that was a graft from the human brain that had been evolved 250,000 years ago, which hasn't changed very much.
No.
And we've had more or less the same intelligence since the beginning of the Pleistocene.
Right.
About 250,000 years ago. And so we're designed to be a kin-based hierarchical species, and we want to rise in that. And that means that other people are there for our pleasure and advancement.
Yes.
That's how we see other individuals. And now, of course, we bond to them as kin, and we have, all this brain, this biochemistry that makes us, you see your kids and oxytocin goes, right, et cetera. But fundamentally, people are there for your pleasure and use.
Yeah.
And then you're the center of everything, because, the prefrontal cortex has got you in the psychodrama, which in the psychodrama is, it's Ryan's lunch and Ryan's money and Ryan's podcast and Ryan's bookstore and Ryan. It's so boring.
Yeah.
And so the result is the world of animal impulse. It makes you animal successful and utterly miserable. And God, according to the Catholic Church, according to the Christian religion, can set you free to your moral aspirations. And that has a different formula.
It's kind of interesting. I'm just thinking, it's like, this is kind of the transition from Old Testament to New Testament, right? Like, right. It's like clans and families and people doing fucked up stuff to each other. Then Jesus and everything after Jesus is about this moral aspiration.
That's the new covenant.
Yes.
The new covenant, which is that, today I give you a new teaching.
Yeah.
Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Matthew 5:44, the Sermon on the Mount, sums it up, right? And the summary is the Shema, which is Deuteronomy 5. You will love the Lord your God with all your heart and all all your soul, and all your means in the original translation. That means everything you got.
Yeah.
You're going to love the Lord. And then Jesus says, and you'll love your neighbor as yourself.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Hillel's summary, he's asked to define Christianity while standing on one leg, and he says, love thy neighbor as thyself, all the rest is commentary.
Yeah.
Would you, you feel like that's a fair summary?
Yeah, except the Shema is incredibly important, which is to love God. Love by God. No, love God. And that's huge because everything in that is about faith.
Right.
Like somebody you can't see, with whom you have apparently one-sided conversations, a lot of cumbersome rules. Yeah. Love him. And that's really important. Why? Because Aquinas in 1265 defined love as to will the good of the other as other, notwithstanding your feelings. Which is super important. Very stoic. Very stoic. To love is to will the good of other people, whether you feel it or not, because it's not a feeling.
It's an action.
It's an action. It's an action. It's a decision. It's a commitment.
Right.
And that's huge, and that's really, really central to Christianity, and that really gets to the Christian formulation of a good life, which is the formula, which is different. Remember, it's like love things, use people, worship yourself.
Yeah.
You just kind of change the verbs and nouns around. Use things.
Right.
Yeah, man. Abundance.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Dominion over the.
Yeah, for sure. But it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. Love people. Love people. Because that's what we're made to do, that's what we were just talking about.
Sure.
And worship the Lord.
Right.
And worship God. Because only God is made for worship.
Sure.
And that's the Christian teaching for the life that we want to live, which is the life of the people we're supposed to be.
Right.
That was sort of that simple formula.
And it's interesting that the Romans clash with the Christians so much, and you realize what a radically transgressive idea Jesus is bringing into the world by saying, love thy neighbor as thyself. Good Samaritan, care about...
Love your enemies.
Right, but care about the people that the Roman Empire uses up and smashes and destroys when they get in its... Like, when you read about the Roman Empire, as fascinating as it is, you go, unless you're the emperor or a senator or one of the families, it's a shitty place to be.
Right.
And so what the Christian sort of invention is that no, it's actually, the meek shall inherit the earth. It's the little guy that actually matters.
Right.
That's who this is all about. Yeah. That's who you have to care about.
And the Roman philosophy of might makes right is articulated again and again throughout history, most notably with Nietzsche, and then Ayn Rand. I mean, it comes back and it comes back and it comes back. The defense against that is always Christianity. Yeah. Christianity is always the defense. No. Read it again. Read it again. The truth of the matter is this, and the whole concept of the Enlightenment, as problematic as it is for Christianity, comes from the idea that and again, this is Matthew 5:44 in the Sermon on the Mount, where he says this Jesus says this crazy thing. He says, you have heard that you should hate your enemies and love your friends. Today I give you a new teaching: love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. The most transgressive teaching of all time, which is use things, love people, worship God. It's the gospel of love, notwithstanding your feelings, is what it comes down to. This Stoic principle that comes through the metaphysics of the Stoic principle is what it comes through.
It's like fight against that lower part of your nature to aspire to the Christ-like part of your nature.
That's what you want to do, and that will give you the best life. That will give everybody the best life. That's who you're supposed to be. That's how you get to heaven, and heaven starts here.
Yeah.
Is its whole way. But by the way, this changed back to philosophy. The idea in ancient Roman times and most of history forever is that might makes right.
Yeah.
That if you want, there are people who disagree, coercion is the only tool. Negotiation and persuasion come from that idea that you can love your enemy.
Sure. Well, your enemy, even if they're wrong, even if they do bad things, you're equal in some sense. And
you, by the way, if you persuade somebody, it's win-win. Yeah. If you negotiate with somebody, it's win-win. If you coerce somebody, it's win-lose. We went from a world of win-lose into one that's largely win-win because of this idea.
The Crusades and religious wars notwithstanding.
Of course, because there's always the exceptions.
Well, that's the human.
Of course.
So
that's the animal impulse that's puncturing its way into the moral aspiration again and again, and it will always be thus.
We'll do kind of a lightning round with some of these other ones as we wrap up. Ayn Rand is interesting. I always have loved Christopher Hitchens' rejoinder to the idea of the virtue of selfishness. And he said, I'm not really sure humans need any help in that department.
I know.
And I've always felt that like there's an interesting parallel or contrast between the allegory of the cave, which we were talking about, and Galt's Gulch. In Atlas Shrugged. It's like, hey, the little guys are parasites. They're taking from you. They don't appreciate your genius. They don't understand that you know truth. Retreat to your fantasy world where only the smart entrepreneurs and the geniuses hang out. Fuck everybody else.
Yeah.
That is the opposite of what Plato was saying you do with enlightenment.
It's quite Nietzschean.
Yes.
It's really quite Nietzschean. There's a version of that in more modern America that I love. It's my favorite philosopher.
Okay.
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Yes.
I love Emerson.
You think he's Randian?
He's Randian, but not awful. Self-reliance is everybody should read Self-Reliance.
Yes.
Self-reliance is like a tall glass of cool water on a summer day in Bastrop, Texas.
It's Stoicism and Christianity mixed together.
But with a little Randianism, a little objectivism in there, right? It's like the sturdy lad from Vermont or New Hampshire who builds it, makes farms it, and always lands on his feet like a cat.
Yes.
That's a moral superiority as far as Emerson is concerned.
But the difference between Rand and Emerson is that guy, right? Although most of his money comes from his dead wife.
There's that.
But he's funding the whole transcendental scene. He's paying for it. He's generous. He's helping slaves in the Underground Railroad. Yeah. He's a good friend. Yeah. He is generous to a fault, right? The obligation is there.
That's why the Rand stuff doesn't do it for me, but Emerson. But here's the problem that I have, though. Here's my internal conflict. I'm a Catholic.
Yeah.
And Emerson's not, man. I mean, Emerson is like he's a heretical Unitarian.
Yeah.
Right. Which, we think of Unitarians today as people who believe in up to one God. Right. It's it's all cool, man. Yeah. But no. I mean, Unitarianism was a real going concern, in that part of the 19th century, in the 1840s, et cetera. But the rugged individualism, which just speaks to me, I love it. I love it so much.
That's the best part of what being American is supposed to be.
That's what it's supposed to be. But the truth of the matter is that it's very, very incomplete. Because we need community, we need people. Sure. I believe we need God. We need to transcend ourselves. The only way we can transcend ourselves is to transcend ourselves toward the divine and transcend ourselves toward one another.
What about nature, though? Well, and Emerson would say nature is that form of transcendence.
Sort of. I mean, but basically, it's individual.
Yeah.
And so I'm always my inner conflict is the fact that I'm 75% right on board with the Pope.
Yeah.
But there's that 25% of Emerson that's calling to me and pulling at me out. And, I have a big, strong libertarian streak in me, but it's an Emersonian libertarian streak. Yes. That's what it is. It's not that kind of mild creepiness that actually comes from the radical me only. Well, and the weak are cursed.
If it's liberty fused with a strong sense of personal obligation and virtue, it works.
Yeah.
If it's you're free to do whatever you want and fuck these guys, it's a pretty vicious place really quickly.
Everybody.
Yes, fuck everybody but me. Yeah. That's a problem.
It seems to me, and there is a balance in there, and this is actually one of the things that's really great about studying multiple philosophies, which of course you've done, is that you can live in multiple worlds at the same time, and you can understand yourself better. The problem is, and this is the academic problem, is when you go in one particular direction, you're not actually going to be testing any of your ideas.
Yeah.
As a result of that. And that's how you can get more and more weird and wrong. And that's a lot of what's happened in academia. These weird, exotic ideas of the human person that lead to these fads and panics in American life and ruined universities.
Yeah.
Cancel culture and, radical activism and, the whole anger that we see in a lot of it today has to do with the fact that we're just not good intellectuals enough.
So speaking of a multidisciplinary approach, let's go back in time a little bit. He doesn't get a school attached to him, but I think Montaigne is a...
I know very little about Montaigne.
Really?
I've read Montaigne, but I know very little about Montaigne.
But I think it's interesting of all these guys, he doesn't get a school, but has so much to teach us about intellectual humility.
Yeah, but epistemic humility, that's where that comes from.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
What do I know?
Yeah.
And that curiosity, I just think it's fascinating. I have a book in the bookstore, I'll give you that. It's my favorite biography of him. But like, the idea of when you realize he was living in the middle of the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, where thousands of people are being burned at the stake for having differing religious beliefs, and he's like, what do I know? And they're discovering the new world, and people are like, oh, it's filled with cannibals, and he's like, we draw and quarter people. We're not so great. And I think there's something beautifully open-minded and yet based in very much in the classics in Montaigne that's worth knowing about.
Yeah. I mean, every time I read Montaigne, I say, I wish I knew more. Yeah. For sure. And it's funny because there's a balance there too. I mean, you can become the cynic who says everybody's fat and stupid, right? But that's not a good way to live either. Yeah. I mean, it's a good thing to say to actually be able to recognize all the wonderful things that your culture does well, maybe better than other places, and then want to share it, as opposed to being triumphalist about it.
That's right.
And then also having an open mind to say there are other things that we can learn and we can be better at the same time.
Yes.
Which
he traveled a lot, and one of the lines about him is that he loved meeting anyone he came across on his travels except other Frenchmen, because he didn't need to meet another. He was French. He didn't need to meet any French. He wanted to meet people who are different than him.
Yeah. That sort of makes sense, and you see that a lot. You see that a lot with people who are really trying to learn about the outside world. There's almost nothing more annoying knowing the people from their own hometown. It's like, I don't want to talk about the Seahawks.
What about Camus?
Oh, yeah. So the absurdist school, often distinguished from the existentialists, of course. Camus is super interesting. I mean, Camus is because his medium, he's kind of like Ayn Rand in the sense that he was a novelist.
But he's actually good at it. His novels are short and exciting and interesting, and there's no 90-page speeches.
There's no 90-page speeches. That's absolutely true. If we read one Camus, we'll read The Myth of Sisyphus, right? Yeah. That's the one thing to read. I remember trying to read it in 8th grade.
If we're talking happiness, that's the one we should do.
That's the one to read. And I've written about The Myth of Sisyphus because there's one key idea in The Myth of Sisyphus that I tried to, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Camus says, and it's basically this. So that everybody knows that something is Sisyphean is an exercise in futility. Yeah. The whole idea is something's futile. He's pushing the boulder up the hill. He almost gets to the top and falls back down because it's, the Greek myth of Sisyphus who's being punished for all time by never being able to accomplish his task is the whole thing. And he goes through this and he does a philosophical treatise on this, but here's the last part, the last point that Camus makes. The most important point is what everybody misses, because everybody's like, yeah, Sisyphus, that suck. Yeah, life is like that. Life is kind of absurd and dumb, right?
Yep. You roll it up and it rolls back down.
Yeah, that's just like
suck?
Another day, another day, another day. And Camus says in the end, one must suppose that Sisyphus was a happy man because he had something to do. But that's the point.
Yes.
That's the point, is that he had a purpose. Was it a futile purpose? Yeah, but welcome to life, man. I mean, just like feed yourself and keep your biological organism running and try to pass on your genes a little bit. And you're actually just like everybody else and trying to pretend that you've got this unique goal and it's got this mission, like unlike any, a world historic figure here, and actually you're just like absolutely everybody else, and you're rolling the boulder up and it's rolling back down. But God bless you. You got something to do. Lucky you.
What I think is fascinating about Camus, and I'm just starting to read about him more, he's supposed to be the embodiment of these modern philosophers who, like Nietzsche, go, God is dead, it's all meaningless, it's stupid, absurd, silly. Then you look at his life, and here he is speaking out about the moral issues of his time. He's in the French Resistance in World War II. This is not a nihilist in practice. And he is, in fact, in the thick, he is involved in public life in the way that Stoics say you have to be involved in public life.
Or because you can't work out your ideas unless you're completely alive, which is what they...
But also they aren't ideas, they're ways to live. That you have to... The philosopher is not just a person who arranges them well on the page.
Which is the problem with Epicurus.
Yes.
Because he was sitting in his garden. Yeah. Right? He was actually out. He wasn't out in the world. Yes. Most great religious movements, by the way, have been those that are in the world. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really interesting when you actually look at it even in the Catholic world. You find these great movements that are trying to, work for a better world at the individual
Catholic
level.
Worker, etc.
Catholic worker, but even some that are not utopian and not even progressive at all.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do is to build a better world, and they're understanding their own theology, like Mother Teresa, through the way that they're lifting people up at the margins of society in the poorest places in the world, which is a really interesting thing and an important thing to do. And that's kind of Camus.
You're right.
In the way that he's actually living his life, and a lot of the way, and which we don't remember, of course. But then you've got, like Sartre, just sitting there smoking a, Camel Straight and a Gaulois and his, sipping an espresso. And he was kind of living this intellectual's existence, this hermetically sealed existence, which is one of the reasons that when you read Camus, you're like, I can kind of understand life through this. And you read Sartre, or at least I read Sartre, and I'm like, I don't get it.
Yes.
I don't get it. It doesn't, this is all theory. This is just theory as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think both The Fall and The Plague are two striking books for this moment. I mean, The Fall is basically this smart guy's walking through the streets of Paris, and he hears someone go into the river, and he's busy. So he's like, not my problem.
Right.
And he's haunted by the idea later that he could have done something. It's a moral allegory about indifference to the suffering and pain of someone else. It's basically, he's talking about World War II, but he's probably also talking about people like Sartre, who are philosophers in this moment where the world is on fire.
Right.
And they go, I've got some reading to do.
I know. And we didn't even talk about the Russians, who are contemporaneous to the Russian existentialists, who are having this huge moment. I mean, you gave me the Diary of Wisdom from Tolstoy.
Oh, Calendar of Wisdom, yes.
Calendar of Wisdom. You gave it the last time I was here, as a matter of fact. But yeah. And Tolstoy and Dostoevsky are having this huge moment right now. Yeah. This is the next big thing for young people.
Think so?
For sure. I mean, it's like a lot of people that are continue to be super interested in Stoicism, but the Russians, and apparently, and how do I know this? Because my publisher says that there's manuscript after manuscript that's coming in about about Russian existentialism, largely on the Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, who were contemporaries but didn't know each other. But a lot of what we're talking about here, you can learn just by reading the Brothers K.
Well, what's interesting too about that Tolstoy book is that
Calendar of Wisdom. That's right. Yeah, it's so good to read right before
incredible. Bed. And it's very, there's a lot of Catholic teaching in there too.
Yeah, but he was super religious.
Yes. But what I thought was interesting is I did a lot of research on Gandhi for the Justice book. And it was actually, so people know, civil disobedience, so they think there's this through line from Thoreau to Gandhi, who were not that far apart in time. But actually, Gandhi finds out about Thoreau through Tolstoy. And you go, oh, okay, this is how it's all floating around. It was Tolstoy's religious thinking. Like, as far as we know, Gandhi doesn't read any of Tolstoy's fiction, but he reads his sort of spiritual and religious writings. And that's partly what inspires the movement that changes the world. And then we get the civil rights movement from there.
It's just incredible. And the Dostoevsky stuff that is really coming back right now. And by the way, probably the most interesting thing that informs a lot of the stuff from Tolstoy is his autobiography. Yeah. Where he talks about his near suicide at 51. And he's looking for meaning. I have a book coming out on meaning in March, the end of March, called The Meaning of Your Life. And one of the main first big chapter starts with the story of Tolstoy, where he says, I thought I could find meaning through my writing, and I couldn't. Yeah. And then I tried to find meaning.
By the way, one of the best and biggest to ever do it. And he's like, it didn't work.
He was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature 4 times. Yeah. I mean, that's how, by the way, how new he is.
Yes.
It's like 1910. Yeah. Yeah. But he says, and then I looked to biology and science, which we were in this technocratic moment then, which Dostoevsky called the Palace of Crystal, which meant a mathematically worked out world, awful lot like AI. Yeah. And he said, I looked in biology and science, and he studied assiduously, and he couldn't find meaning there. And he concluded that meaning didn't exist. And since his love, by the way, he had 13 kids. Yeah. And so he had a lot going on. And he said, I concluded that life had no meaning. It was meaningless. And so I had nothing left to kill myself. Right. And so he goes off to just to a little village. This little tiny little village, and he just lived among the peasants. Who he was a super famous rich guy. Yeah. Nobody knew who he was. Yeah. Like nobody knew who he was, and they were just going. They were illiterate, and they were farmers, and they were just going to church and saying their prayers and living their family lives and having their parties and having a good time and all that. And he realized, oh, meaning is love. Yes. Meaning is love for God. Meaning is love for your family. Meaning is authentic friendship. Meaning is actually working for other people by sanctifying your work through what you do. If it's, plowing the field. And he said he understood meaning after that. And that's how he found meaning in his own life, was by actually living his life in real life, as opposed to using highfalutin ideas to try to find it somehow out in the ether.
Interesting.
Which is ultimately, man, that's That's us too.
Sure.
You know, it's us too. It's like, you know, your grandfather Holiday, you know, I guarantee you never came home from work and, you know, said to your grandma, honey, I had a panic attack behind the mule today.
Yeah. He's too busy.
Well, because he was too busy living.
Yes.
And he understood the meaning of his life. That's a very Tolstoy-esque idea, a very Dostoevsky-esque idea that people are starting to rediscover in these Russian existentialists, Christian existentialists.
So maybe to bring it to a close, talking about meaning, talking about the existential vacuum, maybe we conclude with Frankl, Viktor Frankl.
Yeah, Man's Search for Meaning, his most famous book, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he starts by quoting Nietzsche.
Mm-hmm.
In the introduction of the book, he quotes Nietzsche. And everybody says it's Viktor Frankl because it sounds like Viktor Frankl. It's Nietzsche. A man can bear any what as long as he has a why.
Yeah.
A Nietzschean concept. But of course, Viktor Frankl, his whole point was that meaning is everything.
Yeah.
That if you don't know the meaning of life, there is no reason for life. And, you know, that's one of the three pillars of happiness. There is enjoyment, there is satisfaction, but meaning is absolutely the most important. And that's, of course, the one that is most absent today, is meaning, the why of what we're actually doing. That's why, I dare say, besides the fact that you're just an incredibly good writer, people want your stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Because they want meaning. They're looking for the meaning of their lives, and they can't find it in all the baubles and doodads and gewgaws and nonsense that the distracting world is giving them. So this new book that I've got talks about how we've changed our brains, that we've walled off literally, physically, the parts of our brain that we need to assess questions of meaning. And the only way we can do that is by going back and living more like Grandpa Holiday, but with Ryan Holiday's books.
But also, I think maybe a through line between most of the philosophicals, particularly the Eastern ones who talk about it so much more specifically, Viktor Frankl is saying, and then of course his experience is confirming it, there is none of these things without suffering. You have to transform suffering into meaning. That's the trick of the human experience.
And in fact, if you don't suffer, there is no meaning, which of course is one of the biggest mistakes that we make in the therapy industrial complex today, is to say that if you're sad and anxious, there's a pathology that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
You know, I tell my students, they're studying at Harvard. If they're not sad and anxious, they need therapy.
Right.
You know, that's the truth of the matter. And unless they lean into it, I mean, the great trick, the great Stoic trick, the great Christian trick, the great trick of life is not just to start each day and say, I'm grateful for the things I'm going to enjoy this day. Is to say, I'm grateful for the suffering that will befall me this day. Bring it on.
Yes. I can handle it. That's what resilience
is. I'm going to learn from it. It's not even just I can handle it. It's just that my life, it's like I'm not fully alive unless I have aversive experiences and I'm dealing with them like a responsible, grown-up, fully developed person.
Yeah.
And that's our goal.
That's the goal. And if meaning can be derived from suffering, then it means you can be happy and thrive in any condition in any kind of life. If happiness can only come from things going very well, then it's only available to a small percentage of people, a small percentage of the time. It's a much more resilient and robust formula.
That's right. And that's where Epicureanism gets it wrong.
Yeah.
Is that it's got one pillar of the happiness formula.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who are really, I mean, it's like they take what they see to be Stoicism and they push it to okay, if it's not hurting me, I don't like it anymore.
Yeah.
But that's wrong too.
Sure.
I mean, that's incorrect too. That's also a misunderstanding of Stoicism, of course.
Yes.
But that's why Epicureanism is an incomplete philosophy for the human person, in my view, because it doesn't understand that core fact that we are, and again, this gets back to my Christianity. Why does God allow these things to happen? Because they must. Because we actually can't become the people that we're supposed to be. We can't be fully alive. Who was it? It was Saint Irenaeus who said in the 4th century, the glory of God is a man fully alive. And today it would be translated as a person fully alive. Of course, so there's no gender exclusivity about this. You're not alive. That's the glory of God if you're actually not having a full range of human experiences. And if your whole goal in life, your philosophy and practical life strategy is to eliminate the normal parts of life that you don't like, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're dead. And that's one of the reasons that people can't find meaning today is because they're being told that.
Well, I think we did it. We did about 2,500 years of ancient philosophy in 1 hour and 22 minutes. I think this is quite a masterclass we just did.
And, you know, it's like Folks, sorry for all the stuff I got wrong. That's all I can say. I'm just a French horn player who got a PhD as a social scientist. There's a lot I don't know.
Well, I don't even have a PhD. So this is just us, as we said, remixing things we've heard from other people. But I think that's what philosophy is. Philosophy is not specializing in arcane or specific period, right? Philosophy should be a survey course of all of the wisdom, the sum total of wisdom of 5,000 years of human experience. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I think that's right. And we can title this, Ryan and Arthur Make Sourdough.
Well, you want to check out some books? I got some for you. All right. You can't be satisfied just getting the gist of something. You had to read and study deeply to return to the same books over and over again. And actually, Marcus, quoting the philosopher Heraclitus, would say that we never step in the same river twice. I'm Ryan Holiday. I've written a number of books about Stoic philosophy. I've spoken to the NBA, the NFL, sitting senators and special forces leaders. Almost 15 years now, I have been reading and rereading one of the greatest books of all time, Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. Actually, this is my new leather edition that I had made. I put so many miles on this one and my other copies that I wanted something to really stand the test of time. Marcus Aurelius didn't read a book once and think that he got it. He read it over and over and over again. I've probably read Meditations 100 times. I was reading it just yesterday, and in today's video, I want to give you 100 lessons that I've gotten from my hundreds of reads of Meditations over the last decade, and I hope they're of use to you, and I hope most of all that you go pick this book up and read it yourself. One of the most compelling and jaw-dropping parts of Meditations comes at really the beginning, the opening of book 2. But book 1 is Debts and Lessons. I'll talk more about that later. He says, today the people you will meet will be jealous and stupid and annoying and frustrating. He lists all the things that people are going to be like today. And part of this is just the Stoic idea of being prepared, right? The unexpected blow lands heaviest. If you think people are going to be amazing and kind and get out of your way and you're going to only hit green lights, you're going to be sorely disappointed. But he says the point is not to think about how shitty and awful people are. Not at all. You have to realize why they are like this. He says it's because they don't know good from bad. They don't have the same training as you, but they are still like you. He said you cannot allow them to implicate you in their ugliness. He says we were meant to work together. We are brothers and sisters. And so what Meditations begins with this seemingly depressive note, but if you stick with it, and I think that's such an important lesson that you get from reading Marcus over and over again, if you stick with him, you realize that beneath this honesty, this bluntness, this matter-of-factness is a huge, caring heart, a heart that will not allow itself to harden or be turned against other people. In one passage in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius writes down what he calls epithets for the self. He talks about being honest, talks about being upright. These are words, he says, that he can live by. A couple different times in my life I've tried to do that, but part of one of the Daily Stoic challenges a few years ago, I wrote down 7 of them. I wrote honest, calm, fair, father, brave, generous, and still. These are words that I try to live by. I want to make decisions, take actions that will demonstrate that idea, which will show that those are the watchwords or the epithets that I live by, that I could be described by. And so I think of all the exercises in Meditations, that's one that we can all practice, is just come up with the epithets for the self, the rules, the descriptors for your character that you want to live and model day in and day out. But really the true opening of Meditations is the debts and lessons section. Almost a full 10% of the book is Marcus Aurelius writing what he learned from and what he was grateful for in the people who trained him, the people who raised him. The fact that 10% of the book is gratitude, to me, is so important. It's a statement of priorities and the role that gratitude must play in our life. Nothing is so inspiring as remembering the values and virtues and seeing them embodied in the people around you. He never knew Meditations would be published. This wasn't for the other people to see that he was grateful to them. It was actually the act of expressing the gratitude that was a gift to him, and we have to have an active gratitude practice in our own lives. One of my favorite stories about Marcus Aurelius is not in Meditations, but at the depth of the Antonine Plague, he sells off the palace furnishings to pay down Rome's debt, which actually does connect to something in Meditations. He talks about how lucky he feels that he's never had to ask anyone else for financial help, and whenever anyone else came to him asking for financial help, he was always in a position to say yes. He was a generous, a kind person. Yes, he was privileged and wealthy and powerful. He tried to use those things for good. He tried to absorb the blows or the pain or the difficulties before other people. This is a print I have from one of my favorite passages from Marcus Aurelius. I have it on the wall. I sell it in the Daily Stoic Sermon. It says, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." And I think arguably Marcus Aurelius' greatest contributions to philosophy are not what he wrote in this book, right? What Marcus's greatest contributions to philosophy how he lived, that even if he had never written a philosophical work, that he'd still be seen as a kind of philosopher king because he embodied the ideas. He lived them. He demonstrated that a king, an emperor, a person of power, influence, or wealth could be good and decent, could do the right thing, could be everything that people expected of him. And that's just, to me, the most important thing we can take from Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius says that no matter what's happening in the world, no matter what other people are doing to us, we always have this superpower. We always have the power to have no opinion. We don't have to decide that it's good or bad. We don't have to decide that it's urgent or not. We don't have to decide anything about it all. We don't have to think anything about it at all. You can just let it go. You can let it pass by. You don't have to figure it out. You don't have to have a hot take on it. Just let the weather be the weather. This political situation be that political situation. It doesn't have to be good or bad. We don't have to have an opinion about everything. One of my first reads of Meditations, I noted that Marcus says, can only ruin your life if it ruins your character. The idea that success wasn't whether you made money, whether you got what you wanted, it's whether you protected your character, right? Jesus says, what good is gaining the whole world if you lose your soul? And we can imagine Marcus struggling with this as the emperor of Rome. It doesn't matter how many buildings he builds or what lands he conquers. To him, it matters if he is a good person or not. I remember shortly after I read Meditations for the first time, I had to get on a flight. I was in a middle seat on this long cross-country flight, and I was next to someone who was jostling for the armrest. The person in front of me reclined back. It was just one of those unpleasant experiences in modern travel. But I thought back to one of my favorite passages in Meditations where Marcus talks about being next to a smelly person. He says, yeah, it's awful. You can say something to them if you want, but if you're not going to say something, then you just have to bear it. No amount of gritting your teeth or silently resenting them is going to change this. Stewing doesn't help them or you. Being miserable doesn't help them or you. You're just going to carry this nastiness with you when you go. And so I think Marcus would have dealt with the same kinds of inconveniences and annoyances as all of us, even if his life was more sheltered than most of ours. But he reminded himself that this is what life entails. You either say something about it or you got to get comfortable putting up with it. One of Marcus Aurelius' most brilliant rhetorical questions is this. He says, is a world without shameless people possible? The answer is, of course, no. And he says, okay, so you've met one of them, right? This person that you meet, they're one of those people. You know that it's impossible for the world to exist without them. You know inevitably, statistically, you will run into one of them. That's it. He says, reminding yourself that this person is one of a certain number helps you not get so upset about it, not be so surprised by it, and most of all, not despair by it. Most people are the opposite of that person. And I think for the word shameless, we can plug in all sorts of things. People who lie, people who steal, people who cheat, people who do all the things that we don't like. A certain percentage of them are always going to exist and always have existed. And better yet, when we remind ourselves still that they are the minority, we can find a way to categorize them, accept them, and then move on. A couple years ago, I wrote this book, Conspiracy. Peter Thiel was outed as gay by this sort of Silicon Valley gossip rag. They treated him very cruelly, and he spent millions of dollars and years of his life plotting and scheming to destroy it, which he successfully did. And there's a lot that was really interesting in it, a lot that was really innovative in doing that. I think even some things to be impressed by it, as I was talking about in the book. Every day as I was writing it, I couldn't help but think of one of my favorite lines from Meditations. Marcus Aurelius says, the best revenge is to not be like your enemy. The point is that getting even often makes you like or worse than the person who supposedly did this grievous, heinous thing to you. We see this in Marcus Aurelius' life. He's betrayed by one of his most trusted generals, and he tries not to be angry about it. He has to deal with it, yes, but he tries to actually use it as an opportunity to show the Roman people how one deals with being betrayed, how one deals with civil strife. You can't let the person who wronged you turn you into something just like them. Gregory Hayes, in his translation of Meditations, he makes a great point, and I missed it the first couple times. He says that nowhere does Marcus identify as a Stoic. And he says, actually, if you asked Marcus, he probably wouldn't have identified with any school at all, even though Meditations is, of course, filled with all sorts of Stoic observations and principles. He says that Marcus would have identified as a philosopher. Paul Graham, in one of his famous essays, says, keep your identity small. Don't identify as a singular thing or with a singular ideology. You want to be a free agent. This is why Seneca quotes so much from Epicurus. He read widely, he understood widely. The point is not to be a Stoic philosopher. The point is to be a philosopher, a lover of wisdom. There's a beautiful line in Joseph Brodsky's essay about the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius in Rome. It dates back to Marcus's time, but the base of which was redesigned by Michelangelo. Brodsky says something like, if Marcus Aurelius is antiquity, it is we who are the ruins. And I don't know what that means exactly. There's something beautiful and haunting about it. Maybe it's this idea that when you read Meditations, you can't help but be struck by classical beauty and perfection, in some ways the highest expression of human greatness. And then you look at us, you look at the way we talk to each other, you look at the things we say, you look at how we live and act and think, and you go, yeah, we're the old, worn out, beaten down, falling apart things. The ancient world feels fresh and modern and new and perfect in so many ways. And I just love that idea. If Marcus Aurelius is antiquity, it is we who are the ruins. It's actually in book 6 that I found the meditation that I would build my own first book of Stoic philosophy around. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. He says, look, stuff can get in the way. You can be impeded. He says, but nothing can impede your intentions or your dispositions. He says, the mind can convert to its own purposes the obstacle to our acting. That's the power of Stoicism, that we always have the opportunity to practice a virtue. We don't choose where we are. We don't choose what's happening. But if you accept the obstacle and work with what you're given, Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations, an alternative will present itself. Another piece of what you're trying to assemble, action by action. Acceptance can seem like this weakness, that it's stopping you from moving forward. In fact, acceptance means this door is closed. Now I can go try this other door. You first have to accept that the obstacle exists, that it is real, that it has constraints or impediments or difficulties, to then decide what you're going to do about it. Are you going to go around? Are you going to go over? Are you going to use the weight of it against itself? It's an opportunity to do this other thing you couldn't have done under ordinary circumstances. Acceptance is not passive resignation. It's the first step in taking an active approach. And Marcus returns to this theme over and over and over again in Meditations. In one passage, he says, a strong stomach digests what it eats. A fire turns what you throw on top of it into flame and brightness and heat. His point is we can use our obstacles as fuel. The things that happen to us in life are opportunities. This is the essence of Stoicism. This is our chance, whatever it is. It might not be the virtue we wanted to practice, might not be the virtue we're most comfortable practicing, but it's nevertheless an opportunity to be great. I remember I was once talking to the great Robert Greene, and I asked him what one of his favorite passages from Marcus Aurelius' Meditations was. He said it was the one where Marcus Aurelius is talking about, he's looking at this big feast, and he says, oh, that's a dead bird. He said, oh, that's dead pig. Oh, this wine is rotted grapes. I said, Robert, why did you like that? And he said, that's what I try to do in my writing. I try to deconstruct things, to take away the preconceived notions. It's actually what Marcus says. He says it's about stripping things of the legend that encrusts them, about seeing them as they actually are. I think that's not only what a philosopher has to do, but I think that's what a great writer like Robert Greene does. I call this contemptuous expressions. You know, these things kind of loom over us. We go, oh, Harvard is so important. Look at the fancy people that go there. Look how hard it is. Look how expensive it is. But also you could look at the idiots who've graduated from Harvard, the monsters that have come out of there, right? You could be like, oh, the president's the most prestigious, important job in the world. But look at some of the people who have been president. Look how incompetent they were. You're supposed to see things for what they are. Strip them of the legend that encrusts them. See them as they are. The same goes for like some fancy car or, you know, some important position. It's not what people think it is. You have to strip it bare. You have to see it for what it is. And Marcus Aurelius was doing this even with his own purple cloak, the thing that signified he was the emperor. He said, this is just a regular cloak dyed with shellfish blood. You're seeing it as it actually was, which is such a critical practice. The famous dictum from Lord Acton is that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. What's remarkable about Marcus Aurelius is that he's perhaps the only exception to this rule that we know. He's given absolute power. What is the first thing he does with it? He gives half of it away to his stepbrother. He isn't corrupted by it. It's a remarkable testament to the power of this philosophy, the idea of what Stoicism can make a person. And that's not an accident. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius warns himself against being Caesarified, of being dyed purple, of being changed by the power and fame and money that the position has given him. And we all have to be worried about being Caesarified or dyed purple. We have to be worried about being changed by the number of followers that we have, by the promotion that we just got, by the famous name that we inherited. You're not special. The rules do apply to you. You're not better than anyone else. Power doesn't have to corrupt. What it can do is reveal who you actually are. In one point in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius tells himself to take Plato's view, to zoom out, to see things from above. And he does that. He talks about how enormous armies fighting over a border, a whole country, could be not that dissimilar from a far enough view to ants fighting over a piece of food on the ground. It's beautiful and quite impressive that he could come to this point of view, because in Marcus's time, the highest he could have gotten off the ground was like a couple-story building or maybe the top of a mountain. He didn't have the access to an airplane like all of us do. You know, he would have never seen the blue marble photo, which showed Earth from space. But when you get to Plato's view, you're just reminded how inconsequential most of the things we get upset about are. And then you are also reminded of how interconnected and interdependent and together we all are. Marcus says this too, that the borders don't matter, that vast oceans don't matter. We're all in this same thing together, that we are tied together more than we'd like to think that we are. Pierre Hadot, one of the great scholars of Marcus Aurelius, talks about the oceanic feeling. Marcus Aurelius talks about the view from above. He talks about immensity, how all of experience gapes before us. Marcus is trying to meditate on the vastness and the connectedness of everything in the world. He talks about looking at the stars and watching yourself alongside them. I think he's seeking out these kind of humbling experiences. And you could think about why that would be so important to someone who was literally the center of the universe. He wanted to remind himself that that wasn't strictly true. One of the things Marcus Aurelius does say in Meditations about the people who would have always been flattering him and telling him he's amazing, or people who would have been criticizing him or attacking him, he says, think about what they just submitted to a few minutes ago. Think about what they do in private. Think about who they actually are. And when you know who they actually are, how weak they are, or how corrupted they are, petty they are, suddenly their approval, their opinion about you won't matter very much. Marcus Aurelius clearly hated all the flatterers and sycophants, but the thing he hated most was the people who would say things in passing like, I'm going to be honest with you. Let me be straight with you. Let me tell you what I really think. He said that say those things was actually a confession, a self-indictment. You're admitting that that's not the norm. That's not what you normally do. People should know you're going to be honest. He said, an honest person should be like the smelly goat in the room. You should know they're there the second they walk in. And nobody had to think that about Marcus. In fact, from an early age, Marcus Aurelius was named Verismus, or the truest one. And we think that's because he was so unflinchingly truthful with Hadrian, his adopted grandfather, in effect, the most powerful man in Rome. Marcus just told him what he thought. He didn't hold back, and neither can you. It's clear that one of Marcus Aurelius' passions is the theater. He loves the theater, and we know this because He quotes so widely from plays, some of those plays didn't even survive. The only surviving remnants of them are his quotes and meditations. But he would talk about going to the theater, watching a tragedy, and what this can teach us about life. He even talks about looking at your own life as a kind of play. He says if watching something in the theater would make you interested or make you laugh, make you think, it can't make you angry in life when it happens to you. You have to cultivate this same kind of philosophical approach. Today, people might think, oh, philosophy is this intellectual pursuit. It can't possibly jive with theater or watching television, following sports. Of course it can. Marcus Aurelius was drawing from the popular art forms of his time and drawing philosophical lessons from them that he used to be better at his life, which is the purpose of all art. Speaking of the role that art can have in teaching us things, or popular culture can have in teaching us things, you consider probably the most popular dramatical rendering of Marcus is in the movie Gladiator. He's the old guy at the beginning of the movie that Joaquin Phoenix's character killed. Now, this isn't a movie explicitly based on Stoicism, and all the time you see on the internet quotes from the movie attributed to Marcus that are really only in the movie and not real. But the movie does capture, quite shockingly, the evil and the awfulness of Commodus. And that question has to hover over your readings of Meditations. How can such a wise and decent and patient and philosophical person have raised such a terrible kid? It's a tricky question, and I don't have a good answer. We've talked about it before on Daily Stoic. I mean, almost all of Marcus Aurelius's children die. Commodus is his only remaining male heir. You know, maybe Commodus is just a psychopath and it doesn't say anything about Marcus. Maybe Marcus was trapped by the traditions of his time. Antoninus, Hadrian, and the preceding emperors, they didn't have a male son, so there wasn't an issue. But it is a tricky question, and I think the overall lesson we take from this is just talking about these things, just thinking about these things, it doesn't mean you're going to be good at this really difficult thing that is raising children. That should humble us and also, I think, even make us question some of the things that we see Marcus Aurelius talk about in Meditations. Steve Jobs learned from his father, who was a carpenter, the importance of caring about the craft, how something was done, even the parts that no one would see, like the back of a fence or the back of a drawer. That's why the inside of a MacBook computer is beautiful, even though your average user will never crack it open and see. Again, Meditations being a book for the author, not for the reader, is so fascinating. Marcus Aurelius is writing in Greek, not in Latin, because at that time, Greek was the language of philosophy. It was a harder but a more beautiful language. He quotes from memory perfectly these obscure passages from philosophy. He makes these observations about the way that grain bends or the flecks of foam on a boar's mouth. He was a beautiful writer, but it was beautiful just for himself. I mean, that's one of the reasons I slaved over this edition. I just wanted it to be amazing and beautiful, to reflect the workmanship and the craftsmanship of Meditations itself. And I just always think of that lesson from Marcus and from Steve Jobs, that it doesn't matter whether other people will see it, whether it's in your journal or for publication. You have to care about what it is and how it's made. We never step in the same river twice. The river changes and we change, right? When you pick up a book for the first time, then a second time, and a third time, maybe even the 100th time, each time you get something different out of it. I think so often we get a book, we read it once, we go, I got it. Right? But that's not how it works. Stoicism is this topic you're supposed to return to over and over and over again. I put a lot of miles on my copies of Meditations over the years. Covers falling off, there's different highlighters and pens, folded like almost every page at this point. As I've returned to these passages so many times, like now almost everything in it's marked up. So one of the things I've been doing recently is rereading it on a fresh copy. And I have a really special fresh copy. This is my leather-bound edition that I actually had made, which you can buy at dailystoic.com/meditations. I'm returning to Meditations now with fresh eyes. You can see all the notes that I have in here. All these things have been hitting me in a new place, in a new way, because the book is same, it's the same translation, but the format's a little bit different. Font size is a little bit different. The moment in time is different. My experiences are different. The lessons are the same, but the lessons that I need are different. So Meditations has to be a book that you return to over and over again, one you can't be satisfied just getting the gist of. It has to be a daily practice, an ongoing practice, something you return to over and over and over again. This new one, the leather-bound edition, I think could last you your whole life. I'm really proud of this. It's so awesome. And on the back it has, I think, a wonderful encapsulation of Meditations. Marcus Aurelius says, concentrate on what you have to do. Fix your eyes on it. Remind yourself that your task is to be a good human being. Remind yourself what nature demands of people. Then do it without hesitation. Speak the truth as you see it, but with kindness, with humility, without hypocrisy. That's the journey I think Meditations is trying to get us all towards, one that each time we pick up the book, we get a little bit closer towards. I'm really proud of this. You can check it out. It's got awesome new illustrations on each of the 12 books. It's got gilt edge pages. It's high quality leather, Marcus's face on the front. I think you're really gonna like this. And then at the back, I wrote a biography of Marcus that I think everyone should read. So check out the new book, dailystoic.com/meditations, or get it anywhere books are sold, including my bookstore, The Painted Porch. In my office, I have all sorts of reminders of Marcus. I have the print, I have this bust of him. This is a bust I have from Marcus Aurelius from the 1840s. I have a painting of Marcus that someone did for me. When Marcus says at the beginning of Meditations that nothing is so inspiring as seeing the virtues embodied in the people around us, I think this is also true in how you decorate your space, your house, your office, whatever. Find philosophical embodiments of these ideas, things that remind you. When I look at those things, it's just this little sort of subconscious reminder of who I want to be, how I want to live. I'm looking at the virtues being embodied around me, and that keeps me on the straight and narrow. In writing the Daily Stoic, I got to parse the exact word choice of Marcus in ways that I probably ordinarily wouldn't have. One of the passages that really struck me the first time I read Meditations, but he says, how trivial the things we want so passionately are. And I don't know, I guess I was struck by like the idea that we want so passionately are. I thought that was a beautiful expression. But it's actually in the midst of translating it and seeing it from a different perspective, I realized he's saying how trivial the things we want so badly are. I think there's something to be said about reading and rereading where almost like a Talmudic scholar, you're debating what does this word mean or that word mean, or what about this or what about this meaning. There just is something about diving super deep. Sometimes the superficial, the first take you take is the one that hits you. And sometimes it's the 50th take where you finally get it, or you get it on a level that you wouldn't have gotten before. I remember when we were translating Marcus Aurelius for Daily Stoic, there's a passage where Marcus Aurelius says, stop your whining, stop this miserable whining monkey life. I remember our editor said, monkeying around, is this an expression Marcus could have possibly used? Would Marcus Aurelius have even seen or known what a monkey was? And it turns out, yes. In fact, Commodus probably killed one in the Colosseum. He was a psychopath. Just the more you play and dig into the language, the more you understand. And this is why reading and rereading is so important. You just never know. Behind every word choice, it's like a whole other room to explore. It would have been my third or fourth reading of Marcus Aurelius that I caught this line. He says, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. It's the Stoic idea of memento mori. It's not that you will die tomorrow and you should try heroin or go to an orgy. It's that you never know when life is going to end. And so you can't take it for granted. You cannot take it for granted. Another one that I didn't get at first, Marcus Aurelius is saying to avoid imperialization. He says that indelible stain. And I didn't really know what he meant by imperialization. And that's when I saw it in another translation. I realized what he's talking about is imperialization, like the imperial system of Rome. He means to not be Caesarified, to not be corrupted by his position. So I think sometimes it's just where you are. You don't know what a certain word means, or just the intonation that you're reading about it doesn't hit you in the right way. And this is why you have to come back to things, why you can't just be satisfied with getting the gist of something. You have to return to it over and over again because you get it in a new way. It also is why, as much as I've loved the Hayes translation and why we have this edition, it's why I've read the other translations. It's why I like the Robin Waterfield annotated version, because he's bringing his perspective. He's breaking down what he sees in it. And each time you do that, you get something new. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says we have to be more like a boxer or a wrestler than a dancer. He says we have to be dug in and ready for sudden attacks. You know, he saw life as a battle. He saw fate as being indifferent to us, but also dealing serious blows to us. And if you're not ready for it, if you think life is a dance, if you think life is fun, if you think everything's going to be all right, then man, fortune has some real surprises in store for you. And if you look at Marcus's life, that was true. One thing after another. He was ready for it. He was dug in. He was ready for those sudden attacks. And you and I have to be also. At one point in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says, avoid false friendship at all costs. He says nothing is more painful, nothing is worse. And he knows this from experience. I tell An Obstacle is the Way, the story of Marcus being betrayed by Avidius Cassius, his most trusted general, one of his best friends. He declares himself emperor, essentially attempts to orchestrate a coup. Marcus Aurelius knew that although we wanted to be trusting of people, although we wanted to assume the best in people, we had to understand that people were not perfect. People could be led astray. People could have evil intentions in their heart. We have to be aware of this, and we have to be prepared for it. One of my favorite lines in Meditations, he says, to accept it without arrogance, to let it go with indifference. Good things happen. We get awards. We succeed. We make money. Awesome. But that doesn't say anything about you as a person. We fail, we fall short, we get criticized. Great, that doesn't say anything about you as a person. Another translation, it says, receive without pride, let go without attachment. Sort of even keel, not being affected, not getting too high or too low, not identifying with any of it, but identifying solely with your character. Marcus Aurelius tried to do good. He tried to help as many people, but he also understood that doing the right thing, doing good things, it wasn't always going to be recognized, and it wasn't always going to be appreciated. He says in Meditations that you can't expect the third thing, being recognized, being appreciated, being thanked for what happened. You already got the thanks, he said, by doing the right thing, by feeling, by knowing that it was the right thing. Everything else, the Stoics would say, is extra. Nice to have, but it can't be why you do it. And I think often of this idea of doing the third thing. The third thing is wanting to hit the bestseller list. The third thing is wanting the thank you card. The third thing is the person coming to you and saying, I just want to let you know what that meant to me, how much it helped me. I want to pay you back. No, you do it because it was the right thing. If you get the third thing, if you get the extra, that's great. For the Stoics, that shouldn't be something you want, but most of all, it can't be something you expect, because you will be disappointed. In book 12 of Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says, it never ceases to amaze me. We love ourselves more than other people, yet we care about their opinions more than our own. I thought about this when my first book of Stoic philosophy came out. I had worked really hard on it. I knew how many copies it sold. I knew what it deserved, and there it was, not on the bestseller list. It got skunked for some inexplicable reason. And I had to remind myself, my judgment of the book is what counts. My opinion is what matters here. So often that's what we do. We like a shirt, or we like a show, or we like this, or we like where we live, and then other people say, well, that's not cool, or that's strange, or that's weird, or it's incorrect for the following reasons. And we give up our own internal sense of what we like or dislike, what's right or wrong, to do what everyone else is doing. Sanity is tying your success to what you say and do. He says insanity is tying it to what other people say and do. So to me, this is one of the most powerful lessons of Marcus, that even the Emperor of Rome was struggling with it, I think, shows how difficult it is to maintain that inner scorecard, that inner compass, when everyone around you is thinking or saying something differently than you. It would be a mistake to see Marcus Aurelius as perfect. He wasn't perfect because no one is perfect. He's a human being. Marcus instead was trying to get better. Always. Meditations was Marcus Aurelius writing notes to himself. When Marcus Aurelius warns against having a temper, or being afraid of death, or being ambitious, or any of the things that he talks about, he's not lecturing you, he's lecturing him. Probably because he just lost his temper. Probably because he struggled with that. So you don't want to see Marcus as perfect. You want to see Marcus as a fellow human being striving to be their best, just as you and I are striving to be our best. Bill Belichick, maybe the greatest football coach in history, tells his players, do your job. For Marcus Aurelius, what is that? What is your job? Marcus Aurelius asks himself that same question in Meditations. He says, what is my vocation? It says, to be a good person. That's the job. At the end of the day, to be a good person, to do good things, to make a positive difference in the world for yourself and the people around you. In book 537, Marcus Aurelius says, I was a fortunate man, but at some point fortune abandoned me. And we can imagine Marcus saying this after the plague, after he's burying another child, maybe after he hears again that perhaps his wife is cheating on him, maybe his health has failed him again. And he catches himself. Again, this is what he's doing in Meditations. He's constantly catching himself. But true good fortune is what you make for yourself. Good fortune, he says, is good character, good intentions, and good actions. And I love that idea so much, right? It wasn't what was happening to him in the outside. Fortune wasn't this external thing. Good fortune, feeling good, being good. This was something that was up to him, that was inside him, and the choices that he made and the actions that he took. I was saying before that one of the things Marcus does in Meditations is he quotes from playwrights or bits of lines from the theater that particularly struck him. One of my favorites, this is a lost line from the poet Euripides. He says, and why should we be angry at the world as if the world would notice? We don't know what this play is from. We don't know the larger context, but it's such a great Stoic line. Getting angry, being pissed off, being resentful, being bitter, the world doesn't care. It is indifferent to you and I. All we can try to do, the Stoics say, is maintain that goodness, preserve our character, focus on how we respond. One thing Marcus doesn't talk a lot about in Meditations is happiness or joy. But I think that goes back to the idea that he wasn't talking about things that he didn't need help with. He's not having to remind himself that jokes are funny, that sex feels good. In fact, he's reminding himself the opposite, that sex might feel good in the moment, but it can cause regrets, complications, or problems later on. He's reminding himself of the things that he needs the most help with. Nice fancy bed is better than a hard, uncomfortable one. He doesn't need a reminder of that. Right? So Meditations is Marcus Aurelius talking about the things that are important to him, but we should not take that omission as meaning anything more than that. The Stoics were happy, the Stoics had joy, the Stoics loved, and we know Marcus did these things. The Stoics were just like us. Marcus had some sense of what human flourishing or happiness was. That's just not what he was talking the most about in Meditations. I think the passage that hit me most from Meditations is Book 5. Marcus Aurelius talks about struggling to get out of bed in the morning. He's just like you and I. And he's saying, but it's so nice here under the covers. And he says, but are you meant to feel nice? To huddle under the covers and be warm? No, he said, you were meant to do the work of a human being. You gotta get up and you gotta get after it. And when I read that in college for the first time, it hit me so much, I taped it up on my wall. I've been thinking about it ever since. My friend Stephen Pressfield talks about the resistance, the thing that gets in between us and what we want to do. He says, nobody says, I'm never going to write my symphony. He says, I'm going to do it tomorrow. Marcus Aurelius struggles with the resistance too, like all of us. He says, you could be good today, instead you choose tomorrow. We put it off. And actually, Seneca says something similar. He says, the one thing fools all have in common is that they're always getting ready to begin. The point for Marcus was that you do it now, not later. Do it now. The Stoics believed in this idea of sympatheia, that there was this whole, this collective we're in. Marcus Aurelius talks about the common good dozens and dozens of times in Meditation. He believed that, yeah, he was a Roman, and yes, he was the head of the Roman Empire, but all human beings were connected, that all human beings shared an affinity and a relationship and an obligation to each other. In book 654, he says, what injures the hive injures the bee. What's bad for the hive is bad for the bee. What's bad for the bee is bad for the hive. And this was a time of such immense cruelty and selfishness and indifference to what was happening elsewhere. And Marcus Aurelius is saying, no, your job as a human being is to care about other human beings, not just the ones immediately nearest to you or related to you, but ones you'll never know, ones you'll never meet, ones who have never even been born. Stoicism does not make you a sociopath. If anything, it makes you care more about more people. We don't know a lot about the policies that Marcus enacts. We know of a couple. One, he passes a law that makes life easier for slaves, some protections for them. And then another, he demands that the gladiators be given wooden swords to practice and fight with. Take a very dangerous, fatal sport and make it not so dangerous. I like this idea of Stoicism being, at least in part, about standing up for the little guy. One of the things he learns from the Stoics is this idea of a society of equals, of equal laws, of a ruler who protects the rights of their subjects. I just love the idea that Marx is talking about that in theory, and then he is in a position to do something about it, and he does. Not enough. None of us do enough. There's a reminder there too. You know, he reads Epictetus, he sees the brilliance of this slave who becomes a philosopher, and yeah, he makes the life easier for slaves, but he never questions the institution of slavery itself. But I do generally like the idea that Marcus did his best to practice what he preached. In book 5, Marcus Aurelius talks about the proper role of philosophy in life. He says it's not as your instructor. He says it's as a kind of medicine, an ointment. He describes this sort of ancient remedy for this eye illness where they would crack an egg on you or something like that. I think his general point he actually is taking from Epictetus, who said, like, you shouldn't leave my philosophy class feeling good. You should feel like you just came out of the hospital. He says, because you weren't well when you entered. The point of philosophy is to challenge you. It's to make you uncomfortable. It's to fix the illnesses of the soul, of the mind. Even though there are passages of Meditations that are soothing and reassuring, a lot of them are jarring. A lot of them make you uncomfortable. A lot of them really make you think, or a lot of them maybe you instinctively disagree with. That's the point. Philosophy is not supposed to be your instructor. It's supposed to be a kind of medicine. Philosophy can feel like this impractical, inaccessible thing, but Marcus Aurelius writes in Meditations, he says, no role is so well suited to philosophy as the one you're in right now. He says, it stares you in the face. And of course, he's talking to himself. Of course, he's talking about being emperor. But if it stares the emperor in the face, that no role is so well suited to being philosophical as that, I think it's also true for being a janitor, for being a stay-at-home parent, and being an astronaut, Whatever it is that you do stares you in the face. Nothing is so well suited to what you're doing as this philosophy. In book 613, Marcus says, pride is the master of deception. When you think you're occupied in the weightiest business, that's when he has you in his spell. There's a quote from the philosopher Bertrand Russell, who was not a fan of the Stoics, but he said, the first sign of an impending nervous collapse is the belief that your work is terribly, terribly important. It's, again, a very humbling idea. Yes, Marcus Aurelius' work was important. Yes, he wanted to do a good job at whatever he was doing. But it was just a reminder of how insidious ego is, how self-important we often feel, and how easily we get distracted again with the inessential things, the things that validate us, that make us feel special, but in don't matter at all. A few years ago, a friend sent me an email, came in the afternoon or the early evening on a Friday, opened it, and then I was like, you know what, this is like I got a lot to deal with here, and I marked it as unread, and I said, I'll get to it on Monday. And he dropped dead on a hike on Sunday. This is what the Stoics are talking about when they say, memento mori, when they say you could leave life right now. And one of the most haunting passages of Marcus Aurelius, he talks about how as you tuck your child in at night, he says you should say to yourself, they will not make it to the morning. His point was meditating on the fact that this could be the last email that you get from this friend. This could be the last time you sit down to coffee. It could be the last family vacation that you ever go on, for you or for them, right? And that we can't take people or places for granted. I don't think Marcus is doing this exercise, meditating on the loss of his child, to disconnect, to detach from them. The opposite. It's to connect more deeply with them, to remind himself what was truly important, which was the present moment. And his other brilliant meditation on the ephemerality of life, he says, you're afraid of death because you won't be able to do this anymore. You won't be able to wait in line at the DMV. You won't be on another stupid, pointless conference call. So much of what we spend our life doing is a complete waste. And then we say we're afraid of death. We say we feel like we don't have enough time. You do have enough time. You just have to stop wasting it. I was talking to someone recently who had this high-flying business. It was super successful out of nowhere, made all sorts of money, got all sorts of wonderful public attention, and then it turned. The business failed, and suddenly they weren't held up as this business success, but as an example of a business failure. And I told them one of my favorite passages from Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius says, we're like a rock tossed in the air. We gain nothing by going up and lose nothing by coming down. None of this says anything about us as people. He didn't gain anything by being made emperor. He wouldn't have lost by losing it. None of it, Marcus Aurelius says, means anything about us as people. Even though Marcus Aurelius says we must avoid false friendship at all costs, even though he's betrayed by his trusted general Avidius Cassius, we know that Marcus doesn't harden his heart. He doesn't close himself off from the world. He's ready, as Michael Scott says, he's ready to be heard again, right? He constantly is putting himself back out there. But he does learn from this, and he's a little more guarded going forward. He makes this analogy in Meditations. He says, you're in the boxing ring and someone's cheating. Maybe they're gouging or biting or scratching. He says, you don't quit altogether. You just change your fight plan accordingly. This is one passage that Robert Greene quotes from Meditations quite often. You don't quit, you don't storm and go home, but you are aware of who you're dealing with and you adjust accordingly. The short lines in Meditations are the best. Discard your misperceptions. Stop being jerked around like a puppet. Limit yourself to the present. They're just a couple of words. They say so much, and they cut through so much space and time. He never uses two words or one will do. He doesn't beat around the bush. He just comes out and says it. And the advice is so clear and so obvious. Try to imagine the Emperor of Rome, this man of enormous power and wealth and prestige, trying to tell himself not to be a person of too many words or too many deeds. Pretty remarkable. Even at that level, talking about simplification. He's talking about modesty, talking about restraint. It's a beautiful thing and a very rare thing, to be sure. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius is constantly pointing out how few people remember the emperors who came before him. Who remembers the name of Vespasian? Who remembers this person from Hadrian's court or that one? All these names are forgotten. But he's saying this to remind himself that one day the name Marcus Aurelius will sound unfamiliar. Indeed, for hundreds of years it was. I mean, how many people even watching this video know much more about Marcus Aurelius than he was the old guy in the movie Gladiator, right? Even the most famous person in the world, the person they carved statues out of stone, whose name was emblazoned on buildings. So few people know of him today. And that should be a humbling reminder for all of us. In Gregory Hayes' introduction of Meditations, he says there's an American president who rereads Marcus Aurelius every single year. Some research turned up he was talking then about President Bill Clinton. Now, obviously, Bill Clinton did not get truly the message of Meditations, but I think the point is, how much better off would we be if every leader, every person in a position of power was familiar with Marcus Aurelius? Because he was there, he had that job times 1,000, and he knew what you had to strive to do, he knew what you had to try your hardest not to do, he knew what you had to be great. And I think it's important that it's not just reading it once. Again, it's the idea of rereading it every year. So not just, hey, wouldn't it be nice if every president, if every world leader read and reread Meditations every year? We don't control that. If you reread it every year, what would you learn? What would you take out of it each and every time? I know that I've taken something new out of it each time I've picked up this book, as I have now for almost 15 years. Every time you dip into Marcus, you take something new out of it. And that's why Bill Clinton was rereading it every year. And that's why every leader, every parent, every person should do the same. I have some really old copies of Meditations too that people have given me. Some of the so old the covers are falling off. I'm even scared to pull the pages apart. They're hundreds of years old. And I think one Stoic exercise, you can almost imagine Marcus doing it. And I think about it now even when I hold my newish copies versus my oldish copies. Is think about who the person was that held this book 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Think about the translation that this translation is a translation of, is a translation of, is a translation of. And you start to get far back pretty fast and you wonder where those people are. They're gone forever, just as someday we'll be gone forever. And maybe someone will get your used copy at a library sale or a garage sale, or it'll be passed down, your kids, their kids, their kids. None of us are here forever. And in a lot of different places in Meditations, Marcus meditates on how these old familiar names are no longer so familiar. And these people who were once powerful and super well known, nobody knows who they are. Think about all the famous people that have owned Meditations. They're nowhere, as you and I will someday be. The one prophecy that never fails, as they say. And Marcus knows that for all his power, for all his fame, for all his brilliance, he's not an exception to that rule. His memory might live on forever, but he knows posthumous fame isn't really worth anything. He says, focus on what you can now, be present, you're not exempt from anything, you're a regular person, eventually you'll find yourself on your deathbed, and it may well be sooner than you would like it to be, but such is life. One of my favorite passages in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius talks about washing off the dust of earthly life. I think studying philosophy is a way to do that. Going for a walk is a way to do that. The Romans would have done that in the bathhouse. We can imagine Marcus after a day of hearing cases or meetings, he would have been dirty, literally and figuratively. And he would have walked to a bathhouse, a gymnasium, and he would have cleaned himself there. He would have gotten in a cold plunge or a thermal pool. In fact, at Aquincum, where Marcus writes a chunk of Meditations, you can step in one of those pools. It's still running today. There's something beautiful and timeless about that. And I think very practical about the reminder of washing off the dust of earthly life, literally and metaphorically. It was funny, I was going through my copy of Meditations many years ago, and I found inside a receipt. It was for Borders in Riverside, California. The store doesn't exist anymore. And then I realized it wasn't my name, my credit card on the receipt. It was my wife's. And I realized that shortly after my wife and I had met, I'd just read Meditations, and she went and bought that copy. That was something we shared and talked about, and this copy's still there with us. I'll show you a picture of it. But Marcus Aurelius himself is changed by a book recommendation. His philosophy teacher Rusticus gives him a copy of Epictetus, and they bond over it. Books can change our lives. They can connect us with other people. They can be with us for years, decades. I think there's something to be said in Meditations, but then also in my copy of Meditations about the singular power of a book to bring people together. There's an immense amount of control or influence that the translator has over how they choose to use this word or that word, and that can mean a world of difference. But also, like, when you just get the crappy translation that's in the public domain or the cheapest one on Amazon, like, you're selling yourself short. I feel so lucky I got the Hayes translation early. The point is, books are an investment. You shouldn't cheap out. You shouldn't get the cheapest one. You should get the one that's right, that's best. And there's a reason these things cost money, is that they're worth money. My life would have been totally different had I gotten a crappier translation, a cheaper translation, or if I'd said, I'll just get it from the library, I'll skim through it and I'll give it back. No, reading is an investment. Books are an investment, and you have to invest accordingly. I was once having a conversation with the great Robert Greene about the Stoics, and he showed me his copy of Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. and he would write in the margins, little AF. AF stood for amor fati. Amor fati actually comes to us from Nietzsche, who was not a particularly big fan of the Stoics, but expressed something, I think, at the core of Stoicism. He said, not just to bear what is necessary or accept it, he says you must love it. Amor fati, a love of one's fate. And it was Robert who made this explicit connection between Stoicism and amor fati, which I've popularized in Daily Stoic and our videos, my book. Robert and I even made this coin, which I carry with me everywhere. It has that picture of a fire. Marcus Aurelius, again, remember, is saying that what you throw on top of a fire becomes fuel for the fire. The fire loves what you're throwing in there. So I just love that idea, and I'm so indebted to Robert to helping me see this connection between two wildly different philosophical schools of thought, but finding this one area where they converge. One passage I marked down in Meditations when I first read it, Marcus Aurelius says, go straight to the seat of intelligence. Writing and reading require a master, so too does life. Mentors have been a huge guiding force in my life. Robert Greene, others. If you don't have a mentor, if you don't have a teacher, if you don't have the kinds of people that Marcus is thanking in the Debts and Lessons section of Meditations, you're not going to become what you're capable of becoming. You're not going to become anything like Marcus Aurelius. The remarkable thing about Meditations is that it's really a book for the writer, not for the reader. It's not for you and I. Marcus might even be mortified that we're here talking about him because he never intended to publish it. The point of Meditations was his own practice. He was writing to himself, writing notes to himself. The book accomplished what it was set out to accomplish before it was read by anyone else, let alone 2,000 years later that it's still helping people. And you have to have that kind of journaling practice in your life, I think. How are you meditating on these things? How are you talking to yourself about them? What's the internal dialogue or debate or interrogation process that you have in your life that's helping you be what you're capable of being and who you're capable of being? Marcus Aurelius had a lot to complain about. He's betrayed, he's misled, people lie to him, people try to take things from him. He has a job that he doesn't even want. And yet nowhere in Meditations, what he thinks is his private diary that no one is going to read, we never once see him complain about any of this. He doesn't complain about being unappreciated, he doesn't complain about being abused, he doesn't complain about being put upon, he doesn't complain about the stress. Because, as he says in Meditations, we should never be overheard complaining, not even to ourselves. Concentrate like a Roman, Marcus Aurelius says. Concentrate on doing the thing in front of you as if it was the last thing you were doing in your life. I think about that pretty often, that it could be the last time you send this email. It could be the last time you have this conversation. It could be the last time that I sit down to write or that I sit down to make a video. So am I going to be fully present? Am I going to concentrate? Am I going to do my job? Am I going to meet the standards of my people, of my profession, my history? Am I going to concentrate like a Roman? Am I going to do it like this thing matters? Like I might not get another opportunity to do it. To me, that's the test. That's the standard to try to meet every day that you are lucky enough to be alive. Marcus Aurelius is clearly very strict with himself. Meditations is one rule, admonishment, almost impossible standard that he's setting for himself after another. And yet, we're told by historians, the brilliance of Marcus is that his strictness was limited solely to himself. Tolerant with others, strict with yourself. Conscious of the fact that it was called self-discipline for a reason. You control yourself, you control the standards you set for yourself, but you have to be tolerant and understanding of other people. In another part in Meditations, he chastises himself for not being a better forgiver of faults. And that's what we have to cultivate. This practice should make us better. Also, we're forgiving and tolerant of other people. Marcus Aurelius' hero of heroes is Antoninus, his adopted stepfather. As far as we know, Antoninus Pius doesn't write anything down. He writes no works of Stoic philosophy. He probably wouldn't have even identified as a Stoic or as a philosopher. And yet, to Marcus, he was the embodiment of both Stoicism and philosophy. He was clearly naturally this way, and I suspect some people naturally are. I think we can deduce that because Marcus did have to write this book, Marcus wasn't naturally this way. He was struggling like you and I are struggling. He was trying to get there. He needed the extra help. And it is inevitable that we will fall short, which is why in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says to pick yourself back up when you fall, but he also says to celebrate the fact that you're a human being. What matters, he says, is that you come back to the rhythm of it, right? We're going to be jarred by circumstances. We're going to be messed up. We're going to slip on our diet, on our New Year's resolution, on the goal we have. That's okay. What matters is that you get back up. What matters is that more often than not, you stick to it, that you always come back home to it. In one passage, he goes, it's unfortunate that this happened. Then he catches himself. He goes, no, it's fortunate that it happened to you. And we think about all the things that happened to Marcus Aurelius in his life. Plagues, war, flooding. He loses children. He has a troublesome son. People think his wife is cheating on him. It's one thing after another. But he doesn't run from any of this. He doesn't hide from it. He doesn't throw himself a pity party. Even though he felt sorry for himself in that minute, he always saw it as an opportunity. He rose to the occasion. One ancient historian would say that Marcus doesn't meet with the good fortune that he deserved. But then he says, but I admired him all the more for that, because he preserved himself and the empire despite these extraordinary circumstances. That's what greatness is. That's what the obstacle is the way is really about. Several points in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius summarizes what are, in effect, the three disciplines of Stoicism that you need to know always. Perception, how we see things. What part of this is in my control? What isn't? What is it actually? How do I see it as clearly as possible? Then the next step is, what are you going to do about it? What action can you take? And then the third part is the will, the fortitude, the strength, the perseverance that you bring to bear on that problem, obstacle, situation. Perception, action, will. That's the essence of Stoic philosophy, which Marcus organizes Meditations around and returns to repeatedly over and over again. Marcus Aurelius would have been cheered everywhere he went. There would have been parades. He's given a Roman triumph. They build statues of him. They flatter him. In every room, he's the most important person there. Yet he has this remarkable way of describing all of that. That clapping is the smacking of hands. He says that cheering is the clacking of tongues. Doing that contemptuous expression that we talk about, the idea that this stuff doesn't matter. Let's see it as it actually is. Don't just take it for granted that at a standing ovation says something special about you, that obviously being all these people talking about you is important. Think about what it actually is. Think about what it actually represents. Break it down and see it in this skeptical, almost cynical light, and it loses its power over you. Obviously, Marcus is an idealist. Obviously, he's a perfectionist. Obviously, he wants to be good and he wants other people to be good. Yet he's also pragmatic. He's also realistic. He says in Meditations, don't go around expecting Plato's Republic. Cicero says of Cato that he acted as if he lived in Plato's Republic instead of the dregs of Romulus. Obviously, you want to be good despite what's happening in the outside world, but you can't also expect perfection or a utopia because we don't live there. You have to be pragmatic and realistic and practical, or you're just setting yourself up to be disappointed. You're setting yourself up to have your heart broken, which is what Marcus is preparing against at the beginning of Meditations, like we talked about. He says the people you are going to meet are annoying, jealous, frustrating, mean, all of that, right? Not the things in Plato's Republic. You got to be ready. You got to expect those things. Not only can you not expect Plato's Republic, you have to deal with the place that you're in. You got to make practical decisions based on what you're in. He says, if the cucumber is bitter, throw it out. He says, if there's brambles in the path, go around. Don't despair. Don't be mad. Don't wish it was otherwise. Just get to work. Start where you are with what you have and build from there. Almost every smart person that's ever lived has loved reading. Love books. They lose themselves in books. And yet, why does he write at the beginning of Meditations that he needs to stop reading to throw away his books? Well, it's because any virtue taken too far can be a vice, right? Marcus Aurelius probably loved going into his books because his books were simpler than the job that he had. His philosophy texts were cleaner and clearer than the complicated moral ambiguities of life. He was saying that a philosopher has to be a doer, not just a thinker. And in fact, the Stoics, they didn't like what they called the pen and ink philosophers, the people who were just readers. They weren't doers. It's good advice. It's wonderful to read, and you should read as much as possible. But you can't live in there. You have to live in the real world. You can imagine that as the emperor of Rome, people had a lot of strong opinions about Marcus. They thought he was the best in the world. They thought he was the worst in the world. They thought he sucked. They thought he was amazing. He would have been bombarded with opinions about him. He has to not think about it. He has to set his own standards. He has to keep his own inner scorecard. He says at one point in Meditations that the perks of his job is that you can earn a bad reputation by doing good deeds. Think of someone like Harry Truman, who makes a bunch of momentous, critical, probably the correct decisions, but he leaves office one of the least popular presidents in American history. That's what Marcus is talking about. People have strong opinions about what you do, but you have to set your own standards, your own scorecard. You have to do the right thing because it's the right thing, not because it's going to make you popular, or conversely, not concerned whether it might make you unpopular. Objective judgment now at this very moment. Unselfish action now at this very moment. Willing acceptance now at this very moment. He says that's all That's the formula for turning an obstacle upside down. First, you have to see it clearly. Second, you have to focus on what's possible, what you can do for others here. And third, you have to accept the parts of it that are outside your control. You have to bring a kind of fortitude and a strength to it. Perception, action, will. That's all that you need. I was lucky enough actually to interview Gregory Hayes, the translator of these two books, way back in 2007. And I asked him what his favorite passage in Meditations was. And he said this, I'll read it to you. He said, "Keep in mind how fast things pass by and are gone. Those that are now and those to come. Existence flows past us like a river. The what is in constant flux. The why has 1,000 variations. Nothing is stable, not even what's right here. The infinity of the past and future gapes before us, a chasm whose depths we cannot see." I probably missed the brilliance of that until I saw him read it, but it stuck with me ever since. And actually, when we illustrated this edition of Meditations, I tried to capture that. That time flows like a river, and you just think of it rushing past. You think of Marcus Aurelius writing it near the Danube. Water is clearly this repeated metaphor and analogy in the Stoics, and it can teach us so much. And most of all, I think it can both humble and inspire us. Marcus Aurelius talks about being jarred by circumstances, messing up, failing. He talks about the idea of a rhythm, coming back to the rhythm. And I like this idea. I think Stoics talk about the logos or the way. You think of the logos, the kind of rhythm of the universe being the way, something you come back to. So even if you screw up, it's always there. The metronome is always there. The rhythm of the music is always there. You want to come back to it. Like a lot of people, I have a tendency to overwork, to overdo, to overcommit, to take things too intensely. Marcus Aurelius warns himself against this in Meditations, and it's stuck with me always. He says, in your actions, don't procrastinate. In your conversations, don't confuse. In your thoughts, don't wander. In your soul, don't be passive or aggressive. In your life, don't be all about business, right? Don't be all about business. If you want tranquility, you have to do less. It's about doing less. It's about saying no more. The question we have to ask ourselves constantly is this essential? Because most of what we do and say is not essential. And when you eliminate the inessential, he says that's good in and of itself. But secondarily, you get the benefit of doing the essential things better. You have to say no. You have to say no. Multiple times, Marcus used a word that I totally missed. Like, for instance, to move from one unselfish action to another with God in mind. Only their delight and stillness. Stillness is a very Eastern word, but it also has roots in Stoicism. Ataraxia, apatheia, this idea for the Stoics of not being disturbed by external circumstances, by internal circumstances, not caring what other people say, not caring what other people do, getting to a place of stillness. This is clearly what Marcus was studying philosophy for and where he wanted to get. Stillness, though, it is this idea that Marcus returns to over and over and over again, probably because he had so little stillness in his busy, chaotic, crazy life. He wants to be like the rock that the wave crashes over and eventually the sea falls still around. I think of that metaphor all the time. The world is going to be crazy. All these things are happening, but what you can have is a certain kind of strength and stillness and inner fortitude is the ability to be calm amid the turbulence, to be still even as the world is spinning around you. Everything lasts for a day. The knower and the known. This is a pretty interesting observation from a man who was the most famous man in the world in that time. A man who's still so famous, you can buy coins with his face on them on Etsy. They survive as historical documents worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. This is a guy whose book still pops on and off the bestseller list, whose search engine show have an all-time spike in popularity. But Marcus Aurelius would also remind himself that posthumous fame isn't really worth anything. He's not around to enjoy it. What matters is, was he deserving of that in his own time? Was he good then? Is he famous for the right reasons, for doing good stuff, for being a good person? So we can imagine when Marcus comes to the end of life and realizes he's going to die, I wonder if he thought about the passage that he wrote in Book 10:36. He says, it doesn't matter how good a life you've led, there will still be people standing around the bed who will welcome the sad event. His point was, if you're doing this for validation, if you're doing this to be loved, if you're doing this to be remembered, the rewards for doing the right thing have to be the right thing. You can't be doing it to be liked. You can't care about what other people think. You can't try to please everyone all the time, be everyone's favorite, especially as a leader, So Marcus had to constantly be aware of this. And I wondered if, when he actually came to the end of his life, if he thought about the fact that maybe secretly some of these people were glad he would be gone soon, and if he had to come to terms with those words that he'd written so long ago. In book 4 of Meditations, this is 437, he says, on the verge of dying and you're still weighed down, still turbulent, still convinced that external things can harm you, still rude to other people, still not acknowledging the truth that wisdom is justice. I just love the intensity with which he's addressing himself. Marcus, again, isn't perfect. He's still struggling with it. He's saying it's the end of your life and you still haven't gotten this right. And he's repeating to himself who he wants to be, how he should be. And I think, and this is the important part, he's also saying it's not too late. It's never too late. It's funny, Marcus is, I think, meditating on memento mori to root himself in the present moment. And you do notice that Marcus talks about the present moment over and over and over again in Meditations. He's reminding yourself that it's the only thing you have. It's the only thing you can lose. I think that's because he, like us, found it so easy to get distracted, to think about the past or the future, to worry about this, to regret that. And the consequence of that is you're losing the only thing you have, he's saying, which is right now. The fruit of this life, Marcus says at one point in Meditations, is good character and acts for the common good. Elsewhere, he talks about those epithets for the self. Those are two pretty good ones, right? That you should be good character always and do good things for other people always. And to Marcus, that's what he was striving to do always. Good character, good deeds. It's hard to come up with a better summation for a good life than that. There's a pretty amazing story about Marcus Aurelius. Pretty late in life, he's seen leaving his palace in Rome. He's carrying these tablets, and a friend says, where are you going? He says, I'm off to see Sextus the philosopher to learn that which I do not yet know. The friend marvels. He says, here's the most powerful man in the world, even as an old age, picking up his books and going to school. I think that's, in effect, what Marcus is. He remains a student. It's his notebook. It's his exercise book. It's his workbook. He's doing work on himself even as an old man. And the fruits of that come down to us. It's just so wonderful to think of Marcus even as an old man. Maybe some of the lines in here he learned from Sextus the philosopher. He thanks Sextus the philosopher in book 1, the Debts and Lessons chapter. So the idea for Marcus was that you always stay a student. We know that Marcus Aurelius doesn't want to be emperor. In fact, he breaks down and cries when he is told he's going to be emperor, because he knew how many bad emperors there were. And I also think he probably had a little bit of imposter syndrome. He wasn't someone who sought out power, and so when power came his way, he wondered if he could do it, if he had the skills, if he was strong enough, smart enough, firm enough, ruthless enough. But before Marcus becomes emperor, he has a dream, we're told. And in that dream, he dreams that he has shoulders made of ivory. That was to him letting himself know that he was strong enough to bear the weight. He could do it. And in Meditations, we catch him reminding himself of that lesson that he'd learned many years ago, early on, before he'd taken power. He says, remind yourself that if it's humanly possible, know that you can do it also. These people aren't better than you. They're not given some gift that you don't have. They became who they needed to be. They gave themselves the shoulders of ivory that Marcus Aurelius realized deep down he had all along. The Stoics speak of this idea of the inner citadel, this sort of part inside yourself that can't be touched by externals. Good news, bad news, good fortune, misfortune. Marcus Aurelius writes that stuff cannot touch the soul. And I think that's what we see, despite all the things that we know happened to Marcus in his life, all the good fortune that he did not meet with, all the misfortune that he did not deserve, nothing touches the inner goodness inside him. That's what meditation shows. It shows that despite the filth, the dust, the stress of life, what remains is the goodness. He keeps that pure, bubbling up always. There's just no one that Marcus speaks more highly of in meditation than Antoninus, or more consistently. Antoninus takes up a bigger chunk in Meditations than Marcus's mother, than Marcus's family, and he comes back to it later in the book. Antoninus is a gift from the gods in Marcus's view. He's older than Marcus, they have no blood relation, but they have this long apprenticeship with each other. Marcus seizes this for all that it could be. He studies Antoninus. He was the model, Ernest Renan says, of of the perfect life for Marcus. And so that's why repeatedly in Meditations, you see Marcus talking about what he learned from Antoninus, what he learns from his adopted stepfather. And I think having a hero like that is just so important, and it's why Antoninus takes up such a big chunk of Debts and Lessons. Sometimes when I sign copies of the Daily Stoic, or when people want me to sign their copies of Marcus Aurelius, which is a weird thing I could have never imagined 15 years ago, I write one of my favorite quotes from Marcus Aurelius. He says, "Fight to be the person philosophy tried to make you." Or I shorten that, I do my version of it, I say, "Fight to be the person philosophy wants you to be." That to me is the struggle of Marcus Aurelius. He wants to be what Antoninus knows he could be, what Rome needs him to be, what philosophy, what Stoicism thought he could be. And that was the ideal, the standard that he aspired to be like always. Meditations is filled with self-criticism, with pushing himself to be better, calling himself into account. Again, Marcus Aurelius is incredibly powerful. People told him how amazing he was. They worshipped him as a god. And the more successful, the more important, the more beloved you are, the more important it is to have this practice. No one could tell Marcus what he was doing wrong, what he needed to do better. He had to do that. And look, the same is true in this world that we live in, where we have wonderful freedom, where we don't live under a tyrant, where there is no authority monitoring everything we do and say and think. But that doesn't mean we should do whatever we want to say and think or do. We have to hold ourselves accountable. We have to follow that process ourselves. In the middle of Meditations, and there's a couple others sprinkled around, you see Marcus Aurelius talk about loss, specifically the loss of children. And this is something he knows intimately well, tragically. Think about what it would be like to bury a child and how much that would affect a person. Marcus doesn't do this one time or two times, but 6 times. He loses all of his male heirs except for Commodus. Just brutal. In the most tragic and painful of circumstances, a medical procedure that goes wrong, the plague, childbirth, infancy, it's just one thing after another for Marcus. Yet not only does he continue to get out of bed every morning, he writes this book with such grace and love, purpose, he could have been broken by this. He had every reason to be broken by this. No one would hold it against him if he had been, yet he wasn't. And to me, that's both a testament to the philosophy itself, but also a testament to his incredible and inspiring character. The Emperor of Rome would have had beautiful palaces. Marcus, from a rich family, would have had access to country estates, and he could afford the finest resorts or retreats. And he reminds himself, though, that people who try to get away from it all are chasing something that doesn't exist, like that Buddhist idea that wherever you go, there you are. You can retreat into yourself anytime you want. He says you can find replenishment and rest and relaxation inside your own soul. And I think that's what he's doing in Meditations. That's what he's doing in books. That's what he's doing when he would go on walks, when he would look at the world poetically. He realized that he didn't have to flee to some exotic location. All the things he needed and wanted were right there. And they weren't external things at all. They were inside of him, just as they are inside all of us. Seneca talks about how the greatest empire is self-command, being in charge of yourself. If you can see Marcus Aurelius, this guy who controls literally an enormous empire, struggling with that same idea, realizing that, yeah, I can make the army do this, yeah, I can purchase that, yeah, I can make the Senate do this, but that the real power, the real thing to focus on is, am I in command or control of myself? There's a story about Hadrian getting mad, losing his temper, and stabbing a secretary in the eye with a pen. He could get away with that. Nobody cared. Marcus doesn't do anything like that. There's no stories like that about Marcus. Marcus realized that, yeah, there was only a few people who were ever powerful enough to be emperor, but fewer among the emperors was a man who was in command of himself. And as Seneca said, no one is fit to rule who is not first in control of themselves. That's what Marcus strove to be, and in many ways, that's what Meditations was him trying to get a little bit better at. I might have repeated myself in a few of these, but then again, Marcus repeats himself a lot through Meditations. Because he's not writing a prescription about all of the philosophy. He's not trying to tackle every situation or problem or facet of Stoicism. He's trying to talk about what he needs, which seems to be reminders of his mortality, which seems to be why he shouldn't lose his temper, which seems to be about controlling his ambition, which seems about taking the long view or seeing things big picture. Meditations is not complete or comprehensive. It's a book about the things Marcus needs the most, just as your journal should be repeatedly coming back to the themes that you need the most help with, or the things you're struggling the most with. That we can read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, the private thoughts of the most powerful man in the world, is just an incredible fluke of history and good luck. He had no intention of publishing it. He'd probably be mortified that we're reading it. Just even think of how unlikely it is that a thing written on, wax tablets or parchment 2,000 years ago manages to survive to us? How many good things had to happen? How many flukes of circumstances and good fortune had to happen for us to get there? It survives to us primarily because the Romans were good record keepers, because someone decided not to toss this book of philosophy out. They probably ignored Marcus's final wishes, but also because a chain of monks, all nameless, all forgotten, recorded, wrote over and over again, translated Marcus's works, and eventually enough copies of it survived that it survives to us. So my final thought as we step back from these lessons of meditations, the final lesson I think we can take from the existence of the book itself should be a note of gratitude. We're so lucky. You run the same process again 100 times, 99 of those times you're not going to get the book surviving. We are so lucky. It is a black swan of black swans, wonderful fluke of circumstances that works out to our benefit. And that should both humble us and make us feel really, really fortunate that we get to read and learn from this wise man in such a deeply personal and vulnerable and helpful way. That's why I wanted to bring this leather edition out, which I think you're really gonna like. You can check out how to get it below. I hope you like this video. I hope you subscribe. But what I really want you to subscribe to is our daily Stoic email, 1 bit of Stoic wisdom, totally for free to the largest community of Stoics ever in existence. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. There's no spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I love sending it. I've sent it every day for the last 6 years, and I hope to see you there at dailystoic.com/email. Marcus Aurelius didn't read a book once and think that he got it. He read it over and over and over.
I come from Olympic weightlifting, athletics, focus always on progress, and that's what athletes are about. When you think about physical therapists, chiropractors, we call them recoverers, so helping us to recover, return the person to where the person was before. With Tajan, that's not the case, or cerebral palsy people, because they are already that, and they cannot return anywhere. So they have to progress the same way as athletes.
Jerzy, nice to see you, as always.
Pleasure.
Yeah, all right, I'm going to talk.
Good to be here.
Yeah, I always love spending time with you, and I have wanted to have this conversation for, doing the math, more than 10 years, because you told me of this transformation that we're going to be discussing in detail a long time ago. And it blew my mind to the extent that you may not remember this. I wanted to try to figure out a way to hire a long-form journalist to write an entire long-form magazine piece on this. And it turned out that a much better format is film. And certainly in this conversation, we'll talk about it. But not to bury the lead, for people who don't have any context, Jerzy and I have known each other quite a long time, and Jerzy's appeared on the podcast before alongside Naval Ravikant, who also has worked with Jerzy. And Jerzy's a 4-time world weightlifting champion, co-founder of UCLA's weightlifting team, co-creator with his wife Aniela, the lovely Aniela of the Happy Body program. There's a lot more to his story. We get into it in depth in the first conversation. This time around, we're going to talk about a very, very specific transformation that people might not associate with weightlifting when they envision lifting weights in the gym. And that is just how far-reaching coaching transformation can be. And I'm going to read a definition first of cerebral palsy, CP. This is from the AI answer on Google, but you'll see some version of this in most places. So cerebral palsy is a group of permanent disorders affecting movement, posture, and muscle tone caused by abnormal brain development or damage to the developing brain, usually before birth, sometimes it's during birth. It is the most common motor disability in children, resulting in non-progressive limitations I'm just highlighting a few words here. Permanent, non-progressive limitations, meaning the brain injury does not change over time on muscle coordination and balance. All right, now I'm going to compare that with a lead into the doc, which I'm making available for free on YouTube, which is called Prisoner No More. We'll have more to say about that. It is quite short, easy to watch, about 30 minutes to my memory. Here's the description. What happens when a doctor's prognosis becomes a life sentence and one person refuses to serve it? Prisoner No More follows Tajin Park, and I recognize that is not probably the perfect pronunciation for Korean, but Tajin Park, a young man diagnosed with cerebral palsy who dismantled every physical limitation medical science predicted for him. Through elite athletic training under Olympic strength coach Jerzy Gregorek and an uncompromising commitment to identity transformation, Tajin's story redefines what the human body and mind are capable of. And that's directed by Jeff Wolf, and we will come back to that as well. But let's hop into an actual conversation here and begin with, Jerzy, if you wouldn't mind, just some before and afters, right? And then we'll go into the entire chronology of it and everything else. But maybe we could just touch on a few, like bench press, what he could do before Tajin and what he could do after. Math, language, where would you like to start?
Let's start from bench press, I guess.
Okay.
So the first day I loaded the bar 15 pounds and he couldn't lift. He couldn't take it off the rack.
Right, couldn't unrack it.
Just only 15 pounds. Mm-hmm. So I have this wooden bar, Olympic wooden bar, that I used to coach children, 4-year-olds, 5. I remember my daughter was doing snatches when she was 3 years old. It's 3 pounds. But I put the 3 pounds on and he lifted 3 pounds. And I thought, okay, he could lift 3. So let's see if he can lift 8. So I added 5 pounds and he did. I was surprised. It surprised me, the difference. And then I loaded another 5 on. It was 13 and he did. Came back to 15 pounds. He barely lifted that, but he did. So that gave me the insight right away that he is going to progress fast. So I asked for his father to come to the gym. And I told him, you have to be here and you have to watch every session with him because something is going to happen here. I already get that feelings that something good is going to happen.
So I don't want to spoil the story. We're going to get into micro progressions and certainly the importance of the bench press, which you identified really early on. What did he get to as his sort of maximum working weight in the bench press?
He got to 170.
At what body weight?
I think around 140.
Yeah.
So he passed his body weight. He became stronger than his father, and his father couldn't believe. But as the father was watching it for years, and he said, at one point, he said, I'm really getting what the micro progression is. It's an amazing thing. It's like so that was really something.
So another layer to this story that makes it all the more amazing and inspirational and mind-boggling is that Tajin also is autistic, if I'm correct, right? So
right.
While you're helping him to build confidence and competence physically, you're also working on a lot of other things, and I'm sure we'll get into many of them, but could you just tell us a bit more about his conversational ability before and after?
What the father told me that the conversation on with Tajin was time to go to bed or time to eat. And there were some probably more because he could count to 1 to 10, but he wouldn't know what is 3 minus 2. What I noticed that he needs to work on the math because I asked him to do 5 squats and he did 6 or 4, sometimes 5. So I said to Jen, I wanted 5. And so that was 5 and it was 6, right? So he was missing. And that gave me the idea that he needs to work on his math. So I started asking him simple questions. What is 3 plus 2? 3 plus 5? And up to 10, he was okay. But after 10, didn't know what is the 5 plus 7. The subtraction, didn't know at all. So that was the beginning of the math. When it came to English and any conversation, he couldn't have any conversation. So the father, after about probably a year, he said we had a first conversation.
After a year of training.
Yes, we actually talk about something. So that was amazing, yeah.
How long did you train with Tijin?
Almost 5 years.
Okay, so at the end of 5 years with math, where was he?
Well, he is in community college. He passed 57 units. So he is waiting for another 3 units to finish 60 and go to San Jose State. So you can imagine what his math is and English. He writes essays and
So let that sink in, people. It is so wild, and you'll see this in the video, to not just converse about concrete objects, right? The mug in front of us or something to the left of us, the dog on the floor, but you had him memorize poetry so you could discuss things like emotional tone, metaphor, right? Getting into much more complicated terrain. And honestly, the more I learn about this and the more I revisit it, because this is not the first time we've talked about this.
right.
And I just rewatched the documentary earlier today, which I did the voiceover for. And I got really emotional watching it, to be honest. So I want to talk about the how-to, because there's so many pieces to this. But maybe what we should talk about is why previous approaches hadn't worked, right? How are people with cerebral palsy generally treated, right, by society? Why do they have these deficiencies, right? The lazy explanation is, well, they had this brain damage or abnormal brain development, and that's that, right? It's a sentence. And then Tijin had worked with physical therapists before meeting you. So like, why didn't he make progress? I mean, those are two different questions, but I'll let you start with maybe how you view the environment and society as implicated in the development for people with cerebral palsy. And this applies to many other places, by the way. It's not limited to cerebral palsy. But for instance, we were talking about community college, and Tijin, when he decided to go back to school, which didn't start with college, of course, and there were a lot of pressures to put him into a special program. And you were like, no special program. Like, he has to be around normal kids. So I'm leading into it a little bit, but would you like to say a bit more about that?
I come from Olympic weightlifting, as you know. So athletics, focus always on progress and reaching records, breaking records. And that's what the athletes are about. But when you think about physical therapists, chiropractors, doctors, we call them really in weightlifting recoverers. So helping us to recover, acupuncture, massage, and all of this is when we do the training, we need recovery. So the recovery is that system that helps us to recover the body for the next day and do the next day something a little bit more than before and create the progress. When physical therapies approach, let's say somebody that is after surgery or has problems, the mission is to return the person to where the person was before. And the same with doctors, make them healthy again. But with Tijin, that's not the case, because, or cerebral palsy people, because they are already dead and they cannot return anywhere.
Right.
So they have to progress the same way as athletes, forward more. either stronger, faster, what is 5 plus 7, or write a line, memorize the poem. So all of it, and, belief system that you talked before a little bit, and triggers here too, because he hated the son, and he hated police, and he hated mother, he hated father, and that came out during our process of coaching. So that I had to address too. So all the philosophy was also the part of it. There was poetry, philosophy, there was math, and there was English. But coming back to what you said about the whole community that works with cerebral palsy, I think that the focus is not athletic focus. The focus is to comfort them. So not really improve them, not to improve them so they are improving, just to comfort them so they have the safety life and they are okay. I guess that's probably the difference here.
And just to reiterate something for people who are listening, right? We're talking about, in some respects, two things that will get intermingled as we talk, which does not mean that we're equating them, but you have on one hand sort of the mood affect and some of the communication challenges and other components of autism spectrum disorder. Then you have the motor challenges and much more, of course, related to cerebral palsy. So we're talking about both. And let's revisit the prior physical therapist, right? Because I believe, based on some of the notes that you sent to me, that his approach was to put Tejin on a treadmill. Is that right? Where there was no, in other words, it was...
And he hated.
He threw him into a plan, but it wasn't a progression. I don't know if that's fair to say. I mean, maybe there was some minimal progression to it. But.
Yeah, maybe some progression of a treadmill. But treadmill, after a while, creates exhaustion, tiredness, and the brain actually becomes depleted instead of getting the power, getting the strength, getting more energy. We're talking about resting energy. And when that resting energy can be improved, that resting energy can keep the person awake. He was very lethargic at the beginning.
Yeah, he would sleep in the car. He would
sleeping in the car. No, never was awakened in the car. And when he was in the room, he would usually sleep because he was not engaged with people. So he was sleeping.
And so the bench press seems like it was one of the kind of key components to increasing resting energy.
Yes, bench press, squats.
What type of squats?
Back squat.
Back squat.
Back squat, and then eventually the back squat was a big challenge because he couldn't sit down. He was very stiff. Because he was stiff, he would fall on daily basis. He was bruised all over the body. And he walked awkwardly. Usually father held his hand, and when they were walking, and he was just walking very to the left, to the back, and awkwardly. So that created a challenge. So the challenge for the squatting was that he was not able to squat down. He was able to bend.
Right. Which is why his parents also took him to the bathroom.
So he was looking, he was looking
him.
for the box or the chair. You remember the box that I used?
Yeah.
So he was not able to sit on a 20-inch box because he was bending forward and looking for the box. So that was about, I guess, at the beginning, about 23 inches. When it came to 16 inches, I noticed that he is nicely squatting down and also was able to turn. At the beginning, he was not able to turn. So when I noticed that, I told the dad, he's ready to go to the restroom on his own and ready for the other things in the restroom. So, and that was the beginning of the first really independence for Tajan. He was able to dress himself. The other thing was to tie the shoelaces. So at a certain point, I saw that he has these shoes and his shoelaces were untied. And the father ran to tie his shoes, right? I said, no, 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 he can do that. And he said, okay. So father sat outside of near our lunges in our house. And so he bent and he tried to tie. And the father was looking piercing, like, I said, relax, relax. He's going to be okay. And I created this atmosphere, facilitated for Tejen so he could relax and he could actually make it happen. It was about 20 minutes before he actually made it, but it was a torture for the father. So I started really seeing how the parents are with him, that I had to teach the father, the mother, to be patient, to wait until he does something, not to do for him. So that was also element that was needed to be fixed.
It's also, in looking at it through a very sympathetic lens, I can understand how all three of them have been struggling and working hard to do the best they can over. How old was Tejen when you met him?
25.
25.
They were intense.
So 25 years, right, of conditioning
25.
and habit. So it takes time for everybody involved to change those
They
habits.
were taking bomb.
Yeah.
They were so intense with him, and he was, I would say, so fast to respond. And his also walk was that way. He tried to walk fast because he believed then walking fast he will be normal, right? But I slowed down everything. I taught him how to walk, and it was the torture for him. But he said heel and toe and heel. After about 2-3 years, he started walking normally, heel and toe. And I've had videos. I sent you videos of it. It was just amazing to watch Tejen to walk with soft arms, because his arms were really up and
Contracted
and
and
really contracted,
recoiled.
and extremely control. And then everything started being more soft and relaxed, and he started walking like like a normal person, what the father wanted. Came to one of my birthdays, and it was just amazing to see him after about 4 years. People were just puzzled, and now it's it was just like, is it the same person really? What happened to Tejen? It's just like amazing.
So I'd love to highlight a few of the ingredients that were critical for the recipe that led to that, because a friend of mine, I'll name him because it's funny, he'll get a good laugh out of it. I remember I introduced my friend Mike to you, and Mike has a multitude of issues with his hips. He has one titanium hip. And I remember I introduced the two of you. He came over and you guys trained. You laid out a program for him, and he was unable to squat properly to a certain depth. So you meet people where they are, right? Everybody can improve, but it's about knowing the starting point. You're famous for saying this. And so you gave him a certain depth. And I remember he did that for maybe a week. And then he was feeling good, so we decided to do it, 5 inches deeper or something like that. And he came back and met with you, and your response was, you are wasting both of our time. Because the micro progressions are a key component to progressing without injury. And also, I know that you feel like the no pain, no gain approach to training is a myth, right? Or that belief undergirding training. So I want to mention just a few other things, and they're, of course, all in line with your most famous mantra of hard choices, easy life, easy choices, hard life. Hard doesn't necessarily mean painful, right? But it does mean hard or difficult. But I want to mention a few of them here because it's so comprehensive. We'll come back to this, but car spotting, right? So Tejen was so lethargic, as we already noted, that he was typically sleeping. But after 6 months or so, you asked his father if he noticed anything new, and he remarked that Tejen had noticed a car on the way over. So you started to give him assignments to remember the cars that he spotted, the color, the make, whether the driver was male or female. and you got an inkling of his potential for math because he started memorizing the license plates, which is just incredible. Then negativity, right? This sort of negative affect. You already mentioned him hating the sun, hating the police, hating this, that, or the other thing. At certain points, hating the workout, which maybe we'll come back to, because I thought it was very clever how you responded to that with, well, once you're an adult, you can decide if you want to quit the training. And you had...
that was a trick.
And it was a trick.
It worked.
And you had hurdles for hitting that.
Yeah.
You also gave him assignments, though, to come back to the negativity, having dialogues and asking him questions to see the world more objectively. So assignments to have him write in English and explain why the sun and the police might be important for our existence. The use of celebrations, so I might ask you about this, but having certain milestones for him where you would give him a certificate, and then I think it was later on going to restaurants with his family and giving it to him in front of him. But also because his life, I suppose, seemed so, perhaps, to him uneventful up to that point, like nothing was happening. Maybe you could speak a little bit to that, and then I'll jump into some of these others.
Well, his brain was virgin, so nothing was there.
Yeah.
So he didn't have history. So he couldn't really talk about whatever he was doing. He was not doing anything.
Right, there's no content.
I wanted to create, history in his mind, create memory about something. So one of the things was to give him certificates for the breaking records. So whenever he broke the record, then we, printed diploma, and I asked father to set up a dinner celebration. And every time a record was broken in the squat or bench press, we went for a dinner. During this dinner, we gave him diploma, and some other people came, and it was this celebration. And Tajan started liking this. It was like a star. And after about a year, I saw him, he started talking about this celebration. He talked about math. He talked about poems. And so all of it started becoming his memory, his history. And it was very important. And he also started liking breaking records. He got crazy on jumping up the box. But that came because, he wanted to be an adult. So
okay, so we're gonna get to the
right.
the adulthood that might come up immediately. I also just want to give credit where credit is due to the parents, and I don't know to what extent it's both parents or the father, but driving twice a week. How long was the commute each way?
So they were coming twice a week, about 1 hour and a half driving one way. So they had to have at least 4 hours to come. Father was devoted, very kind, devoted, and stoic. He was there all the time, and you couldn't really see any irritation in him at all. Loved his son. That was very clear. So he was coming every time. When he couldn't come, his mother brought him in. But it was for them 4 hours drive. And I discussed that with Tajan, and I told Tajan how devoted was his father. Eventually, when we started having conversation, philosophical conversation, appreciative conversation, I tried to pass on him the appreciation of his father, enlarge the imagination about his father. If the father was not committed to that for 5 years, to bring his son twice a week, and every time spend 4 hours and the money, then I told Tajan, you wouldn't be who you are today. He helped you to become what you are.
How did he respond to that?
Tajan, was interesting. He was just sometimes look, and you could see that he was thinking about something. Sometimes he like it. But the most joy that I saw in him, he was breaking the records, and some videos are there. He said, "Ah!" He was so joyous, like when you see children sometimes, very joyous in that moment, that nothing else happens.
Yeah.
And it was ecstatic, It was just so pleasurable to see.
Yeah, or like an athlete winning gold at the Olympics on the platform.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk, as promised, about responsibility in adulthood. It was a crafty strategy on your part. Could you speak to that?
Well, he didn't want to play piano first.
Because he had been required to take piano lessons.
Yeah. Right? So father told him to play piano, and I said he didn't like to come to the workout and training. He didn't like the training.
So he didn't like the piano and he didn't like the training.
Yeah, and then he said, I want to stop the piano. And I said, well, you're not an adult, so you cannot do it. Somebody needs to decide for you. But when you become an adult, you can stop the piano. You don't have to come here for the training. I said, well, then what is the adult, right? So we started discussing, so what do you think? And we started discussing what is really an adult. So I said, well, adult is independent. What does it mean, independent, right? So working, making money, living somewhere separately, and so on and so on. But then I said, but there is other thing that we can consider you an adult. If you jump on an 18-inch box, right? So he was jumping at that time around 11, 12 bucks.
Oh, 11, 12 inches.
Yeah. He got so excited, and he thought that he can conquer it, right? Very quickly. And he was on a mission with this box, I tell you. He was like, energy that was generated in him. Wow, it's the same energy like in me when I wanted to go to Olympics, right? It's like I would run to the forest at 2 a.m., whatever was needed to do, I would do. And I would do with lots of, energy and it's just commitment. And so he was committed. He wanted to jump. But I knew that 6 inches, it will take 2 years. Because my progression is there. He was not going to do it easily. But we were on, and we were on and on. And then he came to, I think, about like 17-something inches. He was so excited. And then we ended up with some problems, and he had to heal his back because it's not so simple to just jump on 18. It was a huge challenge for him.
When people watch the documentary, and I would have mentioned this in the introduction, but I made a short link. Doesn't sound short, but easy to remember link that'll point you straight to it on YouTube. If you just go to tim.blog/hardchoices. If you go to tim.blog/hardchoices, it'll take you straight to the doc. But when you watch the doc and you look at Tidjane's before, right? What is motor control, walking looked like before, and imagine him jumping onto a 17-inch box. It is unimaginable when you look at the starting point. Really just incredible. Now, I want to hear you explain another development that I think is just so compelling, and that is related to math, right? So he starts memorizing license plate numbers. You're also working with him on repetitions and building up some of that arithmetic muscle. How did he go from that to doing math 5 to 6 hours a day and having that fire lit within him?
Well, it was progressive. But
right, it was progressive, but that's why I'm asking, how did he get there?
So first I started really working on the counting. So he had to count from until 20 or 30.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to pause to just let people have that sink in for a second. Math 5 to 6 hours a day, which again, we're going to talk about the journey. Most people on 20 cups of coffee a day could not do 5 to 6 hours of math a day.
I asked him about the counting. First was the counting, that he couldn't count to 20. So I said, okay, let's count to 15. Can you count to 15? So we counted to 15. When he got to 15, I said, you go home and you start learning to count to 20. So he came back and I tested him. Did you count to 20? Yeah. So, okay, count. So he counted. So then I add the addition. You know, how much is, 5 plus 7? He wouldn't know. So homework. Going homework, you learn how much is 5 by 6, 7, and 8, 9. All the calculation up to 20 for the adding. Then subtraction, division, multiplication, all of it until, the number 10 or 20. Then counting to 30, 40, 50, 100. And when we got there, I told Dad he needs a tutor. We need a tutor, math tutor, and English tutor. He needs both. And so they hired people to help. So I was testing, of course, but he had these tutors. So I think that it was an amazing addition to work on his brain. And I noticed the same story with other cerebral palsy people that have difficulties with math. Some of them that I saw that they had good English, but math looks like difficulties. So eventually, when he progressed with energy, with bench press, came to the certain point within a year that he could press about 100 pounds. And that gave him enough energy that he could go to his computer and spend hours on the computer to study his elementary school. He started actually elementary school. And, because he was not in elementary school, so he was 25 years old, 26. So he joined this program, elementary school program, and he started, working through it on his own. And after 2 years, he passed the whole elementary school. Then he started high school. Another 2 years, and he passed. Normal high school, like a normal, the same program as other people do. And father said, Tatiana is like on fire. He's like, it's 2 a.m. and he's still on his computer, and he started like 8 p.m. And at 2 a.m. he's on his computer and he doesn't want to stop. There was something in him awakened and powerful. And at the same time, he started noticing that who he was as a person, that actually he was a person, and he was cerebral palsy. And that generated a lot of negativity in him, a lot of resentment to his father and mother, and then he started really talking that he hates his mother, and then he hated everything
That was
at that
before.
time. Yeah.
Before, yeah. What did you notice in, and just to flash forward, right? I mean, his father's reported that he's living an independent existence, taking care of his own needs, planning his own days, orders Uber, rides to get to his classes, manages his own paperwork. So that's the after. What did you notice in terms of, and how did you cultivate this if you did? I don't know if you did this deliberately or if it was a byproduct of everything else, but emotional range or facial expressions, did any of that change over the course of the training?
Well, emotionally, he was blank, the same. So for a long time.
You mean in whatever circumstances?
Yeah, but at certain point, he started being negative and expressing his negativity. And then he made these moves, and I couldn't see where he was. I was looking for where he was. But I addressed negativity as something that needed to be fixed. So whenever he said that he hated something, I challenge it in a way. Why is it good, right? So he was negative, but and then why police is good? Why the son is good? Why the father is good? Why the mother is good? So expanding imagination for him to facilitate this, so he could find in his mind actually acceptance that actually is a good thing. It's a huge shift in his psyche, believing and liking people, right? He never liked me. It's just like, I don't like you. And he says, I don't like you. That's just like,
How long did he say that for?
all the time. He has never liked me.
So he'll celebrate and give you a
I
high
don't know
five
if
for
he
your
likes me.
training, but still.
I don't know even today if he likes me. Probably not. I created a lot of hard choices for him. So he went out, eventually he will come to this point that he will maybe like what I done, maybe, but not really me.
Oh, wow, that's kind of amazing. Well, you know what? As long as you don't care about the credit, you're doing good work in the world.
Yeah, I was not, there to shine.
Of course. Could you talk about helping him or asking him to identify heroes a bit? That also stuck out to me. Could you provide a little bit of context to people on that piece of the
So
puzzle?
he was already in elementary school, and he was writing an essay about a hero.
That was an assignment.
Yes, and he wrote it.
But
So he
from
was,
school, not from you.
Yeah, from school, because he already had a tutor, English tutor. So he was always proud when he did something. He was bringing something and reading me. So he read it, and so he wrote about Genghis Khan. And I said, okay, so is Genghis Khan a hero? Yeah. Okay, so I said, well, why he is a hero? Oh, he talked a little bit, and I said, so who is a hero? Well, that created a philosophical problem. So we ended up that the hero is really risking their own life for others, to save others. But that's not Genghis Khan. So Genghis Khan was not that. He was a conqueror, but he was not a hero. And then at the same time, I watched this movie about admiral, actually Korean admiral. About 300 Japanese ships were coming to Korea to conquer them. And he, with one ship and 12, and he stood up to them. And actually the 12 ships, that people didn't want to fight, wanted to surrender. He said no, and he fought, and he fought. And these other 12 ships, joined him eventually. And the whole armada, Japanese armada, turned back. And I said, that is your hero. And I said, that is your hero from Korea. And you are going to rewrite this essay. But it's too late. I said, it's not too late. You're going to go to your teacher. You tell the teacher why Genghis Khan was not a hero, and you want to rewrite the essay. Okay. I said, okay, you go and do it. And he did. And he rewrote the essay. The teacher agreed.
I can see why he might not like you.
Yeah.
It's pretty fair.
It was very quick, think about it. I was coaching him.
I understand the purpose.
He was jumping, he was lifting, and at the same time we did poetry, math, English, right, all of it together. And it was quick.
Hard teachers these
Why
life,
he wouldn't like me, I don't know. Yeah, there are many reasons. But one day he wanted to step on a 6-inch box, I remember. And he tries to step, and he would not.
And this is
step.
the 1 foot up.
Just stepping 1 foot and like on a
down.
stair, right?
Yep.
It was like he was, I don't know, and I couldn't make it. So I grabbed his shirt and pulled him
I've seen the
in
video.
and on,
Yeah.
in and on. And after about 2 times, I left him and he was jumping on this box like one after another, stepping one. It's just, and so fast. It's just amazing what the brain is.
Yeah.
You get a little bit of help, and suddenly the door opens up, and the progression is huge and fast. It's amazing. I tell you, what I was watching, what I learned during this process, wow.
Yeah, even to this day, I know that modern science has come to a greater appreciation of brain plasticity and the malleability and adaptability. And of course, just as let's call it, broadly speaking, this is a simplification, but the control center for the entire body, right? The brain's job is to keep the body alive. So they're dance partners. There is just so much room for improvement. And a lot of the science that I've supported has been related to this, but this was the first time I'd ever seen such an amazing transformation in someone with cerebral palsy that was so clearly and well documented also, right? And I want to talk about next steps in a little bit to try to expand this into a study. But before we get there, can you speak to training logic? So I think that was after about 2 years of already training with him, but working on his thought process using poetry. Why did you do that?
He couldn't really read the lines of poetry and understand the feelings, emotions behind. So then I started really doing the math and seeing whether he can think logically, right? So I tested him, if A is B and B is C, so is A is also C, and and playing these games. And slowly he started not only being logical I asked him about writing something about what is logic and give me the example. And so he would bring me, was there logic or not? So we tested that and then added the math. But the most difficult for him was to read a line of poetry and know the metaphor. Not really what really happened, but what was the meaning of the line.
Behind the words, not just the words.
Yeah, and every line. So when I asked him to remember and recite the poem, he would recite the poem. And then we analyzed the poem, every line after line. And what is the meaning? What is the feeling of the line? And that was an amazing possibility for him to learn the language and the feelings behind the language, the emotions. At the beginning, he didn't have any clue about the feelings, what the actually written words express when it comes to feelings.
Yeah, when I think about your entire coaching experience with Tejin, I'm struck by how many different levers you were able to help him pull, right? But one that sort of meta lesson that pops out to me, and I'd love for you to correct this if I'm not thinking about it the right way, is that he didn't respond to people in conversation, right? Didn't have much of a response, in part, and I'm projecting here, because he didn't have the belief that he could. He had no history to support the belief that he could, right? And then with physical movement, similar, right? And you gave the example, I mean, this is a very fast example, but of grabbing the shirt and kind of forcing him to do it. And then within a few repetitions, you let go and he's doing it on his own. And of course, there's the progression over time. But even with the poetry and how you gave him assignments to practice public speaking, without that, he wouldn't have had the confidence to then speak, say, within the more complicated context of school with classmates and things like that. I have to imagine, right? But, I sometimes have listeners or readers ask me, what can I read to develop more confidence? And I'm like, well, you can try to read to develop more confidence, but really, you're not going to fool yourself. You need to do things to develop the history of doing things so that you have confidence. Does that resonate, or would you add or reframe that somehow?
Yeah, of course, what you say, it's a certain perspective, but I would like to tell you about my perspective.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I saw the mind, the brain, as something that needs to find the way forward and find the way around those patches that were dead. And I saw it everywhere. I saw it in math when you cannot know what is 2 plus 2 that is 4, and you struggle. For me, the child struggles to find out what is 2 plus 2. Eventually, the child knows. And so there are certain connections already. And then 2 plus 3 and so on. Right? So development of math, I saw crucial here, very important, that when I am not there, he can practice actually the math. And by practicing the math, we overcome this, many steps of progression, a micro progression. And also that challenge has this plasticity of the brain, that plasticity is not, like I thought, okay, I make him strong doesn't mean that something else is going to happen. Or maybe I will not make him strong because the math is not developed. So I saw the connection between the squat, the bench, the numbers, the words, and the beliefs and philosophy. I saw connections everywhere, and I created the challenges, the hard choices every time, everywhere. For me, bench pressing, going from 100 pounds to 102 was not different than to know what is 15 plus 17. If I know what is 15 plus 17 is another thing that when it happens, something happened in the brain that was not there before. And I started facilitating all this development of the brain that would be challenged, developed from different perspective. And I think that eventually the research needs to be done. I try to understand what I've done because I've never really worked with a person like that, right? So I try to understand too what happened there, how did it happen, and whether there is possibility even to replicate this and help, so many people. Tajan's progress is amazing, crazy, amazing, magical. And if that could be replicable, wow, we could help a lot of people.
Well, let's talk about it, because before we start recording, I was trying to get an idea of the rough number of cerebral palsy diagnoses in the U.S., and you're based in Northern California, so I wanted to get an idea in California. These are real back-of-the-napkin, rough internet responses, but it seems like, let's call it, roughly 1 million diagnoses in the U.S., potentially, and then could be occurrence, not diagnoses, but somewhere between 100 and 120,000 in California alone. So this is a non-trivial condition. It's very prevalent. And if you could develop a method, right, through doing research, develop a method that you mentioned could be replicated, could be taught to physical therapists, then this could have tremendous impact on a wide scale. And maybe we could talk about what some of your thoughts are. And I'm going to create a web form for people who want to potentially indicate interest in certain facets of this. But what might the program look like? How many patients would you have? What would it look like in practice to do a research project to determine if you can formulate a method that would be replicable, or a template maybe with a little bit of tweaking here and there that physical therapists could use, or others?
Meantime, I had some experience with other cerebral palsy people, and my approach is, one, I believe that everybody can improve. So it really doesn't matter for me, it is cerebral palsy or not.
Mm-hmm.
If it's chronic fatigue, it can happen.
Mm-hmm.
If it's fibromyalgia, the progress can happen. So with cerebral palsy, when we think about cerebral palsy people, they have different conditions, different beginnings. The most important is to find where is the beginning, where to start. Is the major thing, because usually I think that we want too much. It's not going to happen. So we need to find this very tiny thing. You remember Jewel in Hawaii? You helped me to go and coach her.
Mm-hmm.
She was 18 at that time, and she couldn't control her head and arms and legs. So her mother would hold her, and I would try to find out where is the beginning with her.
Mm-hmm.
And she has hands like this and was moving. And I found out that I pointed to one place. I took a ball very close to her, like about an inch from her arm and then fingers, and asked her to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
And she struggled and struggled. And we found a way where actually she could touch it. And she was so happy when she touched. Oh, I have to send you these videos.
Yeah, please.
You can cry, when you can see things like this. And her joy when she was doing it. So also the math. I found out that her mind was very good with stories. She could talk about some things, and she loved the stories, to listen to stories. But her math was not really different than the dance.
The math.
Yeah, there was like she could only count from 1 to 10, and then adding, 2 plus 5, she would. And then we would start with it. So I see the math is major part of that method. The physical is of course the beginning. The beginning is how strong they are and how flexible they are. Flexibility is the main point here, because the awkwardness comes from both. One thing that the mind cannot control those places, but those places also the parts of the body became that way.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why awkwardness is coming in. So the physical improvement of the physical becomes challenging, because they can, injure themselves, they can be in pain, and those two who will facilitate, they will need to know how to start, how to use the microprogression, how to write everything down. Like Tejen knew all his numbers. He knew how to measure the time of, 5 or 10 jumps, and he would write all the jumps and brought to the gym what he did. His homework was numbers, 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 numbers. Not only the numbers of counting, but also the numbers of measure, right?
So just to hop in for a second, because I would love to help. Of course, that's part of the reason we're doing this conversation, is to help facilitate trying to create some type of template that can be applied to a lot of people with cerebral palsy. So the short link, not to bury the lead, the short link will just be tim.blog/CP, and we'll have a web form for people who may want to help from an academic perspective, ideally in Northern California, somewhere within near driving distance, since you would want to be there. I think the thought is maybe twice a week with these different folks, something like that.
Yeah, I see that about maybe 5 cerebral palsy people, and meeting them twice a week, let's say Tuesday and Friday, for 1 year, and then add another 5, so now it's 10, another 5, and do it for 5 years.
5 years in total.
Yeah, record everything, see how it works, bring therapists or others that could actually watch, observe, and learn. And I believe that this replicability is possible. We need to test it. We need to explore how is it really. possible. What can we actually do when we have this, 25 people? It could be that it was because I was there, but I don't want to say that it was because of me everything happened. It could be that perfect storm happened because I was a math teacher, I'm a poet, I'm a weightlifter. so all of it happened that I was this one person facilitating that. But when we do research, we don't have to have one person. We can have, math people, English, and, philosophers, and we can have trainers. We can create a center, and in that center, we can think about how we can progress, how we can improve, and document everything in details the same way as I was doing. Micro-progression is an amazing power.
What strikes me also that with the right people involved and with the right consistency, right? And I mean, you might need a faculty member to agree to spearhead it, and then there would be fundraising, which, is pretty straightforward to figure out. And then they would have postdocs or people underneath them would help with recruitment, although I don't think that'll be a problem after this podcast, patient recruitment, and then making the trains run on time. But I could see a path, as I'm sure you've thought about this much more than I have, but where you could end up with something like a core curriculum of principles, right, that you're teaching, and maybe you're recording video modules to explain these things to practitioners, where it's like micro progressions, finding a place to start. What are different ways to find a place to start? And then perhaps there are certain things that won't apply to everyone. So for instance, we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but Taejin was kind of crumpled to the right side, right? So you had a ball hanging from the ceiling that you would have him reach up to touch to help correct that. So there might be core curriculum and principles, and then sort of ancillary principles and techniques that can be applied on a case-by-case basis. But then you end up with this core curriculum that people can learn remotely or something like that. I mean, it's really exciting to think about.
At this point, I see that we can assess these people from 5 perspectives, I think. The physical perspective, where they are physically, and where is the flexibility, where is the strength. Math perspective, language perspective, philosophy perspective, beliefs perspective, where they are. So easily we can take the psychology and then psychologists and develop certain ways of assessing them, where are beliefs, right? In math, it's very clear, right? In the language, we need probably English teachers, and they will create very quickly curriculum to find out where is the level of that. And then once we have, that says, okay, we have a physical problem that is 80%, math is only 3%, is not, the person is really good at math, in English as well. But we can have also that math is not there at all, and walking is good. So there are all possibilities how we can assess from these 5 perspectives, these people. But we need to also explore and experience them, right? There's not only one person to Jan, because it's just only one person. Now we need to see, can we actually do with 5? Can we actually deliver what we delivered?
I mean, this is the scientific method, right? And you have such a fantastic starting point, right? It's an N of 1, although you've worked with more than one person with cerebral palsy at this point. But let me just give the URL out again. So for people who might be interested, if you are at Stanford or UCSF or San Jose State or someplace that might be able to help with this type of research, if you are in a financial position and would like to support this type of research, go to tim.blog/CP, or if you have other resources you want to bring to bear on this in some way, tim.blog/the letters CP, standing for cerebral palsy. So it's tim.blog/CP, and just fill out the web form. I'm incredibly excited about this. We covered a lot in our first conversation. We've covered a lot in this conversation. Is there anything else that you'd like to mention or cover that we haven't gotten to already today?
What a question.
Yeah.
Well, we covered a lot, but I think one of the most important, thing is that people can get help. And if we have the right approach, we can facilitate, create that. And of course, they change, right? We didn't change them.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to remember that we are facilitators. We are not really coaches that, created the powerful human being, that actually powerful human being created themselves. And we have to create a place where it's athletically aligned with athleticism and not care only. We know, I see it, that as soon as we care or we exercise without mission or purpose or goals, then we can exercise for 10 years and never change.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw these people, thousands of these people, right? So it doesn't apply only to cerebral palsy people, because it applies everywhere else. But with cerebral palsy, it's very interesting because they have this situation in the mind, in the brain, that actually we could work with.
Mm-hmm.
These are the patches in the brain that we can create the peripheral nervous system that actually goes around. We can create that mind, that plasticity of the mind we can create. I think I have strong feeling that this is possible. I always believe that it can be done. I just created challenges, constant challenges with the Jan that could deliver the results, the change, the why I wanted. It has to be always the where are you going, right? So for me, he had to walk straight, he had to walk soft. And for me, I would not sleep until I would get it. So we need devoted people. We need people that are devoted to these people to help them. Not just, physical therapists that want just to make money and go home. This is a huge challenge. These people, extremely challenging, and we need to also challenge them.
Yeah.
And by creating this challenge, we can create amazing thing actually.
Yeah.
So it is not something that somebody has cancer and it will get worse. That's not the situation here. It's a very unique situation with cerebral palsy people, that we have the situation that somebody is and somebody doesn't change for worse. Somebody is like that. Can change for worse too because life happens. But because people are like that, we have very clear slate to begin with. And we are not dealing with ill people, sick people. We're just dealing with people who mechanically something happened to their brain. And that can create for us a really great beginning. And it could be that with almost any cerebral palsy, something like this return to, I wouldn't say they cannot return, because many of them, they are just that way. So they cannot return anywhere, but they can improve and become like Tajan become Tajan, that is going to college from the person that was only waiting for food and sleep and couldn't go to toilet and was lethargic all the time. The life was like that for him, and that life would be like that, right? If nothing happened, what actually we did, he would be that person. And the parent, here's the parents. The parents, I saw happy parents, but after 3-4 years, they were like a ticking bomb. You said about intensity between these three people, right? But about 3-4 years, I saw them happy, first time. Happy. And that is enough to fight for. right? To give everything, whatever you have, to create the happiness in these three people who were worrying all the time. What will happen if they die? What will happen if something happens to them? Now they don't have to worry anymore. Tajan is completely independent. He is in college, for Christ's sake. Just imagine that. And a lot of that, I believe, 100%, that can happen with everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, the happy body, micro-progressions, I mean, your philosophies, and philosophy might scare people off. Your principles can be applied to so many different things that you and Aniela have developed over the years. Really want to make this research project happen. So folks, if you're interested in any way helping with that, in whatever capacity, go to tim.blog/CP. And then also want to mention, just like the way that you and Aniela coach can be applied most certainly to many different conditions, many different circumstances, all circumstances in some sense. I want to give a shout out to Jeff Wolf, the director of Prisoner No More. I always ask everybody before I talk to them or do anything with them, what would make it truly a home run? And he just mentioned the bigger opportunity is to position Prisoner No More not just as a standalone short, but as a proof of concept for a larger series. The vision is a slate under the same umbrella. So you could have Prisoner No More for alcoholism, Prisoner No More for fill in the blank, right? Which I think is also very exciting. So I really, really hope people, you got to watch it. You got to see what we're talking about visually. It'll just, a lot of you are going to cry. I'm going to tell you in advance, but it's good cry. So check it out. Tim.blog/hard choices in honor of
Hard choices.
Hard choices, easy life. Easy choices, hard life. So it's tim.blog/hard choices. Check it out. You can find The Happy Body and more on Jerzy and Aniela's training at thehappybody.com. And I'll link to everything in the show notes as usual at tim.blog/podcast. So if you're like, that's a lot to remember, don't worry about it. Just go to tim.blog/podcast and search Jerzy, not spelled like New Jersey, but spelled Jerzy. And trust me, there's only one Jerzy on my website. It's Jerzy Gregorek. Jerzy, thank you so much for the time. It's always great to see you.
Thank you, Tim.
And everybody who has tuned in, as always, I appreciate you. Till next time, be just a bit kinder than is necessary to others and to yourself. But not just comfort. Don't just make yourself feel better. Don't just eat that cheeseburger and watch reality TV on Netflix. Challenge yourself wherever you happen to be. You can make progress. You can make amazing progress. You just need to find the right starting point. And for that reason, check out thehappybody.com. Listen to my first conversation with Jerzy on the podcast as well. Until next time, thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
Each one of us has a destiny. Each one of us is called to do something. Each one of us has a unique set of characteristics and skills. The question is, are we brave enough to reach it? Are we brave enough to put ourselves out there to take it? I'm in Annapolis, Maryland. I'm about to give a talk to 1,000 freshmen at the U.S. Naval Academy. How do we think about courage? How do we apply it? It's not just the courage on the battlefield, but the courage to follow your destiny in life, the courage to be your best, the courage to do the right thing, the courage to stand up for what you believe in. That's the kind of courage I want to talk about in my talk today at the Naval Academy, which I'm very excited to do. It's been a great honor to be a fellow and to be associated with the Stockdale Center here at the U.S. Naval Academy, Stockdale being one of our most recent and greatest stoic figures, actually, as he's parachuting down into Vietnam, knowing he's going to be killed or taken prisoner. He says, I'm leaving the world of technology and entering the world of Epictetus. So I'm hoping to bring Epictetus and Seneca and Marcus Aurelius to all the midshipmen and women here at the U.S. Naval Academy. It's been a great honor. I'll show you some of that talk now.
Good evening, Commandant distinguished guests, class of 2024. I'm excited to introduce your speaker for this evening's STUT lecture. This ethics lecture series is made possible by a generous gift to the Leaders to Serve the Nation campaign by William C. Stutt, a member of the Naval Academy class of 1949, and his wife, Caroline. Hey! Few writers have done more to bring ancient, timeless wisdom and cutting-edge marketing strategies together than Ryan Holiday. By age 33, his philosophically driven best-selling books have sold over 4 million copies and spent more than 200 weeks on bestseller lists. His books are taught in colleges and marketing programs around the world, including Trust Me, I'm Lying, which revealed the massive vulnerabilities and opportunities in the global media system in 2012. He has directly influenced Super Bowl winning teams like the New England Patriots, NBA champions like the San Antonio Spurs, and Olympic gold medalists, as well as sitting senators, military leaders, and some of the biggest and most important companies in the world, like Google, Twitter, and Microsoft. Please join me in welcoming the ACYEAR 2023 Brady Fellow for Virtue Ethics, Mr. Ryan Holiday.
It's an honor to be with all of you tonight. I want to start with the story of Naval Academy graduate, one Jimmy Carter here, class of 46. I'm going to say a lot of those, so you're going to have to do that a lot. Here he is with his wife now of 75 years, Rosalind. He graduates, he enters the submarine service, and then he secures the opportunity of a lifetime in 1952 when he is set to be interviewed by Admiral Rickover. Now, Admiral Rickover is not just one of America's great immigrant success stories, one of its great naval success stories, one of its most brilliant minds. He's, of course, the father of the nuclear navy. He is also one of the most hands-on leaders in American history. In fact, he not only tests every submarine before it goes out into service, but he interviews every single candidate for the submarine service, including a young Jimmy Carter. And as he interviews young Carter, it's a long 2-3 hour interview. They talk about strategy, they talk about tactics, they talk about physics, they talk about literature. And Carter had prepared over and over and over again for this interview. And it seems to be going well. And Rickover asks him, he says, how did you stand in your class at the Naval Academy? And he puffs up his chest, he beams with pride, and he says, I was 59th in a class of more than 800. And Rickover, who's never one to be particularly impressed with grades, asks him, but did you always do your best? And Carter goes instinctively to answer, yes, of course I did my best, as we all would like to think that we do. But then something inside of him catches, and he thinks for a second, and he thinks about the workouts that he coasted through. He thinks about the classes that he didn't always take seriously, when he coasted on natural talent, when he was satisfied with being in the middle of the pack or not getting a perfect score, when he ignored opportunities for extra credit, when he didn't do all the required reading but just got the gist of it. And then he looks at Rickover and he says, no, sir, I did not always do my best. And that's when Rickover hits him with a question that would change Carter's life. He says, why not? And then he signals that the interview is over and he leaves the room. And this question would haunt Jimmy Carter for the rest of his life. Why didn't I always do my best? And of course, a positive expression of that, which is, am I doing my best? In fact, one of his first books, his campaign memoir when he runs for governor of Georgia, is titled, Why Not the Best? And so this question is the guiding question of Carter's life. Am I giving my best? Am I doing all of it? Am I really trying? Now, the reason this question is so haunting is the truth is we don't always do our best, and there is usually something more that we could give. I think about this in my own life. Unlike many of the prestigious speakers who have graced this stage, I don't think most of my teachers in high school would have predicted I would be here. I didn't get into anything close to something as elite as the Naval Academy. And when I think back as to why that was, why I was a bit of a late bloomer in that sense, I think I was afraid. I was afraid of really trying. I was afraid of really doing my best, really reaching for something. My parents had somewhat low expectations. I internalized those somewhat low expectations. But there was a safety in it. My mentor, the great writer Robert Greene, he says that teenagers, but I think this is true for all of us, we strike a somewhat paradoxical pose. We're lackadaisical and rebellious. He says it's a way of staying in place. Because if we try hard, if we do our best, if we put ourselves all the way out there, it brings an increased risk of failure. And then when we fail, right, it says something about us. And since we can't handle the thought of that, since we are afraid of that, we almost celebrate slacking off. We celebrate irony. We celebrate holding back. We say, I don't really want to do this. I don't want to be like those people. I don't want to go all the way. We embrace that sort of middling attitude. And this is a dangerous thing because it deprives the world not just of great people who could improve it, but it also deprives us of the unique ability of realizing our full potential, which is entirely unique. Every single one of you has a unique set of experiences, a unique set of talents, totally unique DNA code that never has before and never will exist again. And so to try, right, to be brave enough to put yourself fully out there is to risk failing, and to risk failing is to risk shame, criticism, and most of all, our ego, the most sensitive and fragile thing that there is. And I think it took an immense amount of courage on Carter's part to embrace, to accept, to look in the mirror and go, I didn't always give my best, and then to endeavor in the future to always do that. The courage to try, it's funny, the irony is we don't try because we think we risk failure, and that failure will shame us or embarrass us, and so it's the self-protection mechanism. But the irony is that doing your best, actually putting everything out there and into it is, in fact, the greatest protection, especially in a world where we don't control outcomes. Obviously, you guys have a certain amount of pride in someone like Carter as a graduate from here, and yet he's not really anyone's favorite president. He's not a heroic figure to a lot of us. We kind of have a medium opinion of him, when in fact you think he's one of the great American presidents. I think he deserves to be up there with Truman. But what to me is great about Carter and why I tell this story about doing your best is that it is the ultimate protection. Now, I actually think that one of Carter's greatest achievements, one of the places that he sees furthest ahead, and we're seeing this now play out in Ukraine, is that Carter, when he wins the presidency in '76, he sees that America is dangerously dependent on foreign energy. And he starts to see what we now call climate change as well. And he has a remarkable amount of foresight. He gives one of his most famous speeches where he says, America needs a moral equivalent of war to combat climate change and to combat foreign energy dependence. And how do most people react to this? They laugh at him. He puts solar panels on the roof of the White House in the 70s, right? How ahead of its time is that? And the first thing Ronald Reagan does when he takes the presidency is tear those panels off, right? Carter was remarkably ahead of his time. He had an amazing foresight in it. Had we listened then, who knows where the future would be now? Who knows the position America and the free world would be had we taken those active steps, which Carter was uniquely familiar with due to his time with Rickover and the nuclear fleet, right? So I tell all this because obviously you haven't heard much of this. This isn't a thing we celebrate with Carter. The policy fails. But this is where Rickover and the idea of doing your best comes back in. Rickover says that he has no doubt that the public will ultimately understand and see Carter as a far-seeing man who attempted to protect the people of the U.S. And he says that all great ideas have been seen as failure when they are too early. But this is the key part, and this is the idea of a stern taskmaster like Rickover, that as long as you are trying as hard as you can to do what you think is right, you are a success regardless of outcome. So it may be that you do your best. It may be that you put everything into something. It may be that you are totally and 100% correct, but it may not be enough. But if you have done that, you can sit quietly in a room alone knowing that you have done that. You can sleep soundly at night, right? If you have done your best, you know there is nothing else you can do. So yes, there is some risk in trying and putting yourself out there. But to me, that risk is far less scary than the risk of knowing that you left something on the table, that you could have been better, you could have been one of those people in the room, you could have gone all the way, you really could have become something. And And so when we think about this idea of doing our best, I want to leave with that question, right? Why not the best? Because you're always doing your best. And if the answer is no, then a really good answer to follow that, which is why not. So we're going to talk about courage tonight, courage being the first of the 4 cardinal virtues. Courage, temperance, justice, wisdom. This is a sign I have in my office I pass by multiple times a day. Courage represented by the lion. Now, I wouldn't deign to speak to you much about physical courage. Far more qualified people to talk to you about that. But I want to talk about courage. To me, courage is kind of like a gem. You hold it up, you look at it from different angles, and each angle, each slice of it gives you a better sense of this complicated thing. Because courage isn't one thing. It doesn't only exist this way or look this way. It is, in fact, many things. There's, of course, physical courage, right? This is the courage of a soldier. This is the courage of a pilot. This is the courage of a firefighter running into a burning building. This is the courage of a police officer. This is the courage of a person who risks themselves and their physical safety to do something that matters. And then there's moral courage. This is the courage of the whistleblower, of the pioneering scientist, of the barrier breaker. Now, it has long been held that these two kinds of courage are very different, and they are different. They appear different, but I would argue that they are also the same. At their core, they are about putting your ass on the line, putting yourself out there, risking something for something, right? Risking one's reputation, risking one's life. Sometimes those things can feel like the same, but the idea is that courage is that risk, that putting yourself out there. It seems pretty simple, but we'll get into why this is a little more complicated. But putting your ass on the line, literally or figuratively, that's what I want to define courage as tonight. Florence Nightingale, she's born in Florence in 1820, born to a rich Victorian family. She has everything she could possibly want, no pressure, no expectations. In fact, she's not expected to do anything but get married and throw parties and be witty. But from an early age, she has this independence streak. I read a beautiful book about Florence Nightingale, and I marked up this drawing that I love. This is a drawing that one of her aunts did of Florence Nightingale as a young girl. And she said, "Here is Florence independently stumping along by herself." Right? Her sister, who's older, has to hold the hand of an adult, but Florence is braver than that. She puts herself out there. And so it's fitting that when she's about 16 years old, she gets a call. She hears a voice that says she should do something with her life. She feels called to nursing specifically, but stuff gets in the way. Her parents say, "Why would you ever do something like that? Why would you associate with these people?" It was considered low. It was considered risky. It was considered beneath her social station. And so for many years, she ignores this call. For 8 years, in fact. She doesn't reach out. She doesn't achieve her destiny. She doesn't put herself out there. Right? Not even not doing her best. She doesn't even put herself out there. She's scared, right? Fear of being the opposite of courage in that way. And then 8 years into this, ignoring the call, she gets it again. She says, "Are you going to let reputation hold you back from service?" Her parents at one point say, "We'd rather you be a prostitute than a nurse." The idea that she would go out there and do something, she would take care of these people, it was anathema to her social class. And her answer to this question, as it is for many of us, was yes. She was going to let what people think holds her back from service. If you're familiar with the idea of the hero's journey, this is in fact part of the hero's journey. You live in the ordinary world, you get the call to adventure, and what comes next is the refusal of the call. What's remarkable, what's tragic about Florence Nightingale is that she ignores that call for 16 years. For 16 years, the call falls on deaf ears because she's afraid of what other people think. She feels she's not trained. She feels like she won't be supported. She feels like it's impossible. She feels like one individual can't possibly make a difference. It's this idea that each one of us has a destiny. Each one of us is called to do something. Each one of us has a unique set of characteristics and skills. The question is, are we brave enough to reach it? Are we brave enough to put ourselves out there and take it? The problem is that stuff gets in the way. My friend Stephen Pressfield, who wrote Gates of Fire, he's a Marine, he says that the thing that gets in the way between us and our art, we talk about this a lot as writers, he says the stuff that gets between us and our art and our destiny and our calling, he calls this the resistance. And sometimes it's what people think, sometimes it's all the reasons why it's really difficult, sometimes it's a lack of resources, sometimes it's a lack of time, sometimes it's just pure procrastination. But that resistance gets in the way, and it holds us back. Winston Churchill says, there comes a time in all of our lives when something figuratively taps us on the shoulder. It's a chance to do a very special thing, unique to us, fitted to our unique talents. And he says what a tragedy it is if in that moment we are unprepared or unqualified for what could have been our finest hour. And that very well could have been Florence Nightingale's story. Pat Tillman, who leaves a fantastic career in the NFL to join the Army Rangers, says somewhere inside we hear a voice. Our voice leads us in a direction, the person we wish to become. It's up to us whether we follow it or not, right? The hero's journey, the call to adventure, the call to greatness, the call to destiny, the call to make your mark in history. Do you accept it or do you ignore it? Florence Nightingale ignores it for a long time, and that could be seen as tragic, or we could see it as a 16-year process of girding herself up, steeling her will, because when she finally decides to break with her family, when she decides to do it, it's a transformation like that. She says, I must expect no sympathy or help. I must take something, as little as I can, to enable me to live. I must take it, and they will not be given to me, right? Your destiny isn't this thing that people give you. It's something that must be seized, that must be taken, that must be fulfilled. To seek that destiny, to become that person, it may be disruptive, you may be judged, it may mean a break with this or that, but it's not selfish, and in fact, selfless. As one of the great poems by Longfellow about Florence Nightingale says, we need these people, the people that lift us up from when we're low, who their greatness inspires us and calls us to become what we are capable of doing. And in those field hospitals in Crimea, later all over the world, Florence Nightingale essentially pioneers the concept of modern nursing in a time when you were more likely to die of disease than on the battlefield, when the worst thing that could happen to you would be to go to a hospital. She revolutionizes all of this. She changes it. The thing that people said wouldn't work, the people that said it was lowly, in fact, rises up a generation of people, a generation of women, and it transforms the world. But we need this kind of courage. We need this kind of courage to seize that destiny, to become that thing that only we are capable of becoming, regardless of what other people think. Now, this is Marcus Aurelius. If I could take you back to 165 AD, the Antonine Plague hits Rome. It makes COVID look like a walk in the park. It's actually brought back to Rome from the far flungs of the empire by soldiers returning home from war, and it ripples through the Roman Empire. It overwhelms the treasury, it overwhelms public health, it overwhelms the cities. Millions of people die. And if that was the only crisis of Marcus Aurelius' reign, it would have been hard enough. But in fact, he also deals with historic flooding, the Tiber River floods, once-in-a-generation flood. Then there's an invasion at Rome's borders, which he's forced to dispatch. And then just all the ordinary problems of running an enormous empire. It's one thing after another. And one ancient historian, Cassius Dio, says that Marcus does not have the good fortune that he deserved, and almost his whole reign was involved in a series of troubles. And we can see Marcus staggering under the weight of all of this. And yet he writes in Meditations, his classic book, perhaps one of the greatest books ever written. He says, it's unfortunate that this happened. And he catches himself. He says, no, it's fortunate that it happened to me, right? Because he was brave enough to deal with it, because he was strong enough to deal with it, because he had trained for exactly this. So this question of, is it unfortunate or fortunate? This is the one thing that we get to decide in life. This is our choice. Marcus Aurelius writes in Meditations that our actions can be impeded. Stuff can go wrong. We can find ourselves in difficult situations, but we can always convert and adapt these circumstances to our own acting. He says the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This is my book, The Obstacle is the Way. The idea being that stuff happens, but this stuff is also an opportunity. The Stoics believe that in any and all situations, no matter how undesirable or unexpected or unfortunate, there contains inside them an opportunity to practice virtue or arete, to be our best, to do our best. Perhaps not in the way that we intended, perhaps not in the way we would have chosen, but an opportunity nevertheless. Right after the invasion of Normandy, the Allies face a massive counteroffensive. The tanks are bogged down in the hedgerows of France. Eisenhower calls all all of his generals into the field headquarters, and he says, look, the present situation is to be regarded as opportunity and not disaster. He says, I only want to see cheerful faces around this conference table. To me, this is what leadership is. The decision to see it as fortunate, not unfortunate, to see it as an opportunity, to step up, to be a leader, right? And in fact, if you're familiar with the Follies Pocket and then later the Battle of the Bulge, this is Eisenhower seeing that in the midst of this enormous counteroffensive, if they can bend and not break, if they can absorb it, if they can encircle it, it's actually a massive strategic opportunity that, as overwhelming as the threat was, it was also a strategic blunder by the Nazis. So the idea to have the control, to step up, to be the leader when everyone else is rattled, when everyone else is scared, this is what courage is about. And this kind of courage is contagious. But that means stepping up. It means making hard decisions, and there are no easy decisions. Not in leadership, not in life, right? The easy decisions get taken by everyone else beneath you. Dean Acheson, the Secretary of State under Truman, he says, at the top there are no easy choices. All are between evils, consequences of which are hard to judge. Each of you as leaders are going to have to make decisions that are not clear, that are not easy. If they were easy and clear and obvious and the outcome was guaranteed, never would have made it to you in the first place. Someone else would have taken care of it, right? So leadership, you can imagine Marcus Aurelius, the head of this empire that's overwhelmed by this plague, the enormity of the decisions that he's having to make over and over again. Imagine Eisenhower off the coast of France deciding, is the weather going to hold? Are we going to go or not? Right? Writing the little note to himself to be opened in the case of the invasion's failure, right? This is the kind of decisions that leaders have to make. This is what strength is. This is what courage is about when you make those hard decisions, right? So Marcus Aurelius has to do this over and over again, hard decisions. But it's also the source of his greatness. We talk about the obstacle is the way. That same historian, Cassius Dio, says that Marcus didn't have the good fortune that he deserved. His whole reign was beset by a series of troubles. But, he says, I, for my part, admired him all the more for this very reason, that amid unusual and extraordinary difficulties, he both survived himself and preserved the empire, right? So the fact that it is hard, the fact that it is difficult, the fact that it is one obstacle after the other is in fact the opportunity for greatness. If you are brave enough to step up and do your best. General Mattis talks about his idyllic childhood in Washington, and he says the greatest gift that his parents gave him was that they introduced he and his siblings to the world of ideas. He said, not a fearful place, but a place to enjoy. And this is what instills in him a lifelong love of learning and of books. He says in his memoir, this is an important line, I hope everyone remembers, he says, if you haven't read hundreds of books about what you do, you are functionally illiterate. You will be incompetent because your own experiences are not broad enough to sustain you. It says people have been doing what you do for thousands of years, and you best learn from their experiences. Any fool can learn by experience, goes the expression. It's better to learn by the experiences of others. But I would push back on General Mattis a little bit. It's not that the world of ideas is a fun or pleasant place. There is a certain amount of scariness to it. If it wasn't scary, everyone would live there, and we know for a fact that they don't. The world of ideas is a dangerous place. Truth is a scary thing. This is why so many of us avert our gaze from it. The pursuit of knowledge is not for the faint of heart. It itself demands a certain amount of courage and fearlessness. There's an expression I love, if history doesn't make you uncomfortable, you are not studying history. You are reading and consuming something quite different, right? If you only look for stuff that you agree with, that makes you feel smart, that confirms what you already know, again, you are not engaging fearlessly with the world of ideas. If you only look for things that are simple, that don't make your brain hurt, again, you are doing it wrong. You are doing it wrong if the world of ideas isn't challenging, isn't uncomfortable, isn't unpleasant, isn't perhaps impossible to fully wrap your head or your arms around. It is supposed to be a challenge. None of us are so smart that we can just grasp it, we can just get it. It is a lifelong journey. Seneca, one of my favorite Stoic philosophers, says, in fact, that we must read like a spy in the enemy's camp. Seneca writes letters from a Stoic. He's a Stoic philosopher. And yet the philosopher he quotes most in his letters is Epicurus, his rival, right? He says, I will quote a bad author if the line is good, right? He says, read like a spy in the enemy's camp. Actively seek out things that you disagree with, that challenge you, that make you uncomfortable, right? That are contrary to what you've been taught, contrary to what you wish to be true. Seek out challenging and unpleasant ideas. Epictetus, another Stoic philosopher, says it is impossible to learn that which you think you already know. So again, it should be challenging. It should be making you feel humble and small. It shouldn't just be that you read hundreds of books. You should read hundreds of books, some of them several times. Heraclitus says, no man steps in the same river twice. I'm on an active journey myself to now go reread books that I read at your age now for a second time, now with more experience under my belt, now with a greater breadth of knowledge under my belt, now with current events as they are. The books are the same, I am different, right? The world is different. And so when we step into these ideas, into these debates, into these questions, they are never ending, they are infinite, and they should always be challenging us. The less you think you know, the more you can learn. Why is Socrates considered so wise? Why is he so brilliant? Because he did not think he was brilliant. He did not think he was wise. And he fearlessly asked questions. Socrates didn't go around Greece telling people what he knew. He went around Athens asking questions, getting in uncomfortable discussions, challenging what he thought he knew, challenging other people's foundational questions and premises. So knowledge and truth is an uncomfortable thing. It is a battle. It's called a battle of ideas for a reason. This is Tiger Woods. You may have seen him in the Masters this weekend. I think it's fascinating to consider that 3 times in Tiger Woods' career, at the top of his game, in each one of those situations, he reinvented his swing entirely. And now he is trying to reinvent his golf game again in light of the horrific injuries that he has suffered. So there's a great expression that all growth is a leap in the dark, right? He's at the top of the game. He has to reinvent his swing. In between those 2 places is an uncomfortable valley, a dark hallway, where you don't know if you're getting out, where you don't know if you're getting better, where you don't know if it's making a difference. And again, if you're in this and you have a faint heart, you will not make it. If you need other people to be validating you, if you need external results always, if you are not just satisfied with doing your best, you will not make it from point A to point B. You will not get across that chasm. Florence Nightingale says she would rather die 10 times in the surf, heralding a way to a new world, than stand idly by on the shore, right? The courage to not be complacent, to always focus on growing, on new things, on seeking out these new challenges. This is critical. Are you willing to look foolish? Epictetus says, if you wish to improve, be content to be seen as foolish or ignorant about some things. If you can't do that, if you are too fragile, you will not go, you will not grow. Can you admit what you don't know? Again, can you be willing to ask questions? Can you seek out new teachers, new ways of doing things? Can you do this fearlessly? Can you do this despite, again, the raised eyebrows or the smirks from people who think they're smarter or better than you? Can you embrace change and disruption? Because these are the only constants in life. John Wheeler, the physicist, one of the inventors of the hydrogen bomb, he says, as our island of knowledge grows, so does the shoreline of ignorance. That is the perpetual journey. As you get better, as you become more successful, as you work your way up the ranks, what you will find over and over again is you are being exposed to things that you didn't even know you didn't know, that you didn't even know how bad you were at them. So again, if you're in this to feel good, if you're in this to be content, if you're in this to feel like you have arrived, if you think graduation is some moment where you've got it, being a student thing stops, you're thinking about it wrong. It's an ongoing journey. You have to stay a student. You have to seek out that disruption and change. You have to leap fearlessly in the dark, not once at the beginning of your career, but over and over and over again. So let's go back to Marcus Aurelius. We can again imagine him staggering under the weight of one crisis after another. And yeah, he tried to tell himself it was fortunate that he was better him than someone else, but it would have been impossible for him not to struggle, not to feel like he was falling short. And he writes in Meditations not to be ashamed to to ask for help. He says, like soldiers storming a wall, we have a mission to accomplish. And if you've been wounded and need a comrade to pull you up, he says, so what? So it's not just the putting on a brave face. It's not just pushing forward. Courage is also asking for help. This is a little book I like to read to my young children. It's called The Boy, the Fox, the Horse, and the Mole. And he says, asking for help isn't giving up. It is refusing to give up, right? You don't get help you're too afraid to ask for, right? You don't get help that you don't ask for. And if you are afraid to do this, again, you will not become what you are capable of becoming. Are you brave enough to be vulnerable? Can you let people in? This is Brené Brown's question. Daring greatly is not just seeking ambitious goals, but can you be vulnerable? Can you be open? Can you let people in? Can you collaborate? Can you connect as a human being? The last few years have been very hard, and the next few years will be very hard. Life is hard. Being a leader is hard, and it's lonely. Sometimes you can't make it on your own, and you're not supposed to make it on your own, right? That's the whole point. And no one should be seen as unbreakable. Nancy Sherman, who was an instructor here for many years, a wonderful writer and thinker about Stoicism, in her book Stoic Warriors, she talks about how we get the concept of Stoicism wrong. There's a difference between uppercase Stoicism and lowercase Stoicism. Lowercase Stoicism means has no emotions, never feels anything, is a machine, is the prototypical warrior who cannot be wounded, but that is not real. Hemingway, in A Farewell to Arms, he says, if you bring so much courage into this world, the world has to kill you to break you, and it will kill you. He says, the world breaks every one of us, and afterward we can become strong in the broken places. But those who will not break, it kills, right? If you think that you are too strong to ask for help, if you are above it, but it is beneath you, eventually you will meet the challenge that does break you. The unstoppable force will meet the unmovable object. Force always wins. And so the courage to be vulnerable, to ask for help, to put yourself out there is a key part of becoming your best, of doing things that really matter. There's a Japanese art form called kintsugi, which basically takes beautiful porcelain that shatters, that's broken because it is fragile, and it glues it together, but it doesn't use ordinary glue. It doesn't try to cover up the cracks. It fills the cracks with gold or silver. It makes them strong and beautiful and more valuable in the broken places. That's what Hemingway is talking about. Audie Murphy, the most decorated soldier in American history, he writes in his memoirs from hell and back. Last lines, he says, life faces us, and I swear to myself that I will measure up to it. He says, I may be branded by war, but I will not be defeated by it. Hemingway himself says it's defeated and destroyed are not the same thing. We can be defeated, but we choose if we're destroyed. We choose if we can't be resilient enough to come back, to ask for help, to collaborate, to be vulnerable enough to admit where we are struggling. This is Kyrie Irving on his way to destroying possibly his third championship team. It's been a fun ride watching Kyrie. He doesn't take the vaccine, misses most of the season, drives away James Harden, says, I'm doing what's best for me. That's why I won't get vaccinated for COVID. Someone should probably remind him that he plays in a team sport. Life is a team sport. Society is a team sport. The Navy is a team sport. America is a team country. That's what this is, right? And as we think about courage, I told you it wasn't so simple as just putting your ass on the line. Kyrie has put his ass on the line. Of course, it's cost him millions of dollars. It's damaged his reputation. It's subjected him to endless amounts of criticism. He's lost most of how many seasons will he get, right? So he is taking a stand, and you might think that that's what courage is about, taking a stand. But it's more complicated than that. Courage is putting your ass on the line. But for what? Lord Byron says, 'tis the cause makes all that degrades or hallows courage in its fall. So the courage to risk your career, your reputation, championship millions of dollars to become a vector for a virus that's killed 1 million people. I mean, there are service members in the Navy right now that are hindering America's military preparedness for that very right, to be the vector of a disease that has killed 1 million people, that up until very recently was killing 1,000 people a day. Courage is not just risking, but for what are you risking that? And of course, Kyrie should probably check himself. He also believes the world is flat. I contrast that courage with Dr. Catalin Carrico. She comes to America. She's an immigrant from Hungary. She escapes communism with $900 stuffed in her daughter's teddy bear. She works for almost 30 years in the bowels of academia. She never makes more than $60,000 a year. Her work is constantly questioned. She has to fight for every tiny grant. She has to constantly reapply for her job. Everyone thinks her line of inquiry is pointless, that it's not going anywhere, that she's chasing a dead end. And it wasn't until 2020 when suddenly people thought, we should see what they're doing with mRNA vaccine research. And she becomes perhaps the most important scientist of her generation, like that. Many years of doubt, many years of risk, many years of questioning, content to do her best, content to show up each day and do it and not care about anything else. So it's about what you risk your reputation or your body for, of course. This is Franklin Buchanan. This is Matthew Morey, controversial heroes here at the Naval Academy. You can imagine it was risky to give up everything, to give up your appointments, to risk death in the U.S. Civil War. For what cause did they choose to do that? The worst cause that you could possibly imagine. They were immensely courageous to take that risk, but it's a hollow courage, right? Not a hallowed courage, but a hollow courage, because the cause makes all. Lieutenant Bradley Snyder, who gave me some great thoughts as I was writing my book on courage, not just an American hero, but an incredible Paralympic athlete. He said, look, it's not just about throwing yourself on the grenade. It only matters if you're throwing yourself on the grenade to protect someone else, right? If doing that will save someone else, otherwise it's kind of stupid, right? How and why, the cause makes all. Cicero says that the Stoics define courage as the virtue which champions the cause of the right. No one has attained true glory. Courage is ultimately about what you risk it for, right? The cause makes all. This is John Lewis. John Lewis, one of our great American heroes as well. He's arrested many, many times in the pursuit of civil rights. He's beaten many, many times. I think he's arrested almost 50 times. He's beaten almost to death on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. If there was anyone that had cause or justification to be bitter, to be cynical, to doubt, to question what America was or what America could become, it would be this man, because he experienced it all firsthand. Imagine being beaten nearly to death, trying to use a bathroom in a bus station. That is your constitutional God-given right. And that's what he experiences. And yet, he's not bitter. In fact, he is always hopeful. This is Elwyn Wilson, who beat him to death nearly in that bathroom, who decades later, when John Lewis became a congressman, looked in his soul and decided that he knew he was wrong and that he was going to own it and he was going to apologize. And he wanted to meet John Lewis in person. John Lewis was brave enough to meet him in person, but braver still to forgive and accept him. And he would write in Elwyn Wilson's book, as it happens, Elwyn Wilson's middle name was Hope. John would write, with faith and hope, keep your eyes on the prize. This idea of faith and hope, of not giving in, of continuing to believe is everything, because there is a lot that can make us cynical. This is the first black graduate at the U.S. Naval Academy, Wesley Brown. He's in the class with Jimmy Carter. They run cross-country together. It's unfair to say that he's the first graduate because it almost diminishes the severity of what he went through and that people like him went through. He was the first person, the first black man to be allowed to graduate from the U.S. Naval Academy. Right? He said, I wanted to quit almost every single day because he wasn't set up for success, but he persevered through. He made it. This is Elizabeth Ann Rowe, first woman graduate. This is Jeanine Mills, first black female graduate. Both of these women, younger than my mother. You can look at American history and be depressed, to be disappointed, cynical, skeptical, disgusted, but it's more than that. It's easy to do that. It's easy to criticize, it's easy to doubt, it's easy to say that it's systemic and impossible and a lost cause. But where would we be if those three people had done that? Where would we be if any of the people we're talking about had indulged in that, right? Hope is the most important thing. Napoleon said, battles are more often lost by the abandonment of hope than by loss of blood. That hope is that key force that drives us forward, that allows us to continue. And I would agree, the world is a scary place. There's not that many causes for hope. And yet, we can also look at the past. We can look unflinchingly at what we've gotten wrong and where we've screwed up, and find hope in the people who persevered through that, despite it, who didn't lose hope, who kept going. It's easy easy to say it's hopeless, but where would we be if we did do that? It's easy to give in to darkness, but where would we be if we did that? Where would we be if everyone gave up? Certainly that wouldn't make anything better. Nicholas Mosley, the novelist, he says there's a subject nowadays which is taboo in the way that sexuality once was taboo, which is to talk about life as if it had any meaning. I quoted Longfellow earlier. My favorite poem, A Psalm of Life, he says, life is real, life is earnest. I think the best people are real and earnest and hopeful and believe in something, believe in the future. Even thinking about being your best, right? To say, just always do your best. That feels cliche. It feels a little bit lame. It feels like something your 6th grade soccer coach would tell you. But that's the point. It is a little cringe. But you have to be earnest. You have to actually believe it, because the world is changed by those people, not the people who cynically denigrate that exact idea. You cannot give up hope. With faith and hope, as John Lewis said, keep your eyes on the prize. Whatever that prize, whatever that destiny is for you, I cannot say, but you have to keep your eye on that. You have to believe in your ability to make that real. After January 6th, I sent an email to General Mattis, who I've gotten to know. He's a student of the Stoics. He's carried Marcus Aurelius with him all over the world on all his different deployments. And I said, what's happening? What is going on? And he said, hang in there. It's always darkest before the dawn. And then he caught himself and he said, although my friend John McCain would remind me that sometimes it's darkest right before it gets even darker. But he said, hang in there. It's always darkest before the dawn. And I thought, considering all the things he has seen in his decades of service, all the dark places all over the world, if he still has hope, what excuse do I have? And I said that to him, and then he replied with a note that I thought I would leave all of you with. To me, it is the mark of courage. It is what this country, the free world, needs all of you to carry forward with. He says, keep the faith, hold the line, physically, morally, in all forms of courage. Keep the faith, hold the line. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. Oh, thank you so much.
As a gift.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
From the class of 2024. Oh, they want you to open it.
Oh, I got to open it? All right. Like the 4 virtues, the cardinal points of a compass point us in the right direction. So this is lovely. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Good evening, sir. My name is Midshipman 3rd Class Hunt. I'm in 27th Company. My question for you, sir, is do you think that the military today incentivizes moral courage?
I think we'd like to think that it does, but it doesn't always. I interviewed Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman on my podcast a few months ago, and I was dismayed at the number of people with military addresses who wrote in to criticize him for his decision to become a whistleblower. And I said, look, you don't have to agree with the choice, but why don't you challenge the most powerful man in the world first and then come back to me to tell me that that wasn't a courageous thing to do, right? So I think the problem is we like whistleblowers after the fact, like not immediately after the fact, but like decades after the fact. But at the time, in not just the military, but in all forms of public life, we disincentivize whistleblowers. We challenge them, we question them, we criticize them, we threaten them, we take away their jobs, as happened with Vindman, right? We inflict collateral damage on families. We do not make it easy for people to do it, but someone pointed out to me, I read this great book called about whistleblowers a few years ago, and he points out that the right, the protections for whistleblowers are enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, specifically because during the Revolution they wanted to catch and punish war profiteers, people who were defrauding the U.S. government. So this goes back to the very beginnings of American history, the need for protections and incentives for whistleblowers, because we do not naturally protect them and support them the way that we ought to.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Midshipman 3rd Class Ian Crossy, 22nd Company. My question for you tonight is about your September 19th meditation from the Daily Stoic.
Okay, I don't have them all memorized, so you got to tell me what's in there.
You talk about adapting to new information and like changing your path when you receive new information. And you say, don't yourself be a prisoner to determination. So what's the difference between adapting and quitting?
Yeah, that's a great question. Marcus Aurelius in Meditations, he says, when someone points out that I am in error, they are not harming me, they are doing me a favor. Because why would I want to be wrong? But it often happens that because we are determined, because we have courage or belief in ourselves, because we feel like we've done the work, it becomes hard for us when we are attacked or criticized to filter that through the lens of these people are trying to help me. And we get defensive, right? We get aggressive because that's worked for us so many times. I found this with entrepreneurs I've worked with. You wouldn't be a successful entrepreneur if you listen to the odds, right? If you listen to the conventional wisdom, if you listen to all the people who told you it wasn't going to work and it was a big mistake. The problem is if you internalize from that, never listening to feedback, never listening to criticism. Sometimes people aren't haters, they're trying to prevent you from driving off of a cliff, right? And so it becomes a really difficult skill or balancing act between, when are you incorporating feedback, when are you changing, when are you adapting, and then when are you holding an important line, right? And that tension is quite difficult. But I think if you can accept that, we have this crazy thing in America where we punish politicians for changing their mind, call them flip-floppers. Well, it's only a bad thing if their mind shouldn't have been changed, right? If they were, incorrect before, we want them to change their mind. So that is that challenge. And the problem is the trait, our determination, our commitment, our fierce belief in what we think is right can be a disadvantage when it comes to changing our mind or integrating new information.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Hello.
Midshipman Third Class Ralston, 22nd Company. So, while reading through Stoicism for our ethics class and for personal development reasons, I found it's very common to see a trend of Stoicism when you're down, you've been hit, when you're struggling to get back up. Can you present how it can be applied once you do start to get things rolling, once you're in a positive mindset, and once you start to get your life together?
So you can imagine the two big Stoics. Epictetus, he's a slave. He's as disempowered, as difficult of a situation you could possibly imagine. Then you have Marcus Aurelius, who is as privileged and as powerful as you can imagine. They're both studying the same philosophy. Because to me, Stoicism is about keeping an even keel despite the fluctuation in one's circumstances. So Marcus Aurelius says the key is to accept it without arrogance and let it go with indifference. So you let the bad things go with indifference and you accept the good things without arrogance. That's the tension, right? What I love about Stoicism is that it's a philosophy, you've struck out 50 times in a row and you say that doesn't matter, I'm putting it out of my mind. And then what happens when you hit a grand slam to win the World Series and everyone tells you you're the greatest person that ever lived, right? Can you also tune that out and come back to the teachings, come back to the rhythm? You need the ability to sort of not be changed by external circumstances, good or bad. And I would hope, and I would venture to guess, most of what you will experience will be that one, the positive one. How do you not let ego creep in, success creep in? It's just as important as not letting adversity and pessimism and doubt creep in.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Hi.
Midshipman Third Class Brant. Sir, how do we best educate those we lead in Stoic philosophy and habituate such practices?
Yeah, how do we teach it?
Yes, sir.
By example, ultimately, right? Marcus Aurelius says, let us waste no more time talking about what a good man is like. Let's be one. Epictetus says, don't talk about your philosophy, embody it. Somewhat of a tension, and given that my job is to write about it. But, right, I have to model it at home. I have to model it in my work. I have to model it in my life as a human being. The best way to teach Stoicism is to be Stoic under good and bad circumstances and be the kind of person that other people want to be like.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Midshipman Third Class Ryan, 26 Company. I was wondering what you think the one single greatest action we can take to combat cynicism, which I feel like many others is rampant in our ranks.
I think it goes back to my answer to the other question, which is how do you model it? How can you be an earnest, good, and decent person who upholds these ideas, those ideas. There is the expression that courage is contagious. I think belief and meaning and decency and earnestness is just as contagious as courage. Unfortunately, cynicism is probably the most contagious, right? It's a virus like COVID that can run through the ranks, and it tends to be self-fulfilling, right? When you don't believe in anything, it's hard to find anything to be meaningful. It's hard to hold yourself to a high standard. It's then easy to justify doing the kinds of things that when people hear about engender cynicism and doubt and disillusionment. So I think the Stoics would say, what's in our control, right? Ultimately, what's in our control is the attitude that we bring. Voltaire says the most important decision that you can make is the decision to be in a good mood, right? The decision to wake up with a cheerful face, to face it all, to do the right thing, to ignore all the other noise out there is a powerful and I think transgressive statement in today's world.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Midshipman Third Class Singh, 26th Company. Sir, being an expert on Stoic philosophy, I was wondering if you personally see any weaknesses or errors in Stoic philosophy, or is it actually infallible?
If you think it's infallible, it ceased to be a philosophy and it's become doctrine or dogma, and I think that's to miss the point. I mean, first off, the Stoics were writing 2,000 years ago, so they missed our advances in neuroscience and biology and psychology. I would like to think, to go to Seneca's point about reading like a spy in the enemy's camp and absorb, I would like to think they would have adapted and changed and evolved, and that's why I feel no compunction about integrating those things into my life today, whether it's going to therapy or reading the latest research from this school or that school. But we don't know that, right? It is a 2,000-year-old philosophy that was a product of its time and place, a time when slavery was rampant, a society that was very stratified, that was not much in the way of agency or change, that Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius both accept slavery and dictatorship without questioning it is, I think, a problem. So I want to see Stoicism as dynamic and fluid, but we don't know how it would have changed over time. And I think that's somewhere where we can improve it. That's somewhere where we can add to it. It doesn't have to be a static thing. We don't have to read Stoicism as a textual originalist. We can adapt and change it. But I think the biggest weakness is the one that Professor Sherman was talking about, that I see as a stereotype about Stoicism, this sort of lowercase, emotionless, robotic Stoicism that doesn't feel anything. We have examples of Marcus Aurelius crying. He clearly loved his wife. I mean, he had like 12 kids. It was a philosophy for real human beings in the real world that had emotions like all of us. And this understanding of the Stoics as being above or beyond or apart from that, I think, is to miss it. So Stoicism is not there to make you a better sociopath. It's there to make you a better human being, a more decent human being, a kinder human being, a gentler human being, and a human being like Jimmy Carter, who does their best and tries to make the world a better place, whether they hold office or whether they're not in office anymore, focusing on where you can make a positive difference in the world. That, to me, is what Stoicism is. That's the mission that inspires me. That's what I try to write about in my books. But I also understand that I'm combating a certain stereotype or impression of Stoicism that isn't, quite accurate, but has existed for a very long time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much. It's been an honor. I hope you like this video. I hope you subscribe. But what I really want you to subscribe to is our daily Stoic email. 1 bit of Stoic wisdom, totally for free, to the largest community of Stoics ever in existence. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. There's no spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I love sending it. I've sent it every day for the last 6 years, and I hope to see you there at dailystoic.com/email.